Good morning, San Diego and everyone else. Lumineers, we are here at the Enchanted Citrus Clash. It is day 2. And we've got plenty of action. I'm Brent Mukai, joined by
Rebecca Quest.
And we are ready. You're in the house. I'm in the house. What are you excited for to happen in the house today, Rebecca?
I'm excited for somebody to get their invite to go to Disneyland to the North American Championship.
Absolutely, because that's what we're playing for. This is the first North American Infinity CCQ, which means that the winner of today will be getting their invite and punching their ticket to Disneyland in August for the North American DLC Championships. It's going to be an exciting time.
It's going to be so exciting. But there's a lot that has to happen for somebody to earn that invite. We have 2 more rounds of Swiss today. So all the players yesterday, I think we had about 180, 190 players here in the room here in San Diego. They had to get 12 points to make it to day 2. And there are now 2 more rounds of Swiss that these players are going to have to play before we go to a top 16 cut. And then from there, it is single elimination, Brent, to get that invite.
Whammy!
Whammy.
That's all I got to say because the Lorcana action is going to be hitting fast and hard here in sunny San Diego. I mean, are there decks that you're hoping to see, Rebecca? Is there anything that we haven't seen yet that you're like, man, I really want to see this?
You know, I feel like yesterday we actually saw so many decks on stream. You know, Infinity right now, the field feels so wide open. You could play almost anything. And, you know, the matchups, some are going to be good, some are going to be bad. But there's so many really strong decks. We saw Ruby Amy. We saw Amber Steel. We saw some unexpected decks. We saw Omnidroid Ruby Steel deck on stream, right? We saw a little bit of everything. But what we haven't seen yet is we haven't seen any Emerald Sapphire decks. We haven't seen some Ruby Sapphire. We haven't seen Ruby. So I would like to see some Ruby Sapphire because I know that was a deck that was like way up there, right?
Yeah.
And so is it back? Is Ruby Sapphire back doing the thing? And spoiler alert, it is doing some of the thing because there are some players out there playing it. But for our round 7 match today, we have Alec, we have Donald, who are going to be bringing in 2 fun decks for us to watch. One of them I am really, really excited to see, Brent. It is an Emerald Steel deck.
Ooh, one of the staples of the first season of Disney Lorcana. I mean, I want to say around set 2, Rise of the Floodborn, right? When the Bucky card came out, and then we went through the Bucky mania in sets 3 and 4, the Bucky ban.
Especially once we had Diablo, right? When we had Diablo in the game, then that was getting wild. We had the birds, we had squirrels all over the place. Emerald Steel was taking it down. It took down Las Vegas. Zan Syed was playing Emerald Steel. It was all over the place.
Took down Seattle, too.
It did take
Our
down
buddy
Seattle.
Wonderland. Shout out Luke.
Wonderland from Team Maelstrom took it down with Emerald Steel. So is it back? Is it doing the thing? We are going to find out.
I know. I've been listening to a lot of podcasts. I've been trying to get a feel for what this Infinity looks like, and people are saying Emerald Steel. Maybe not. Emerald Steel discard in particular, maybe not exactly the choice for Infinity. Now, these guys know a lot more than me, but I'm excited to see it in action here. Both of these players have made day 2, and besides that, they are both 5-1, which means that they are looking very good. Whoever wins this is looking very, very good to get into the top 16.
Yeah, I am really bad at some of that top cut math, and a lot of times with these events, it's going to come down to tiebreakers, though, right? We're going to have a lot of players that are going to bubble out, so every win matters here for the whole tournament, but especially today, and especially for these players who do have that 1 loss on their record. Now, what's important to note here for the viewers that are tuning in, this is a CCQ. There is an invite up for grabs. Donald, our player here playing Emerald Steel, actually won the SCG Con CCQ and has already earned an invite.
Wow, and he still came out to support.
Yeah.
You gotta love to see it.
Players gotta play. Players gonna play. You know, all these players here in Disney Lorcana, they're looking for that next chance to prove themselves, that next win, you know, a chance to play against the best of the best in the community. So I'm sure that Donald was excited to bring this deck here this weekend for the Infinity format. We are off to the races. Alec
Wow.
starting out here with the Prince, a brand new card from Wilds Unknown. It's a 0/2, but he quests for 2, so it looks like we got a little aggro deck going on here.
That one cost uninkable. We'll be able to see because of this Diablo Maleficent Spy spying the
Ooh.
hand of Alec here, and it's all Amber. Are we playing? Are
We're
we
just
playing
mono,
only Amber?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, it feels like you almost could, because Amber, I would tell you, is such a strong ink color in Disney Lorcana right now. There are so many things that Amber can do. It does look like he got a little something else in the hand.
Lady Miss Park Avenue, maybe?
Yeah, it looks like it. A dual ink Amber Emerald card. So we do got maybe a little bit of an aggressive dogs deck going on here.
We do know the second color now, and as Alec decides what to ink, we saw his hand, a lot of uninkables there. However, we are going to be able to play down the Willow as well as the Daisy Duck.
Yeah, for free, because Grandmother Willow, Ancient Advisor, she says, "Come on down, Daisy. You don't cost anything because I'm going to give a discount for the first time you play a character. You get to pay 1 less."
And typically these Emerald Steel into Amber Emerald matches will favor the Steel player because they have forms of removal that Alec is just not going to have access to. Whoa! Double Diablo! Can you say 3 times Diablo?
Wow.
The Maleficent Spy. We then play down the Diablo Stone Servant, which is a new card from this Wilds Unknown set. And then our old friend, we were just talking about him, the Devoted Herald.
Herald. Yep, we get to shift by discarding an action. We can shift Diablo for free. And now this new Diablo, though, Alec is taking a look at it. We are reading the text there. It's such an interesting card. Has synergy with villains. If you have a villain card in play, he gets +2 strength and +1 lore. He becomes a 3/3. And while he's exerted, you can't challenge your villain characters.
Yes, your villain characters cannot be challenged. Oh no,
Ooh.
Donald is gonna hate to see the We Don't Talk About Bruno put down to the bottom of the deck off of the Daisy trigger here, as this Diablo, Devoted Herald, for those of you who haven't seen him in a minute, when he's exerted, whenever your opponent draws a card on their turn, you will be able to draw as many cards as they do. Now, typically, Emerald Amber, not exactly a super heavy draw engine deck, but we'll see what kind of build Alec has here as the Mickey Mouse Expedition Leader comes down. The 4-cost 2/3 quest for 2. What he does is when he is exerted, and he may enter play exerted. Ooh!
Oh, he's not going to stick around for long.
Not long at all. Every time one of your characters quests, you can choose a character on the opposing side of the board and give them -2 strength. So until the start of your next turn.
Yes.
A very powerful card that Donald just dispatched as the Ursula, Deceiver of All, comes down.
Yeah, Ursula, Deceiver of All, of course, is a card that is out of rotation, but she's a singer. She loves to sing, and she loves to sing twice, Brent. You can double sing, and in this Emerald Steel combination, there are so many incredible cards that Ursula could double sing. You could double string Strength. You could double sing something like Sudden Chill to make your opponent discard 2 cards. So Ursula, a very strong card. She kind of has a target on her back when she comes down because you do not want your opponent to keep doing that. We have another Grandmother Willow coming down, and it looks like perhaps we played a Diablo or something because we did get to take a look at Donald.
The Ursula.
Oh, it's the Ursula. No songs that he was able to hit, which that is unfortunate because there are so many strong songs in Donald's deck that Alec would love to take out of his hand with that Ursula Deceiver.
Always so brutal when you play down the Ursula. I mean, it's not the turn to, it's not a way that you want to utilize your 2 ink, right? If you don't hit. But if you do hit, it becomes all worth it immediately. Still getting a 1/3 body on the board. Not too bad here when it looks like the challenging power of Donald not too high. We are going to be seeing what this Ursula, Deceiver of All, decides to sing next turn, though, for Donald. Because, as you said, she can sing the same song twice.
Yeah, now the tough thing for Alec is going to be if that Diablo Stone Servant is turned sideways, he's not going to be able to challenge into that Ursula Deceiver of All because she is a villain. And so he's going to have to get that Stone Servant off the board before he can take care of Ursula.
And Max Goof, Rebellious Teen, comes down. This 2/2 may only quest for 1, but with his other ability, if you pay an additional 1, you can grab back a card from your discard, one of your action cards. And I do believe that Donald... Oh.
I believe it was Strength of Raging Fire that he did on the Grandmother Willow.
Interesting. Not electing to use the Ursula Deceiver of All, maybe saying this card is more powerful and I don't want you to have a way to take it out. Now, uh-oh.
He has
Alec
two.
is in
He
a
has,
bit of a, yeah.
Yeah, he has two ladies in hand, which is a 5-cost card, and he only has 3 ink, I think. Sometimes it's hard to see. Is that
3
3
ink. Now, he had the
Yeah.
Grandmother Willow
Oh,
last
that would have
turn.
discounted. So
Would have
he would.
discounted.
Yeah.
But and even then, you don't have any 1 or 2 cost characters in your discard.
Double sing. We're gonna get Grandmother Willow and Daisy Duck Donald's date hit with that Strength of a Raging Fire being double sung by Ursula, and then it goes to the bottom of his deck. And Donald just building up such a wide board here and questing with some of his characters, pushing his lore up to 6 to Alex 5.
And Donald showcasing, oh my gosh, Alec just getting cards one turn late every time. If he had gotten that tramp last turn instead, I do believe he would have had enough on board to play it. But Alex says, I'm just going to scoop. And this is showcasing exactly what I was saying. The Emerald Steel into Emerald Amber matchup is usually pretty poor for Emerald Amber because you can do things so unfairly, like singing with that Ursula, Strength of a Raging Fire twice, taking out 2 of your characters that are left upright. I mean, Alec is going to have to find a way to flood the board out that challenges Donald and get his characters questing before Donald can do anything about it. Now, these players are both 5-1. They're obviously very good, but Alec has an uphill battle here. I'm wondering what it is exactly he has to do, but I haven't seen his deck. I don't know what answers he has. Maybe something under the sea, but
Maybe.
What are you thinking?
I know a lot of the Amber Emerald decks right now aren't playing Under the Sea, though, right? So he might even be in there, but he is going to be on the play, so there is a little bit of advantage there. Maybe he's just going to be able to come out of the gate, flood the board with characters, and really put the lore pressure on, forcing Donald to have to take a little bit more action, and that might be his game plan here.
One of the really tough things for Alec, though, is Emerald Amber struggles into evasives. Not a lot of evasive characters, unless he's playing something like Horseman Strikes, unless he's playing the Go-Go's specifically. I mean, and
that
even
Diablo is going to be, very difficult for him to deal with.
You cannot let that Diablo trigger off 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times because the game's just going to be over. Donald is just going to have a ridiculous amount of cards in hand, not to mention if he drops down something like the Beast, right?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Then Donald will just have like 90 cards in hand.
And then it's going to be Scoop City again for Alex.
Absolutely.
So like you said, it's going to be an uphill battle for our Amber Emerald player here. We are looking at our altering hands, trying to find we are putting back 5 cards.
And he does find the Go-Go.
Yeah, he found the Go-Go. That's really nice.
Altering hard for it looked like.
I think he may have also seen a Street Smart Dog.
He did.
Yeah. So
your eyes do not betray you.
They do not. And I think that's going to be key for him to get that out as soon as possible. He didn't see it in the last game. And I think that if he had found it, like you said, a turn or 2 earlier, that would have made a lot of difference.
I know. I mean, how many games have you played where you're like, oh, I just drew something that would have helped 2 turns ago. 1 turn ago. No.
Come on.
Why?
It's always how it is. Always.
Alec does have a decently good starting hand into the Emerald Steel matchup. And, I mean, let's not forget, right? Diego Saz won his Golden Mickey, won his championship over in, what was it, Toronto?
In Toronto.
Over in Toronto against
1.
Emerald Steel. So Emerald Amber is able to do it. It was that finals. And he said, I know that this matchup is bad, but I'm gonna find the way to victory, and we'll see if Alec will too.
Oh, and we are inking a Street Smart Dog. You wonder if he has another one in hand. We're bringing out that Prince again to be able to, like we said, press on the gas right out of the gate here. We have Diablo coming down. We're gonna take a look.
Spy, and she's gonna spy the hand once again. I think this is like almost 1-for-1 of what happened the first turns
game.
last game.
Yeah.
Okay. And I see why you don't want to ink. You don't want to ink your Lilo Escape Artist. You want her in the discard. You don't want to ink your Go-Go Tamago because it's the only way you're going to be able to deal with the opposing Diablo, right?
Yep.
And you really don't want to ink your tramp, because that's going to allow you to fight back in some of these challenging battles that are ahead.
Right, that enterprising dog, adding strength to some of your other characters, so able to then do some challenges in, because a lot of the cards in this Amber Emerald deck are very low strength, and so challenging can be difficult. We do see, unfortunately, that Lilo going into the inkwell. We're going to go ahead and take a look at Donald's hand, and we have one song that we can hit, that Let the Storm Rage On, and he's taking a look. Oh, we've got Prince John, we've got the Muses, that discard package is there. We do have an Ursula and Ursula Deceiver of all, along with a Pete.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that that when we pass back to Donald, that Ursula Deceiver is gonna hit the inkwell pretty fast. The question is, do you quest the prince here? I think you quest the prince.
I think you do.
Yeah.
And, Diablo's not going to do much against that. I was talking to a player who said, there are some other characters in Infinity that are available to you that can quest for 2 on turn 1, like the Lilo making a wish, but the 0-2, that 2 willpower is very nice. We're going to take a look at Alex's hand now with the Ursula coming down. Information is so important, knowing what's coming or what could be coming for these players, so they can make the right decisions, because it's all those little micro decisions, right, that throughout the game that add up to a victory at the end.
Yep, and there's no secrets, right? So Alec has this Go-Go Tamago. It's really one of the few ways he's going to be able to combat the Diablo Devoted Herald. And because of that, you need to keep it in your hand the whole time. And if Donald even does pick it up, maybe it's not worth shifting right away. Maybe it's worth holding on to as sort of a bluff card and keeping your Diablo Maleficent Spy upright, so that Alec is constantly thinking, is the Diablo coming? Is the Diablo coming?
Yeah, and as many turns as Alec can get without that Diablo Devoted Herald coming down, it's going to be better for him.
And now we're going to quest for 3. We are up to 5, I believe. And sure, Donald is going to be able to use both of his characters to challenge into the prince here, but still a little bit annoying. Now, this is the thing about Emerald Steel. They are not actually great with their strength either.
That is true.
The big difference is, I would assume, with all of these high willpower characters in Alec's deck, we might be seeing Dale ready for his shot at some point, which will flip the math, right? Use the willpower for the challenges instead of the strength. So I would assume that we are seeing that at some point. Yes. Alex says, let me see. You saw my hand? Let me see your hand.
Again, what do you got in there? Do you have any more songs? Because every turn that Donald draws a card off the top of the deck, there's a possibility of something like that Let the Storm Rage On, something like Strength of a Raging Fire, and we are going to want to get that out of his hand if we can.
And Alec firmly in control here, in the position to really just kind of rush out as the Tramp Enterprising Dog comes down, the beautiful Enchanted that's covered by our graphic here, but pumps up the lady, gives the strength, 1 strength for every character you have out, and when that lady has 3 strength or more, she quests for 3.
She quests for 3, which I think Alec is up to 11 now, if I am correct.
If the maths are mathing. That's what my maths is saying.
Yeah, so we're really pushing the lower totals up here. We have the Muses coming down on Donald's side of the board. We love I love the Muses.
Yeah.
But I do not love the Muses. It depends on which side of the table that I'm on.
If the Muses are in front of me, then we're all good. Yeah. We're all gravy, baby.
Being able to bounce back characters is such a very powerful ability, and because not only is it returning an opposing character, but you could choose one of your own characters to do that on, and sometimes you have to make those choices because you have really neat on-play abilities that you want to be able to do again, like bouncing back something like an Ursula and then replaying it. Well,
and for those of you who don't know what just happened, Donald drew into a completely useless song, right, which is Has Set My Heart, which would banish,
Banish
an
an
item.
item.
And he's saying it twice with the Ursula. You might be wondering what
Why?
just happened, though.
Why?
Because when you play the muses, whenever you
Yeah.
play a song and Ursula sings the song twice, you can bounce back a character with 2 strength or less back to their player's hand. Donald smartly realizing I don't need to use the banish item effect to trigger the song twice, but I can trigger the muses twice and send back 2 cards to Alex's hand. And now it's 2 to 4.
That is the gospel truth.
Woo!
That is the gospel truth.
Bless my soul.
Yeah, Donald's on a roll. And we have Ursula going into the inkwell, playing out a Daisy Duck, followed by another lady, and not quite sure what he has up there.
Go-Go
at the top.
Tamago.
Oh, we have that Go-Go up. So that evasive character, not triggering her ability where you can gain lore off of damage on an opposing character, but trying to fill up his board again, keep pushing on the gas and pushing those lore totals up.
And how do you quest here? That's the question. We get up to 13. That's not exactly the scariest position to be in. And I wonder if there's a world where maybe you play the lady only and you hold back those 2 cards. But I think it's kind of just rush mode here.
Yeah.
Donald desperately needs a song.
He really does. You know what Alec needs? Alec needs cards in hand. He is top decking here, sir.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, this is all indicative of 0 songs on the side of Donald because he has the singer in Ursula, right? He has the muses, which would put him in a commanding position to be able to bounce everything that Alec has, but he has no songs. He needs a song or he needs a Max Goof Rebellious Teen to be able to pull back that Let the Storm Rage On from his discard, but it's just not happening for Donald, and Alec is in a commanding position here.
Yeah, we are up to 13. He has 4 lore on board. If he chose to quest with all of them, he would go up to 17, but he would surely lose all of those characters if he turns any of them sideways. I'm not sure what he drew for turn. He is going to play 3 and shift Our Lady.
Wow.
That Lady Miss Park Avenue coming down. You can bring 2 characters back with 2 costs or less from your discard pile when you play her. And he's taking a look here at his discard pile. He does have an Ursula, which might be good to bring back so that he could possibly take a song card out of Donald's hand. But we also have 2 princes that both quest for 2 lore. So making a decision here on what he wants to do.
That's tough. I don't know if I would take back Ursula because if Donald top decks, let's say, a song, it's not like he's going to hold on to it, right?
He's going to play it out right away.
That's coming out faster faster than a snake out of a bamboo shoot. You know what I'm saying?
He has one ink that is ready, so do you bring back the prince and play another character out this turn?
I kind of like that. Or do you bring back the tramp? Because when there is a lady in play, the tramp also only costs 1. So a prince and
2 princes?
We're bringing
2 princes back. We are going to exert 1 to put 1 out on the board. So we are going to have another character on the board. We're going to quest with Daisy. Do we hit an action?
We
like
hit
we
an
did.
action.
Not sure what it was, but we did.
It looked like I'm still here.
Okay.
Unfortunately, now we're going up 5 to 18, and Donald needs a song. If Donald
Let's
can
get a song, Donald. Yeah.
I think Donald needs exactly something like Strength of a Raging Fire here, and if not,
yeah, because then if we could use a song to get rid of some characters, banish some characters, plus trigger the muse's ability and bounce some other characters, he could keep Alec at bay here from taking it next turn. But
Donald made a kind of odd face. He kind of went, interesting was the face he made. I'm wondering what he has. He needs something to be able to deal with this prince, because if he does not have, I don't believe that any characters or anything other than actions would allow him to take this prince out of play. And if that upstanding prince can't be challenged and can't be bounced back, well, then
that's game.
That's going to be game. But the fact that Donald's thinking it over this much makes me think he might have a song. Maybe another Has Set My Heart.
Right? Yes. Let's play another Set My Heart to banish an item. Yeah, I think we're looking at perhaps challenging in. I think he's doing the math here. Can I challenge in, get some of these characters off the board, and plus sing a song to bounce back characters with the muses? Like you said, though, the Emerald Steel characters, they don't have a lot of strength. So really having to do the math here, Alec has 2 characters on the board that have 4 willpower. That Lady and Daisy Duck have 4 willpower. So that's a lot that Donald's going to have to take care of if he's going to challenge in to banish anything.
Yeah, Alex says, who needs Dale? Just
right?
Try to banish my guys when I'm this far ahead.
Yeah.
You do whatever you want to.
Go-Go, unfortunately, won't be able to be challenged into, though, because she is evasive. Ursula singing. What's she going to sing?
Ooh, let's see. And this is where the math really matters, because when you bounce, you have to bounce back the Go-Go,
Nope.
I think. You sort of have to
yes,
bounce it back.
yes. Go-Go would have to be bounced back because he doesn't have any evasive characters in play to be able to challenge in with. So
But if you bounce back the Go-Go, she gains the lore off of the damage.
Oh, that is rough.
So,
yeah,
it's
you do
like-
not want to do that. If you could get rid of everything else, if he has a song card then that could get rid of the prince, we could challenge. Oh man, this is a tough position for Donald right here.
I think he definitely has something like Has Set My Heart, or maybe Keep the Ancient Ways.
I'm still here.
Yeah, it really feels like he does not have hard removal here, and
Yeah.
he is going to put the damage in there, which means that we cannot bounce back the Go-Go, which means we're on a 1-turn clock here, or 2-turn clock rather,
Yep.
because Alec will be able to.
Oh, we do have strength.
We had the strength of
we
a
had
raging
strength
fire.
all along. We're
Wait.
Well then, okay.
How is? Oh, and then we
And then
bounce
we bounce back
the
prince to hand. Yeah.
and we bounce back the
Ursula.
But now, how do we?
And Prince John being played out here and
Okay.
doing a little quest with the Muses and Diablo, completely clearing Alex's side of the board. He had Strength of a Raging Fire the whole time.
Wow, and was just trying to decide. Now, I don't
Right?
know.
He was just thinking, what is the most efficient, what is the best way to do this? You know, not bouncing back to hand anything that he doesn't want to see. Oh my goodness,
I
let's
know.
play out 3 princes. Wow.
We were talking about Triple Daisy yesterday when we were casting. So let's talk about Triple Princes.
Prince.
This is the
And
new meta. You're watching,
Donald
everybody.
says, I cannot deal with that. Wow. He was able to hold Alec off there for 1 turn, and then Alec immediately bringing down 3 of the princes and Donald scooping. And we are going to game 3 here in round 7 of the Enchanted Citrus Clash. This is fun.
This is
so
very
fun.
fun. To put it mildly, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
This is exciting. What a match. Emerald Steel in the first game was looking unstoppable. And then this last game, Alec just he pulled out way ahead.
He did.
Up front and early before Donald could really do anything. And now Alec looked unstoppable that game.
Yeah, like we said before game 2 started, that maybe Alec was going to try and really slam on the gas. He had put the pedal to the metal and gassed it up and all the way to the finish line before Donald. And I think also, if I'm being honest, I think that he was lucky that Donald really just wasn't finding the songs that he needed.
Absolutely.
You know, that's part of it, because all those songs, he had the Ursula out there to sing them, and he wasn't able to find the songs that he needed.
It was, I would say it's a combination of that, and you didn't find Diablo.
Yes.
Devoted Herald,
that would have
game
made a huge difference
kind
here.
of changes things, yeah.
We
but,
got 3 Nannies in his opening hand over there for Alec. Donald, it looks like he only altered maybe 2 cards. Alec really thinking here what he wants to do. Donald is going to be going first this game. I'm sure that he's if Donald only altered 2 or 3 cards, he surely must have the Diablo Devoted Herald.
I would think so.
I feel like as an Emerald
That's a good
Steel
call.
player,
Yeah.
if you do not have that line of turn 1 Diablo and then being able to have a song and the shift on turn 2, you are doing a hard altar.
Hardest altar
Yes.
possible for
Yeah.
that.
So I think we can expect to see that line from Donald here, and he's going to be on the play, which, that's going to be rough for Alec to deal with.
Yeah, I will say also there are a few instances I've seen when your opponent is playing
Ooh.
things like, the Headless
Headless
Horseman.
Horseman.
What a surprise. The Cursed Rider hitting the Inkwell. We haven't seen him yet, but maybe we will soon, as the Maleficent Spy will once again spy the hand here. And what I was saying is sometimes I've heard players say, I'm not going to hard alter even though I don't have the exact setup I
Okay.
want, just so I don't grab a song back that
Sure.
my opponent can then Ursula. But, I mean, who knows?
Yeah,
When you're on the play, it's a little different too, though, because you can kind of get your stuff out and play the songs before.
Yeah, I think also with that Emerald Steel combo, like that, and I remember talking with some players too and saying even that turn 1 Diablo is almost more important than the shift Diablo.
Yeah.
So I think that those Emerald Steel players really are going to hard alter as much as they possible to get those cards in hand. We have Bobby Zimmerowski, Spray Cheese Kid going into the Inkwell. We are going to play a Daisy Duck Donald's date out on turn 1. And of course, every time she quests, if she gets a non-character card, it's going into the Inkwell. We're going to take a look again.
I have
Why
not seen a song yet out of Alex's deck.
No.
I think Donald just likes looking.
Yeah.
I think Donald just yeah.
But unfortunately, we didn't get that turn 2 shift Diablo.
Unfortunately, we did not. I mean, who knows what Donald has? If there is an Ursula in the hand of Alec, then I guess we will find out in just a moment. But Donald does not fan out his cards. He is a gamer. He's putting his cards down and guarding them.
These are men.
Is this an Enchanted Chernabog I see?
Oh, it is. This is the Cherna Dogs deck, and we are not playing out Ursula. We're going to play out Grandmother Willow, which will give us a discount. We get to pay 1 less for the next character, and he's going to play another 1 cost for free, and it's going to be a prince here. That 0-2 questing for 2. But yeah, it was an Enchanted Chernabog.
Wow. Great looking deck, Alec. And the epic Grandmother Willow to boot.
Yes.
We always got to decide, do we want to quest the Daisy Duck? And this is why we don't want to do it sometimes, is because now we've given Donald an extra card.
Yep. Yeah, if it was a song, it would be going into the discard, but instead he got that Diablo Stone Servant. And also, here we have Diablo Devoted Herald being shifted this turn, and also we're playing out that Ursula Deceiver of All.
And he is going to take an additional draw off of that Devoted Herald. Wow, what a turn for Donald. He is firmly in position here to take control of this game, being on the play, finding his songs, not having the Ursula come down to snipe away one of the songs. And, oh no, we are going to get...
And we get Strength of a Raging Fire with Ursula Deceiver. She says, he said, let me take a peek at that hand. And we do get that out. And that Strength of Raging Fire would have been huge on Donald's next turn. So Alec, luckily able to get it out into the discard.
Yeah, I mean, heads up play here from Alec saying, okay, you discarded a song, but the chances are, because you're playing this Diablo package, you got more actions, you got more songs that I will be able to take away from you.
You know, I wonder, because Alec had that Ursula in his opening hand. I wonder if he was saving it for when Ursula Deceiver of All came down, knowing that he could take a song out of hand, you know, before Ursula could double sing it. But Daisy, unfortunately, giving Donald another card in hand.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate there. I mean... that was also another contributing factor, I'd say, of last game, is that the Daisies almost exclusively hit songs.
Yeah, and we got another Daisy coming down, as well as another character up there at the top that we can't quite see. But Alec really flooding the board here, building up his glimmers. His gang of glimmers is here at the Enchanted Citrus Clash.
Man, I mean, and if I'm Alec, I mean, yeah, I think go wide and... quest out and pray. I think that's all you can do here. Donald quickly reminding that the Ursula came down this turn. And I don't care who you are, Rebecca. I can't make out what that last card is.
I don't know.
We're good? We ain't that good.
It is firmly behind that graphic. We are sorry, but it's something good there, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure it's something great.
We got music coming down, and the storm rage on. The storm is going to be raging here as Ursula Deceiver of All is going to double sing it, doing 2 damage onto both the prince, and you get to draw 2 cards.
Oh. Man, I mean, what a back-breaking turn here. We take out 2 huge cards.
Oh!
Oh!
And we're going to sing also with the Diablo Devoted Herald, another Strength Raging Fire, and again Trigger. And wow, we just cleared Alec's side of the board. What a turn that was from Donald. The Emerald Steel deck doing the thing. Ursula singing the songs, and Alec, who was looking in such a good position, now having to stare down Donald's glimmers.
And it was the double, triple whammy of two songs.
Two songs.
Being sung, one of them being sung by Ursula, Deceiver of All, so it can be sung twice, and then bouncing back the additional 3 cards to Alec's hand to keep him off of the board here. If Donald is able to find another song here, it's basically game over, I would say, because not only will you be able to remove something, you'll be able to keep bouncing things back here. Yeah. Oh, okay. Another Diablo comes down.
Oh, there's that Chernobog that we knew was in Alec's hand. Now Donald knows it's in Alec's hand. We do.
And we got
the song. We can bring the song back. Such a great ability. You can pay when you bring back a song that costs 3 or less. And we're going to double sing it with Ursula. So we have more characters going into the discard, which is great for that Chernobog. And we are also going to bounce back Ursula Deceiver with the Muse's ability.
Which is not great for the Chernobog.
No.
That's almost what you hate to see.
We want him in the discard. So there are now 5 cards in the discard. He has 3 ink.
I think it's 4 ink, if I'm not mistaken.
4 ink. Yes, excuse me.
Which means he can ink
he
one
could
and
ink
then
one and
play out the Chernobog. We could see it. But does he do it?
Does he do it? I don't know. I mean, I love to see a Chernobog come down, but is that the right play here?
Alec shaking his head a little bit there. I mean, we've all been here where your opponent just has an overwhelming amount of characters. Yeah, another head shake here. I mean, I've had this posture so many times during a set champs, right, where I'm like, I think it's absolutely over, but it's still only 7-4, so let's see what happens. And that's kind of the – I will say playing against Emerald Steel, it's a little bit of insult to injury because most of their characters only quest for 1.
Right,
So it's just this – you're just watching your opponent slowly cross the finish line as you're just like blocked.
It's like you're in slow motion.
Yeah, you're going sloth mode. Meanwhile, they're going turtle mode and still beating you. You're like, no!
Then that Chernobog Evildoer is indeed coming down, shuffling all of those characters back into his deck, and now we have this huge character on board that quests for 3. But is that going to be enough for Alec? I'm not sure. I think that Diablo Devoted Herald drawing Donald cards, helping him find what he needs is still going to be a problem for Alec.
I would agree. And this is the interesting thing, right? Like Chernobog Evildoer, the reason
also he just
he's another max.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
No. He had bounced back his own max goof with the Muses so he can just continue the loop. I mean, what a genius strategy here from Donald. And we just take out the Chernobog.
Wow.
Clean takeout with the strength of a Raging Fire, and now Alec is basically done. I mean, the reason why I was so surprised to see the Chernobog was, say, Alec brings up a Lady Miss Park Avenue, right? You don't typically see both of those cards in the deck as Alec gives the handshake, shakes the head, and what can you do? I mean, brilliantly played by both players.
Really, really well played. And I have to be honest, I'm glad to see dogs go down a little bit. Okay, listen, I think that Emerald Steel deck was a really great move for Donald to bring to this Infinity event. We know that the dogs are out there, right? The dogs are running around. They're doing the thing.
Yeah, they're sniffing at trees.
Yes, they are barking all over the place. And so Donald said, all right, well then, I'm going to bring Emerald Steel because guess what? Emerald Steel can take the dogs down, and Donald seems to be taking it down here at the Enchanted Citrus Clash.
That is a very smart thing you just said there. I mean, Emerald Amber, right, has been dominating the meta thus far. We are still so new to this Infinity format, still so new to Wilds Unknown, but last week we had the last couple weeks we've had a few Infinity tournaments that have been sort of alpha dogged by the dogs. So bringing a deck that you say, this is pretty good into the dogs, I think is a very smart choice. Maybe that was part of Donald's strategy. Maybe he came in thinking a lot of people going to be on this Emerald Amber. Right.
And there are. I was walking around yesterday at those top tables at the end of the day, and there definitely were a lot of Amber Emerald decks. Now, not all of them are dogs, of course. You have 2 or even 3 different, strategies in the
We
Amber
saw the third
Emerald.
from Sky
Yes,
yesterday.
yeah, that was wild. The songs deck, and so maybe even more than, right? Because you kind of do have like traditional dogs, like the Cherno dog deck that we saw here. You also have Snowfort in Amber Emerald.
Yep.
You have that crazy song version that Sky was playing. There's also a discard version of
Yeah.
Amber Emerald that could be out there. So there's a lot of different strategies within that ink pairing. So yes, there's a lot of Amber Emerald out there, but that's not all the same deck. We are going to have later today. We do have the decks that we're going to be able to take a look at. What the breakdown was yesterday.
Oh, they're going to be posted?
So they're going to be posted on Inkdex later, but
Gotcha.
we are going to, for the stream, we should be able to let you all know that are watching kind of what the meta breakdown was here at Enchanted Citrus Clash, because I know that is something that people really love to know. What was the breakdown in the room? How many Amber Emerald decks are there in the room? And how many Blurple decks are people still playing?
How many Blurple decks still made it? I think that's a good question, too.
How
many are there and how many made it to the top 16 is a great one. I do believe that we have an interview with the winner of that last round, so I would like to throw it over to Garrick in the booth and talk to our champ of this round.
Let's go.
Hello, everybody. This is Garrick. We are at the Enchanted Citrus Clash, and I am with the winner of the last round, playing the Emerald Steel, bringing it back. I feel like a lot of people thought that the deck was not what it used to be, but you're out here, you're proving them wrong. And the specific question I want to ask is, was that deck max rarity?
Almost.
Almost? What are we missing? We need to get the last few cards in there.
I know. I'm missing a foiled Japanese Strength of the Raging Fire.
That's it. If you have one and you're in the building, bring it to us ASAP. But no, Emerald Steel, is it something that you've been on for a long time? I see the Lorcana Lounge hat. We know that the Loungers are big fans of Emerald Steel over there. Is that just a deck that your community thought would come in here and do really well because it is good against those aggro strategies? We saw how well Ursula Deceiver of All did in that match, as well as the Muses.
Yeah, I've been an Emerald Steel pilot basically since like set 3. It was kind of my calling card through pre-rotation. And once we got a chance to play it again in Infinity, it was kind of the first deck I wanted to give a shot to. And the reality was, like, I think with the way the meta was shaping up, it was a deck that I think could take advantage of what people were going to play and play highly at the top tables.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm really interested in the Headless Horseman inclusion. Sky and I had talked about it a little bit over this past week, but I wanted to talk to somebody that was actually playing the deck, testing it. What is the reason for that inclusion? Where do you find that it is super helpful?
Yeah, so it came out a little bit as a meme. I want to shout out Tomas because he lost to it on a platform online and was just showing it off as someone like just doing something crazy. And I put it in the deck as a replacement for the beasts and the space pirate Petes, just big bodies that could challenge if needed. And it turns out that the 4/4 bodyguard is actually pretty relevant in a lot of matchups because it creates this double layers of bodyguards for your Prince Johns and your Ursulas to quest more aggressively, sing more aggressively, being able to take advantage of their abilities for multiple turns in a row really is how you win the tempo battles against all the aggro decks and how you can race the control decks and the mid-range decks in the format. And then once you shift the big bodyguard, shift the big horseman, and you draw 6 cards off of it, it just feels amazing. So it's like one of those highs.
Yeah, and with so many actions in the deck, surely you're able to take advantage of that ability really well. I think the deck is super cool. I like how it has evolved and changed. It hasn't stagnated. You guys have taken a look at what is working in the meta and tried to attack it, and we saw it work really well in that round, and of course it's been working well for you over the course of the tournament. How have the matches been for you throughout this tournament? Obviously you're doing really well, but have you been seeing a lot of matchups that you expected to see and wanted to see?
Yeah, I think really we were trying to tackle the green-yellow aggro decks and the red-blue kind of shark decks, and that's kind of basically what I've seen this entire tournament. I played the aggro deck 3 times now, and the shark deck and item version of it 3 times as well, and then was able to win a Steel Song matchup that's more of a little 50-50. So been happy with the way the matchups have played out. Been happy with kind of the way the decks performed. So want to show that it's still alive.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing about Infinity. We've been talking about it all weekend. You can bring something that you're really good at piloting, that you believe in, and that can attack the meta and do really well, and you're doing just that. So congratulations on your big win. I'm sure we're going to see you soon here in Top Cut, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. Do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, no, I want to shout out my home store and my sponsor, Red Saber Games. They're a big advocate in the community. They've been pushing Lorcana since its inception, and they've been really a great asset for me here locally. And then I want to shout out the Lorcana Lounge. They've obviously been a great community to bounce ideas off of, give me validation, give me insights and kind of advice. And so they've really kind of leveled up my game over the last half a year or so.
Yeah, shout out to the Lorcana Loungers, a great community out there. Again, congratulations. Good luck the rest of the tournament. We are going to send it back to Rebecca and Brent, who are going to get you prepped and ready for the next round, round number 8.
Shout out to Red Saber Games, indeed. Rob, yo, hope you're watching, brother. That was actually the first store that I ever played first large, big tournament in. It was during set 3.
Fantastic.
And I was so nervous, and
Was it a
everybody
set
was
champs?
cool. No, it wasn't even a set champs.
Okay.
They were just randomly we're going to do a 1K.
Tournament.
And I was
Okay.
like, a 1K?
I'll do it.
That sounds so crazy. And I, by the luck of the gods, ended up in top 8 there and had a
Hey.
great time. And it made me say, maybe I can do some of this competitive stuff. And a few months later was Vegas DLC, and it went from there. So maybe without Red Saber, I wouldn't be here.
You wouldn't be here. It does seem like the Southern California community is thriving here. The Disney Lorcana community down here is so fantastic. There's so many great teams and so many incredible stores. I know that Judge Phil is involved in a lot of what is it? The IE.
IE, yeah.
Right? And that there's just such a fantastic network community of people down here. And they have showed up this weekend here at the Enchanted Citrus class. SoCal has showed up, but people are showing up from all over. Somebody was here from Canada.
Wow, what?
Yeah, and we have people traveling from all over. We
Colorado,
talked,
I signed somebody's
Nebraska,
mat yesterday,
all over. So there are people that are here because that CCQ spot is up for grabs. Brent, people want to go to Disneyland. They want to play in the North American Championships. They want their chance to get those prizes and an invite even to Worlds.
And who doesn't want to come down to San Diego?
Who doesn't?
Who
On
doesn't
Memorial
wanna
Day
come on?
weekend.
Come on now.
Sunny San Diego. It's beautiful out. It's been a wonderful weekend. And of course, we want to give a shout out to all of the wonderful sponsors for the Enchanted Citrus Clash. This is an incredible event. So many fun things going on. And it wouldn't be possible without all of those sponsors, and especially the premier partner, Top Choice Gaming, for bringing this event here, but so many other sponsors as well. We've got Tier 1 Gaming, we've got Lorcana Goons, we've got Infinity Cards, Secret Stash of Cards, Trader Sam's, and then, of course, Salty Ducks, Lorcana Fran, who big shout out to Lorcana Fran, because not only is she a sponsor, she is the head TO of this. And I just have to say, shout out, we love to see a girly TO.
We
right?
do.
Listen, so shout out.
She reached out to me so ahead of time on this too, and I was immediately yes.
Immediately, yes.
Not even thinking about it. So many of the names on this sponsorship list are names that I'm familiar with, names that I've seen around, names of stores that I visited or teams that I know. Let's talk about Lorcana Luke. Shout outs. Kraken Dice. I've heard of you. I've played with some of your dice before. Marcus. No last name. I'm sure we've run into you, but thank you, Marcus. Mando's Bounty, Tria Arts, 4 Tarot Bites, and Nakoshi. Thank you so much for sponsoring such a lovely event. I mean, what are some of the highlights, you would say?
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yeah, for the people who can't be here, paint a little bit of the picture here, Rebecca.
There's so much going on in this venue. Of course, there's the tournament. We've got side events going on. I walked into one of the rooms in the back yesterday, and I was like, what's going on back here? They were doing a Disney trivia showdown, and I did not want to leave that room because I love Disney trivia. I'm like, can I just hang out in here and do this? Because this is super super fun. We also had the Disney Bound contest yesterday, which you and I got to host. Unfortunately, we weren't able to bring that to the viewers on the stream, but it was so much fun doing the Disney Bound contest.
Shout out Chip and Dale. I
Chip and
actually have a small
Dale.
follow-up to that.
Do you?
I
wanna
ran
hear
into
it.
them in the elevator this morning at the
amazing.
hotel. They were and their dad came over and said, "Hey, you're Brent, right?" I was like, "Yeah. What's up?" And they were like, "Yeah, we were hoping to get your signature on this mat. We're trying to get the signatures. They got a little nervous yesterday during the event, so we didn't ask." They're both playing in the juniors tournament
that's
today.
Right. Yes. So we have, of course, the last 2 rounds of Swiss top cut of the Infinity tournament, but we have a junior tournament and also a core 3K tournament happening.
Dad was
today.
playing in the core
Is he playing in
constructed.
the core?
So he's playing in the core. The kids are playing in the
juniors.
My wife teared up a little bit this morning when we were talking about it. She said, "I just love a family that's playing Disney Lorcana together."
So many families. I've seen people of all ages out there at this event, walking around the vendor booths, going to see the artists, and just having a blast, Brent.
Agreed. And I mean, we love JDZ Quest. Production pulled an alien Enchanted
Oh, my
yesterday. We were just standing in the back, and
All of us were like,
we just
"Whoa,"
see
so
a
we see
dance
alien-
happening, and I was like, "What's going
What's
on?
happening?
What?"
What is it?
Just shows the
Alien
alien Enchanted.
Enchanted.
Garrett comes up. He says, "Oh, can I see?" He grabs it, immediately drops it.
Did he really?
He fumbles.
Wait, he did?
He
He
fumbled.
fumbled the
He-
Enchanted?
Look, he recovered it. But
Oh,
but this was the chain of events. He
man.
goes, "Oh, you got an
Garrett.
alien? No way. Let me see."
I did not know that.
That card fell in slow motion. We all were like, "Oh
my
no."
Goodness.
It's like those paper towel
gracious.
commercials when you see the drink spilling and they're freaking out in real time. That was us. That was all. Shout outs, Garrick. Love you, buddy. But that was the funniest moment to me of the
my
weekend.
Goodness. Honestly, this team has been incredible to work with. We got you, Brent. You are incredible always, and it's such a joy working with you.
And you.
Shout out. Oh, thank you.
We're so lucky to
Garrett,
have you, dude.
God.
I know you're busy. You're doing the social media thing full time now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I'm so grateful that you wanted to come down for the
Yes.
weekend.
100%. Same, right? Fran reached out, Cassie reached out, and I said immediately yes.
Yeah.
I want to be here. I want to be at the Enchanted Citrus Clash. So they have got together an amazing team to bring you all, the viewers at home, an amazing broadcast. Shout out to JDZ once again for doing all the production and everything and making this stream so incredible for everyone watching at home. You guys do not even know like all the stuff that he does behind the scenes, JDZ and production, and it is incredible what they do. The quality spectacular, and then of course JDZ in the booth. Come on. He's one of the best out here. So
Oh my
we got an incredible team. And then, of course, Liam, who couldn't join us in person, but we are so, so glad that Liam is able to join us virtually. It almost is like he's here. The magic of the stream.
I was joking. He's like a whisper in the well.
Literally, he is a whisper that we have summoned.
Yeah.
We have cast Liam into the booth to join us.
We
So-
said his name 3 times and he showed up.
And
Yeah,
we
he
clicked
just
our
appeared.
heels.
Yeah, we clicked our heels. Yeah, we're both wearing ruby slippers. Exactly.
That you can't.
Oh, Liam.
Speaking of,
We did say his name 3 times.
We did. I clicked my heels.
I was clicking my heels too. That's
then
no wonder.
And then he was here.
Wait,
It's
he's so
incredible.
small. Can you make him like really big?
No, he's
Make him
kind of-
huge.
Oh my
yeah,
goodness.
make him.
Wow. The whisper. It came from the well, and there he is.
Hi.
And goodbye.
Someone
Liam,
make an
goodbye.
art of Liam being a whisper, please. Please. Yeah, we all need to see this.
On a card?
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to see a Disney Lorcana-like card, but it's
Liam is, but
as the
Liam as a
whisper.
whisper.
That would be
Liam
incredible.
as a whisper. Wait, what's his boost ability? Boost, and then he shows up in the booth.
Cries during
Yeah.
Lorcana games.
What? Oh my goodness. No, you don't have to boost for that. That's just a static ability.
yeah, it would.
That's
And
That's fair. I'd argue with you, but that's fair.
I love that
Um,
we can make jokes like that.
Yes.
That's
I'm so
Liam, we
dumb.
are so
wonder how-
Static. I love it. Look at Liam. Oh my gosh, look at this little guy.
Look at this little guy.
His
He's
his
just a-
his
just a
flavor
little guy.
his surname would be Liam, expecting dad. That would
there
be
you go.
it.
It
Which is why he
is.
can't be here this
Yes.
weekend. We miss you, buddy. We wish
do.
that we could hug you in person, but we'll have to settle for
this.
patting the top of your tiny.
We have to settle for this.
Someone screenshot
Screenshot.
this and send it to
Screenshot it.
Ravensburger. I can't do it, dude. That's too funny.
Brent's losing it
Garrick,
here. We are.
Dude, I think Garrick and Liam are going next. Can you please make Liam just huge in comparison to Garrick? Can you? I just want giant Liam.
Giant
You
Liam.
You
We have
put me on his
tiny
shoulder
Liam.
like Iago.
Oh my goodness gracious.
So silly.
Oh
We were
my
playing around with the
goodness.
effects yesterday. I was like, oh, man. All right. Well, with all that said, I do think that we will go to a quick break as we get Liam and Garrick in here. Don't go anywhere, folks. Round 8, the final round of Swiss coming right up. We'll see you in a bit.
Greetings and salutations again, my fellow Lumineers, and we are back live at the Enchanted Citrus Clash here in beautiful and sunny Southern California. San Diego is on the map today. Joining me here and present is Liam, who is not here. Okay, he's actually here. He teleported. Liam, how have you been,
Disney
my good
Magic doing
friend?
well. I took the break. I've got, so most people don't know this. I've got a lot of Disney artifacts scattered around my office, and I had to go find one of Alice's little potions from the Alice in Wonderland to grow between that last bit and now. So here I am, full size. But no, I really, really appreciate you all taking the time to teleport me in. I am so upset that I can't be there in person. This, from everything everybody says, sounds like a DLC light.
It does.
And just with the energy, the spirit, everything going on, the artists with you all. So I'm just really glad to be a part of it, even though I can't be there. But like all of you watching on Twitch, I'm here virtually, there in spirit. And yeah, I appreciate you.
Absolutely, Liam. You are beloved by this community, so any opportunity I have to work with you and have you feel like you're here, I think it is value added always. So thank you for doing this. Thank you for taking the time to be a part of this. But man, oh man, I think you undersold the plot a little bit because this event has been nothing short of spectacular. You walk up and down these venue hall floors and you see just the community love. It's vibrant, it's color, it's magic, it's wonder, it's everything you would imagine a DLC to be, but light. And I mentioned this yesterday. I think the rest of these CCQs, you guys got to wake up. The West Coast is absolutely mogging on the rest of the community when it comes to these CCQs with the love and the amount of effort that goes into this. This is a Disney Lorcana first event, and you can feel that on every little aspect. There's so much attention to detail. There's so much care and commitment to every little piece of this. So huge shout out to Fran, huge shout out to Cassie, huge shout out to Alex, huge shout out to everybody on the staff because it is nothing short of magical what they've put together in this event. So I'm so proud to be a part of this thing, and I can't wait for the Enchanted Citrus Clash Part 2, and we can see where we can take it to on the next level.
Yeah, and it's, what amazes me about this event, and this has been the case with several CCQs like the Glimmer Games and Enchanted Citrus Clashes. These are folks who are community members. Some of them are content creators, some of them are a little more involved than others. Some of them are just players, though. And they said, look, Ravensburger's doing the CCQ thing. We think we can do it, and we want to do this for our community. And a bunch of folks came together to pull this off. And so, if you're out there somewhere in the country and you're like, you know what, I really, really wish there was one of these in Connecticut, or I really wish we could do this in Ohio or wherever. This is something that you two can do. So yeah, get together with your community members, reach out to some of these folks who've organized these events. Reach out to JD on the production side if you need any help there, and you can pull these off as well. And that's one of the things that I love about this community are all these homegrown events where people are doing this really out of love for the game and love for the community, and it's just really great to see.
It's been nothing. It's been an incredible experience, and like I said, this is basically my full time gig at this point. I travel, and I have the fortunate pleasure to attend a ton of Disney Lorcana events, and this one is at the very very top of tournaments that I've gone to. But unfortunately for everyone, you can't make it to every event. So I want to thank you all for being out here watching this tournament at home, all over the world, wherever you are. We see the chats are absolutely rocking and rolling. We are streaming on JDT Quest on Twitch, but if you prefer YouTube, we're also on YouTube as well on Rebecca Quest on YouTube. So make sure you guys throw her a like, throw her a comment, throw her a follow, throw me a comment, throw me a follow, whatever you want to do to engage with the program. Open up both. The real ones have both open.
Right, you got a phone, you got a TV, and a computer.
As we are, trying to just grow this thing, and we're on YouTube, and I'm getting word from the production myself is that YouTube only has 6 likes, which is absolutely preposterous. Okay, that is completely ridiculous and uncouth. Okay, so if you're on YouTube, first of all, wake up. Wake up. Okay, let's put a like on the stream real quick on the YouTube side and share the stream as we're trying to support everyone who supports us. So Twitch, you guys are doing great. Okay, Twitch, you guys are doing fine. Continue to do what you're doing. YouTube, wake up. Let's get some likes on the YouTube, please, as we are trying to push this thing to the next level. It does help algorithmically push it out, and we're just trying to do this to introduce more people to the game of Lorcana, of which we all know and love. So thank you all for doing that.
Yeah, it's goodness gracious, like Lorcana is a game that it's almost 3 years old now. It survived that 2 year hump, which a lot of TCGs don't, because of, and I think it's largely because of, one, the way that the care that the Ravensburger team has put into the game, and the way that they've shown that they respond to community feedback and continue to try to push the game in new directions and make it better. But a bigger reason is perhaps the fact that we as a community have embraced this game and taken it upon ourselves to introduce this game that we love to new people, to bring new players into the game, to try to get our LGSs to support and to put on events like this. So yeah. So
Yeah.
if you're out there, this community driven event that we're all trying to push to you, yeah, spread the word. Give it a
Yeah, I
little,
mean,
give it
and
a
that's
little love.
that is Liam. That is a very
Yeah.
fair point. Like, no one is asking us to do this. Like, no one is saying, "Hey, you must do this. This is a requirement. You need to do." No one is saying you. This is all people who love the same thing,
It's
and we're
true.
all trying to grow this thing. And I think it's important that we help each other by sharing. And if you want it to be great, you have to be a part of that process of making it great. And you're doing it as well. Make sure you guys are following the Illuminatiers as well. Hit them with a follow. Hit them with a subscription. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps you become closer to the people who want to keep pushing this game forward. I think it's very, very important. As Liam got the Liam post, I'm taking
Thank
that. By the
you.
way, we're locked in. There it is. There it is.
Yeah.
There it
This
is.
is how I log in.
There it is. Lock in with love. There it is.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's a ton of fun, and I will say too, like streaming into the event's been fun, hearing everything going on, but also, I did the math. I'm no mathematician,
Hmm.
but I went on Inkdex yesterday. I went around, I did a little Googles, and I'm pretty sure that this is the biggest Infinity event there has ever been in the world.
Yep.
Over 200 players jamming Infinity, this format, which is really being deep dove and explored for the first time, going into this DLC here in a few weeks. So it's really, really fascinating to see now that there's a CCQ spot on the line and that everybody's preparing for the DLC in Indy, where people are taking this format. And I'm not going to lie, there was a lot of chatter going into this Infinity season, we'll call it, about the decks that were just going to tear everybody apart, the
Hmm.
decks that were unbeatable. Everybody looked back at the meta and cards that were rotated out like previous metas and said, now that we've got Popsicle back, now that we've got Hiram back, no, never mind. Now that we've got Diablo back, now
Too
that we've
soon.
got,
Too soon. Too
too
soon.
soon. Now that we've got these powerful cards back, like these are the decks that are just going to run rampant. And JD, like from what I've seen, this format does have some like incredibly powerful decks, but it's a lot more wide open than I think people initially gave it credit for.
That's a very Liam. I couldn't say it better myself. I think that is a very fair assessment. People thought they knew what they knew before Infinity was even, brought forth. They thought that it was just going to be solved and resolved. There's no point. It's going to be Amber Steel. It's going to be Green Steel. It's going to be Ruby Sapphire. It's going to be whatever. And let's just not even try.
Yeah.
Well, now the people have realized that if you actually try, if you actually put the time and effort in, just like Anadi Day just said in the previous round, shout out to Donald, another player who I think is going to always carefully craft a good deck and try to put in the work and try to not just give up. You can't rest on your laurels. You can't just give up and mail it in. You get out there and put in the work and you will get the results back. And I think this Infinity format is an indicator of that. If you're a true deck builder, if you're a true gamer, you can figure this thing out and give yourself a serious advantage in certain matchups. And I think it has just been super incredible. I've been completely reverted on my take. I was one of those people, Liam, like you said, I was a naysayer originally. I thought I knew everything.
No.
I was, Liam. I'm going to be completely honest. I was an Infinity denier, okay? I was like, I don't think it's going to be good. I don't know why we're doing this, Infinity. Blah, blah, blah. Now I'm seeing it. I was like, I have never been so happy to be so wrong about a situation because I was very incorrect. Infinity format seems like it is wide open. Anything is possible. You can play aggressive. You can play mid-range. You can play control. You can play combo. You can play literally anything you want to do, but it's going to require you to do some analysis, play the game, build your deck, train, study, learn, rehearse, coordinate, and then get lucky. And that's all you can ask for in a trading card game in any capacity.
That's true. The other thing I like about the format, kind of building off what you said, is in every meta that we've had, there are these spaces for really creative decks to come in. For example, like every tournament that I've seen Josh Pult go to, the guy brings in something off the wall, something weird. Sometimes he wins a DLC with it, like in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And sometimes he gets close. Like I think it was Richmond that he brought in a Amber Sapphire deck that was just totally weird. It wasn't like the Amber Sapphire decks everybody else was running. It was a weird one. Was that the Milwaukee or Richmond? I forget. No, in Milwaukee he ran a dog circle of life deck that was also kind of spicy. But and he always makes it like one away from the top cut, or makes the top cut with these one-off decks. And there's other players who do it too. You look at Zan, who brought in like the one-turn win deck to some of these tournaments and ended up winning CCS, and he was the only one playing it. And there's one other person, teammate, playing it, but there are always these avenues for creative deck builders to find a seam and to do really well in these tournaments. I think because Infinity is kind of open and not solved, there's more lanes and there's more avenues, and people can bring in things like Ruby Steel weird decks that we saw. Omnidroids, you know?
Omnidroid. If you would have told me,
Yeah.
hey, JD, man, going into the Infinity format, you will see Ruby Steel, Omnidroid, Syndrome deck, and it's going to beat somebody. It's going to beat the best deck that everyone projects to be the best deck. I was like, you're insane. I don't believe you. And I have never been more. Again, I'm wrong. I'm happy to be wrong in these types of scenarios because that just proves that people can get out there. If you put in the work you can reap the rewards. And another thing I've noticed, and I pointed this out yesterday as well, is when people do unfortunately lose. Okay, when they don't win, it's not as often as they say, hey, I lost because my opponent, I didn't get this, I didn't have this, I didn't have this, my opponent did that, I didn't have a chance. In Infinity format, what I've noticed is when people do lose, it feels like they had a bit more control on the outcome of that match. It's like, hey, I should have inked this, or hey, I should have sang this song at this time, I should have bounced this card at this time. I had these decisions that I could have made that would have sent me down a course that was different than the course that I went on because of my own input. And you can accept a loss like that much more easier than if you, hey, I couldn't do anything. My opponent just had everything. I couldn't even play. I played right into their curve, and they just blew me out. And that still can happen in Infinity format. I'm saying that's not impossible to happen, but it happens, in my opinion, at a much less frequent clip because of the card's power level and because of the decisions that are there. There are much more intricate decisions that have to be made in Infinity, not just in deck building, but in your inking and how you negotiate that mid to late game versus the core constructed format where everything can kind of be very rudimentary and the end game can be a little bit stagnant because of just the lack of power in that game and the solveness sometimes.
I think there's actually really something to this that you're highlighting, and I think the way I would describe it is in core constructed, what always happens is because the card pool is a lot more limited, we end up settling on kind of our tier list, and we know kind of the S tier decks and or the A tier decks as well. All those 4 or 5 that are at the top, sometimes 3 that are at the top, sometimes 1. Looking at you, Floodborn meta, but because of that, the lines in those decks, and because Lorcana is so consistent with its hand alter, the lines in those decks are fairly well known.
Right.
If you're Blurple playing Amethyst Steel, that in general you want to go dit, 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 and that is the sequence. And when you don't hit that sequence because of card draw or your opponent disrupts your plan, it's easy to find exactly where it went wrong and to say, you know what, my deck didn't give me ramp, I lost the game. Or, I didn't get the Genie on 4, so I lost the game. Or I didn't have the Iago on 4, so I lost the game. But in Infinity, not only is it very wide open in terms of meta decks, but even within each color, there's so much variety. We've seen like 3 different versions of Amber Emerald from, Sky's version where he's doing the discardy craziness, and we've seen dogs, and then we've seen the other like weird Snowfort versions, and even in Blurple, like there's Blurple decks in Infinity running Tamatoas and Popsicles, which is not something we've seen since those cards rotated out. So like, I think, or I'm sorry, since Popsicle rotated out, Tamatoa's doing its thing, but
he might as well be. He might as well live. I think you're right. He might as well rotate it out when Popsicle got rotated out because people aren't Tamatoing these days anymore.
That's right, and they're
shameful.
And some people, I'm crabby about it. But because the decks are like so wide open, it's a lot easier. It's exactly what you said. Those lines against these different decks, the script is not as clear, and so it leaves a lot more room for you to say, you know what, against this weird deck Sky just rolled out against me that I wasn't expecting with Kitas and whatever else, and 0 to hero, and I should have, now that I've seen it, I should have done these things on this turn with this weird deck that I've run.
Right.
I don't know. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense, and it absolutely makes sense, and it also rewards skill as well. Like, how well do you know this metagame? How well do you know this card pool? That counts, because if I go turn 1, Ink Ursula, play Daisy, you have in your head what's about to happen, but you don't really know what's about to happen. It can go a couple different ways from that point, just from that number. That you saw both of my colors, but like you said, it could go a variety of different ways, and that's going to affect how you can change your flight plan quickly on the fly. How fast can you adapt to realize what your opponent is trying to do and make those necessary counters? I think they're playing Snow Forts, and I ink the Ursula of my own, and they slam Ariel. you're going to feel bad because you just now threw of a card that you didn't know that you could have potentially have used. It's a small, very niche example, but those are the decisions that you have to be responsible for as a player. And now you have the opportunity to put in the additional work required to learn this vast, vast card pool, to learn this vast, vast metagame, and then to carefully construct your deck in a way to combat this metagame in a variety of different ways. And then you have to alter your hand, and then you have to play the games, and then you have to be able to adjust. And that's why these great players are separating themselves in the Infinity format. And it's very clear that the players that are good in core constructed are better in Infinity format, which is wild to say because they're able to do those same skills, and I think there's a multiplier there in the Infinity format. I could be wrong. I could be Cope. You know, I'm a king Cope around here, but
Yeah.
that's just how I feel, and I'm seeing the evidence very clearly.
No, I don't think you're wrong. And the other thing is, so I want to caveat this with, please don't be intimidated from the Infinity format if you're somebody
Yes.
who's joined the game fairly recently, because it's easy to figure. Well,
Yeah.
it takes some time to figure out, but you too can tackle Infinity if you want to. But Infinity does reward those players with a deeper knowledge of the card pool and who've been around the game a lot longer. Because even from turn one, when you see, ink a card, play a card, those two cards that you see immediately on turn one, if you're able to draw on your encyclopedia of knowledge of previous metagames, you can likely predict some of the cards that you're likely to see in the next few turns and understand at least somewhat what this deck is trying to do.
Hmm.
But it helps if you've seen, like the Diego Saz's Amber Emerald discard deck that won Toronto.
Hmm.
If you understand that deck and how it's supposed to work, then you understand what this deck is likely to do when you see that Amber Emerald combo, on turn one. So yeah, but don't be intimidated if you've
Yeah.
never played Infinity before, because it's fun.
And everyone has to start somewhere. You're never going to
Yeah.
start at the top of the mountain. You have to build somewhere. I'm saying this as I'm still getting cooked all the time. Like I watch a lot of Lorcana. I know the game quite well, but the execution is still not there. So I'm not saying like I'm the best player in the universe, because I still will get fried, and I very often get cooked when I'm playing Infinity format. But those are the skills that I understand are required in order to be at the top of that mountain. But again, you guys are not missing anything, though. Just to let you know, the little feedback, we are waiting in the wings for round number 7 to begin. We're going to find a great match for you guys. We have a little bit of time left. That last round did finish a little bit soon, so we're just kind of get that sorted. We have some matches going deeper into turns, and then everyone's getting sorted out. And we're going to get you guys that round 7 featured match, so please don't go anywhere. We're just kind of filling some time, having the JDD Quest Liam chat, a little dad chat out here. Dad chat with
Dad
JD
chat.
Quest and Liam.
That's
as
right.
We are waiting. Two dads.
Two
I'm an
dads.
old dad. He's a young dad. But he's
This
a
is-
young
this is-
dad who has young kids. But I'm an old dad who has old kids. I don't know. Dad chat coming to
There's a sitcom here in the making.
Dad chat.
Dad chat.
kids, right?
um,
No, I'm kidding.
yeah.
I'm joking.
That's
Dad chat.
dad
Chat
chat.
with
So
dads.
dads out there, you can engage in the hobby too.
All right, guys.
Old
Dad
kids, young
chat.
kids,
What's your favorite thing to do on a boat? I love to sit down. Dad chat.
dad chat.
Cleaning out the
Dad
garage,
chat.
right? Boxes. Open up the box.
You know what, JD? Speaking about I never throw away a good box. It's a thing.
I'm trying to
My
tell
wife
you.
hates it.
Because you're
I
a
get
dad.
boxes in the mail, like Amazon boxes or something. I'm like,
Cut
this is a
them
good
off.
box. I'm
This
gonna
is
use this for something.
Because you're a dad.
That's right.
Favorite things
You
you do in
never
the box.
know.
You never know. If you load it up, put it in the garage, huh?
That's true. Storage,
chat.
shipping.
Tie
Dad
a
chat.
knot. No,
Dad
okay,
rule number 22. Never throw away a good box.
There you go. You're first, folks. No. But seriously, yeah. So it's been really nice though, man. Hanging out here. We did get to see some Emerald Steel in the previous round as well. That's another strategy that in Infinity format, early on, I thought it was gonna be really good, and then quickly it realized that it was not as good. And now I see it starting to make a resurgence. What are some strategies that you're hoping to see maybe make way? I know you're an amethyst and emerald icon there, Liam. I know that's your go-to.
It
What
is.
are some strategies you're hoping to see make some headway in the Infinity format that are kind of under the radar right now?
I mean, well, one, if you'd asked me this before we saw the last round, I would say Emerald Steel, because I think the deck's very good. I think there's a variety of reasons why it is not the go-to deck for a lot of folks. But man, when you do, so I did a video this morning, which you made an appearance in. I actually posted this morning. It's really fun. Your bit was great. But I was going over the top 20 most powerful Disney Lorcana cards ever printed. And I surveyed a bunch of people. I did some analysis, whatever. A lot of bombs in Emerald.
Yeah.
Emerald has some of the best must-answer cards ever printed, from Ursula Deceiver of All to Diablo, Muses, Prince John, like all these cards that make you want to, throw up a little bit in your mouth when your opponent plays them against you,
Great.
because you have to answer them or else they're gone, or else the game's going to end because of the resource advantage that they provide you. And so, like, when you have all of those cards, which all kind of work together, by the way, in a single color, it is surprising to me that we haven't seen more of those incredible cards, packaged together in a deck, whether it's Emerald Steel or even like Emerald Amber, like what
Hmm.
Sky did, borrows a lot of those cards and pairs in, an Amber strategy with it. So Emerald Steel is one that as much as I hated playing against it, I like kind of missed seeing it in some of the other tournaments, and so glad to see that it's being dusted off there. As far as Amethyst Emerald, I would love to see that deck go. I would love to see a mid-range Amethyst Emerald tempo variant making use of all the Merlin cards, the goat bounces, all of that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it has the power level to compete.
Hmm.
But I think if you built it so you have some aggressive lines, if you put in like the Prince with Ward, like that 3/2, and you did some other things to enable you to push yourself to 11 or 12
Hmm.
lore in the early game as part of like
Webby
phase
Vanderquack
one.
comes to mind. That seemed
Webby,
like
Webby,
yeah.
decent card. If you can follow the strategy of getting to like 11, 12 lore in the early game with Curse Merfolk and other stuff to push yourself ahead, and then in the later game use things like goat bounces to close out the game, I think that's good. I also have not seen a Kit Cloud Kicker yet, which is a great way to ruin Dog's tempo and some of these other aggro decks. So I'd love to see somebody dust off an Amethyst Emerald deck and make it work. But I don't know. What about you?
It's very possible. I think there's a strategy that I would love to see, and it kind of picked up some steam before rotation, but I'm talking about an Amber and Sapphire deck. We know Amber Sapphire kind of assumed the control role in the core constructed format, but
Yeah.
I think there's a position for that deck
You
somewhere.
talking
It
about
just have to speed
princesses?
it up a little bit. But I think there is an aggressive deck that exists, or maybe even almost an aggressive to a mid-range type deck using the ward keyword and being able to quest aggressively. The Dale seemed like it fit quite nicely with all those chunky high willpower characters, the ability to use support, and I think there's something there. I mean, it's suffering on the card draw, yes, but it does have a ton of speed. And now we have the card,
Yeah.
the Ohana means family, and Rapunzel still exists. I think there has to be something there with like a nice aggro to mid-range ward. You got the Alice the Savvy Sailor. You do have a number of bodyguards in there as well. We saw a strategy like that really sneak attack a lot of people at the World Championship. Granted, there were some limitations there due to the nature of the be able to ban one deck, but a very aggressive, warded questing deck has to have some legs in this Infinity format, and I have not seen anyone experiment with that deck yet.
I actually I agree with you.
Hmm.
There's a deck that can definitely sneak some wins and do well. You're referring to Elie Vipierre's deck, if
Yes,
anybody's
yes.
interested. And actually, interestingly enough, as I see you go to the table, I will mention Josh Pult ran a version of that. That's the Amber Emerald deck that he brought into Richmond.
Right
So
on.
yeah, definitely a strategy. Anyway,
Well, here we go, Liam. Here it is. Round number 8 is underway. This is a win and in, and the winner of this round, or excuse me, the winner of this match will make their way into the top cut, getting to that top 16, pushing their way up to closer and closer to that North American Championship invite. On our right, we have Caesar. On our left, we have Adam, and I believe those are the deck lists from the previous round. So we're gonna get those updated for you guys here in just a moment. But the hand shuffles are in. The gum chewing is picking up space as we do feel. These are nerves, nerves, nerves. You can only imagine.
yeah, I mean these win and to be fair, like a lot of these players are on, I have to win this round or I am out for numerous rounds in a row. But it all comes down to this: all of your preparation, all of your rounds before this, all come down to this match right here, this moment. And so it's all on the line. And it's always fun to watch these winning matches. And I'm trying to get an eye. Oh, I see. Da. Is
Oh,
that?
looking on the right, I see that there looks like a shadow of a Kit Cloud kicker. You wanted to see him, and there he
Yes.
is. But we're
Oh
starting
no.
super aggressive with these amber cards coming on through with Lilo into Pudge. I didn't think I'd see that, Liam. And here it is, Pudge coming in from that Winter Spell set and being able to be played to the board when there is a Lilo in play for free.
Yeah, I haven't seen much. Pudge was revealed, and everyone was like, "Oh my goodness, Pudge is so good," and we didn't see much Pudge, and here he is. His card's a little fishy. He's a deity. He does control the weather, and yeah, he also comes in for free. So paired really well with this Lilo and aggressive start from Adam. But on the other side, we do see a Popsicle being played immediately, banished for that Bell Apprentice Inventor, who will come in for free. A great answer to an aggressive deck. Um, and now we see Grandmother Willow come in. This board's getting wide.
Yeah, this is a lot of speed coming in from Adam, as this is a very textbook start. We are starting turn one bell, as you stated, so that is a good counter, as we did, I believe, play another item. I believe that's a popsicle there again on two. So we would like to follow that up with a second bell to really establish some more bodies to this board. And we are going to deploy another popsicle. So just cycling more cards, looking for that bell. We don't find it, and a quick pass back on over to Adam, who is building a wide board. We see we have that Tramp Enterprising Dog, or excuse me, Street Smart Dog is in hand as well. Is it time to deploy,
brutal.
or are we going to keep building?
I mean, I think at this point that Tramp feels really good, and a really slow start from Caesar. Unfortunately, that Bell and turn one felt great, but no ramp on two, no other board presence, just throwing some popsicles out there, digging for cards. And if that Tramp comes out and is able to cycle and perhaps even find another Tramp or a Chernabog, things could snowball really quickly.
Oh yeah,
Let's
very
see
very
here.
problematic stuff. But I think we have that lady in hand, so maybe there's some thoughts from Adam just to potentially keep this board as wide as possible. Maybe you can go ahead and engage with this lady, or are you thinking about starting your quest campaign now and maybe get some cards off of this, and maybe losing some challenges to that Bell, the Apprentice Inventor. So decisions, these are the critical points that we talked about in the preamble, Liam. All these micro decisions add up over time, and let's see how Adam breaks this spot down. It's Tramp
Yeah,
time.
it has to be Tramp time. And here we're going to draw 4 cards, discard 4 cards. This is a chance now. Oh, there's a Chernabog off the top. We're going to discard 4 here. Another Tramp, if he finds that as well, would be incredibly cheap. And that's one of the things this deck loves to do is string together Tramps, fill your discard pile, play that Chernabog for free. This could get out of control quickly. And, unfortunately, Caesar's answer to this deck is generally to double ramp and try to find under the sea as fast as possible to shut down this kind of opening. But without a ramp on 2, I don't know. Things are starting to look pretty dire pretty quick.
Yeah, you could take that, or I believe if you're playing this Emerald and Sapphire deck, you probably could find some Oswald. Maybe you can get some cheap items out for free. Maybe you can get that Galactic Communicator down, some Radigan's Traps, keeping that lore total down. And then if you can survive, you just need to make it to the late game, to the mid to late game. You can start to find those under the siege. You can start to find those repetitive bounce packages to keep those cloud kickers moving. Maybe this deck can play the Merryweather. I think that is another, Mayor Bellwether, I believe is her name, to give these characters a little bit of reckless when you ink per turn. So you have some defense. Maybe you have Lewis in the deck. Reckless is a word that you may have to lean on. But if you don't find it soon, Liam, this game is going to be over before you get the opportunity to do any of that.
And I just go back to I think this deck wants to, I think every Sapphire deck wants to ramp on 2, and it stretches you. And here it is. We played the Tramp. Now we are questing. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on this turn. I'm not a mathematician, JD, but that is 1/4 of the way to victory, I believe.
Yeah. And Caesar is picking up the pace on that gum chewing a little bit, as we got a little hand on chin, really indicating that we might be in trouble central right here as the dogs are barking. This is a strategy that everyone has agreed on is one of the better strategies in all of Disney Lorcana Infinity and Core, based on that Tramp Street Smart Dog. Bell now getting a challenge in, taking down that Grandmother Willow, so you will have to pay a higher premium to bring out these powerful characters again. Popsicle can heal, but you need to establish something to this board, even if it's Fishbone Quill. Maybe we need to start accelerating a bit, Liam. I do agree.
Yeah, and choosing there to prioritize the ramp and the resource. Oh, there's Kit.
There he is.
I love it. I love a good Kit. There's some cards that look really tempting here. I do think so. Lady will quest for 3. We can send the Tramp back. Okay. So getting that off the board, that is the most well-statted character, but that does give that to Adam to play again. But you can see these cards working in concert. Tramp is expensive. He does get reduced for each character on the board. Adam down to a lower hand size, though. It does explain why he chose to prioritize the Grandmother Willow over that higher lore Lilo there, because that Tramp now will take an entire turn to play, most likely. But you've given him back that Tramp, which can fuel your discard pile, which is Chernabog fuel. He has discarded 1, but where there's 1, there's usually another one lurking.
Absolutely. You can find another tramp. So that is a dangerous plan. You're kind of gambling, and then Caesar has to really, I guess you really want to get that willpower off the board and that being able to quest for two. I think at this point in the game, you just want to slow down as we are going to take a sneak peek. It is the Galactic Communicator. We also have some Develop Your Brains as well as the Sapphire Coil. So Mowgli will allow Caesar to choose, and Caesar will elect to put the Uninkable from the hand to discard pile. It pairs nicely with that Tamatoa Happy as a Clam. You'll be able to return that Galactic Communicator, which is a card that you might want to use. As I believe Caesar's realizing that, making a quick change, you might have to get that Galactic Communicator deployed now and used in order to keep yourself in this game.
Yeah, I agree. It is one of the cards that definitely allow him to control the board. He does prioritize that, saving that coil, but perhaps inkability is
Yeah,
one of the considerations here. I think you great highlight there earlier, as we do see the Tramp Street Smart dog head to the
the
inkwell in
okay.
favor of the enterprising dog.
Yeah, I don't hate that either. I think you realize that Tramp might be a little too slow. I mean, your board, you could have naturally played it, I believe, for this turn if you had another inkable card. Ink the smaller Tramp, play the bigger Tramp again. I don't know if that feels better, but I guess you just want to get this Bell off the board because, like you said, Liam, that Under the Sea is a looming threat. So these three cost singers, Bell and the Kit Cloud Kicker, that's 6. So if you can play that Tamatoa in time or maybe find another Bell, your Under the Sea becomes a viable threat to you. So maybe the idea is getting that Bell off the board.
Yeah, maybe. And I also think that this decision is different if Caesar prioritized the Lilo last turn for the lure instead of the Willow. I think
Right.
if that Willow's on the board, I think the decision here might be different. But that one ink makes all the difference. Yeah, so Enterprising Dog, did he indicate yet which character he was?
He has not yet.
Okay.
I probably think he's going to give it to that Pudge to potentially take down the Bell, the Apprentice Magician. That's another thing I absolutely love this Lorcana
Okay.
about Liam is that the fact that we can say Tramp is going to buff a Pudge to
Fudge.
take down a Bell. Like, what is happening? What world are we in?
Tricky
I absolutely
fish.
love it. Yeah.
Tricky fish.
I love it. I mean, this is what we're authorized in this game, as we are going to take a time to develop our brain. Painful decision. Is it
Look,
the Oswald or is it
it
the Under the
is.
Sea?
Oh my goodness. And I mean, here's the thing, you got to stay alive a whole other turn, but that Under the Sea feels pretty good here.
It does. It
Oh my
does.
goodness.
You s-
And now he's like just a little bit more. And you pointed out last turn that Bell was a tempting target there to prevent that sing together eventually. Adam choosing not to remove it. And now Caesar is one other character away, likely, from being able to sing together that Under the Sea. So
Yeah,
we'll see if
I don't know if it was correct. I mean, if you get the Oswald, maybe there's a world you can top deck another one in the future. If you have a song, there's another Kid Cloud
another
Kicker,
kid.
Liam, right on time.
Yes,
So
I
this
love
is
that we talked about it before this game.
let's go.
Okay, sending that
And,
lady
we,
back.
and Liam, we are getting to the point now where Adam is going to need a Ursula Deceiver. I think he's got to
Mhm.
have it, or you can kind of see the writing is starting to materialize for Caesar. As again, the pace on that gum chewing is picking up some steam as he's hoping for
Coming out of
no
the teeth.
Ursula.
Yeah, he needs the Ursula now, and now it's just we know what's coming next turn. And now, JD, I'm not gonna lie, I did not see what he snapped. I suspect it was the End of the Sea. Did you?
Oh, he snapped the Undersea over the Oswald, and then
Okay,
he
we
had
did
the
see
Kid
that.
Cloud
Okay.
Kicker. So now we have Singer 9
Yep.
established. Adam head shaking because he realizes that this is a likely outcome if you can't reduce. So Adam now, hand fully pressed against forehead, realizing how much can I commit to this board in the face of an Under the Sea? Do I go all in and force him to have it, or do I hold back? Liam, are you in Make It Have It gang or Play It Safe gang?
I mean, so here's the thing: it's going to happen at some point, and if you play it safe here, there may not be enough on the board for Caesar to want to Under the Sea. And the problem is inevitability. I think in this matchup clearly goes to the Amethyst Sapphire deck. The longer this game goes on, the more likely Caesar is to win. So I think you have to draw out the Under the Sea. I don't know that you have a choice,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah, and we are going to go for it. So we're all in as Adam has check raised, brought all the characters into the board. They're all very under the seeable, and we're going to discard this entire hand. I think you're going to be able to retain one card, and it might be that big boy. Chernobog is back. And we're playing the Chernobog too, which
Oh,
you don't hate that. I mean, a
no.
Chernobog is very resilient too, and under the sea.
Oh.
We are all in on this board. There is a Chernobog in the southern portion of the screen. It might be cut off a little bit for the viewers at home. We have a couple items items and also a Chernobog down there. And this board is massive still. It's kind of going to be susceptible to an Under the Sea, but this Chernobog could
Yeah.
actually just hard carry out of here.
Well, it's an interesting decision because it is immune to the under the sea. It does obviously will stick around, and so establishing it now is no cost in that regard because it's going to be sitting there. The downside though is because under the sea can be sang, then you have ink available for a card like your welcome, which is going to send it back to your deck. The other downside is Adam had to empty his entire discard pile, having no ink
Yeah.
available, and there was a Lilo Escape Artist in there, and so a card now that's no longer available, and there it is. Cesar wasting no time and singing Under the Sea, going to send everything to the bottom. And I think the discussion here is we're going to order these the way Cesar wants. I think that's
I
um,
like this.
yeah.
A lot of time, the undersea players typically just say whatever. He's like Tramp bottom. We're not taking no chances. Put
Nope.
him on the bottom.
Because Tramp can dig.
Actually, the last card you're never going to see that guy in, bud, unless you're losing this game. As we are going to develop your brain. So huge turn, big under the sea. Now you have this very threatening evil doer. Chernobog 9/9. Power of evil 1 cost reduction for every character in your discard pile. You have to send them all back to your deck. When you play this character, shuffle all characters back into your deck, and he does quest for 3. So is the race going to be on? Chernobog versus Caesar. He's going to try to solo top decking as well. So the game comes down to this. Caesar is not out of the woods just yet. Bobby Zimmerowski for another quick draw and discard. Chernobog with his first 3 quests in. You're at 13. What do we do? I think you might have to get this Chernobog strength reduced low enough with your Sapphire Coils and potentially bounce this thing back to the hand. I don't know what your outs are.
I think so. I mean, we know this deck runs your welcome sometimes. It seems, based on the Oswald, this is, it seems like, and the Tamatoa there's definitely an item variant here. And so sometimes we see the your welcomes run, sometimes we don't. But, that is an option too in these colors. This Tamatoa, happy as a clam, going to come down and snag 2 popsicles there. That'll serve for some card draw next turn. But it's back over to Adam. And now Adam with 4 lore on the board. And he's getting really, really close. This Chernobog could do it.
The Chernobog's about to actually
Oh,
hard
baby
carry.
kit.
And we got the Fennec. Fennec bounce kit cloud kicker. What timeline are we in? Only in Infinity format will you be able to see a replacement bounce the original. Look at that, as Fennec doing their best Kid Cloud Kicker impersonation on the Kid Cloud Kicker. And this is looking pretty doomful for Caesar, who probably had a pretty good start in this situation, but you didn't really get that Oswald train rolling. Maybe you can find some Radigan's Marvelous Trap, but I still don't know how good that is. You just need to get some speed here. Chernobog looking menacing, as Adam has to be feeling calm, cool, and collected with this 9 cost, or with this 9 strength, 10 cost evildoer in play.
Yeah, and so we have, there's a little bit of work we can do here. We can run a lot of stuff into that Chernobog. We've got cards to dig. And, I remember a game in Worlds, JD, where Zach Bivens, with a deck like this, he was running Radigan's Marvelous Trap, his opponent got up to 19, and Zach bounced him down to 17. And they got up to 19 again, and then bounced him down by 4. And Zach, from the jaws of defeat, managed to snag victory using this item synergy and recurring Radigan's Marvelous Trap. So the writing is not on the wall here. Caesar has routes to stay in this game and to keep things interesting, but he's going to need to find the right sequence of cards here and really get some of his item engine going.
Very fair point. And we can, in theory, take down this Chernobog with a Tamatoa, Kit Cloud Kicker, and Bell combination. Drag tackle the evildoer. That will leave you vulnerable, but you still will be able to at least get another turn. You really need to find one of your Oswald, the Lucky Rabbits, and maybe start inking. You got to get a bit lucky. I mean, this matchup, I would assume, and I think a lot of people would agree with me, is that it's quite unfavorable for you as the Emerald and Sapphire control player. You have to get a bit lucky, and this guy is lucky, the Lucky Rabbit. What is he going to hit? Can he find a Radigan's Marvelous Trap? And he does not. Tamatoa is a card you'd love to see in that scenario.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Would love to find an item there. Unlucky in that scenario. Another kit though, and I say another kit. That's the kit we've seen before. Kit's gonna bounce Finnick. I return the turnaround is fair play here. And everything else is climbing Bald Mountain and storming Chernobog's lair, taking him out. And we're left with a lonely Spray Cheese kid over there. But that's 1/3 of the way to victory right now, and we're getting close. And then
And this
two
is
Phoenix.
this game. I mean, if this Oswald really needs to pick up the pace a little bit and do what you pay him for. If this Lucky Rabbit can start change, you need some Radigan's Marvelous Trap. You've already lost. I think one Tamatoa goes into the inkwell. One just got sent to the bottom of your deck, and one is in the discard pile. So your Tamatoa Happy as the Clams are in limited supply as well. You still have some Tamatoa Bling Bling so shiny that you could potentially start to loot some of these items with. Maybe you're also playing a card like Carpet Bag comes to mind as a card that can start to loop some of these items if you can find the Radigan's Marvelous Trap and a pretty safe loop to be able to reduce some of this lore before Adam can pile it on. You could potentially claw your way back into this thing, Liam. It's not over. I ain't heard no bell, said Caesar.
I ain't heard no bell, and she ran into Chernobog anyway. Um, so,
That's so
um,
good. That happened. All right,
that
canonical.
did happen. But here, I think we have a couple Phoenix. They're going to come down. Adam choosing not to bounce anything back to Cesar's hand because both of those have great interplay abilities. So he's going to leave those there. But now I think Adam, that should have pushed him up to 18. No?
Yeah,
Um,
Adam should be at 18 now on the lore total with two Phoenix standing in reserve to potentially end this game. And the Maurice's Workshop will find its way into the play. Maurice's Workshop, 3-cost uninkable item that says when you play an item, you can pay an additional ink and draw a card. And that's the item you want to play, and you get the card. So you will be able to reduce 2 lore with this Radigan's Marvelous Trap. So the plan is starting to come together. Cloud Kicker on the challenge, taking down the Bobby Zimmerowski. Now we have the Radigan's Marvelous Trap, which will be able to keep Caesar in this game another turn. And that's all you can ever ask for is another turn. Did
yeah,
we
that's
ink
true.
yet?
That's true. I don't think we did. I could be wrong.
We gotta
Um,
get some ink into that inkwell. I think this Lucky Rabbit is your guy. Maybe you're trying to save it to potentially get another draw from your Maurice's Workshop. So I don't hate that play, but I'm a gambler, man. We got to get that thing moving. As the Lucky Rabbit putting an item in, Nani is the last thing you ever want to see coming in from these dogs players. It's almost going to hit every single time, and she
Yep.
is going to be resistant to that under the sea.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things. Adam was down pretty low, and one thing, a note on the lore, I do think we should be at 16 right now, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to keep it tracked by pad here because we were at 17, gone up to 18. Radigan's Marvelous Trap would reduce by 2,
Very
so it
true.
should be at 16. Now questing up to 18, so now we're right. We're just a little delayed, but yeah, Nani Stage Manager, a frustrating card to see. Adam was top decking, and so any card that allows him to play multiple threats a turn by drawing an extra card is frustrating for him to see. Um, and now Cesar once again has to find answers here. There's a bell that's
Oh.
also not an item. Oh, such a bummer.
Oswald, you gotta wake up, bud. I need you. But we got another trap.
Another
The
trap.
trap is here again, and you're able to use the Maurice's Workshop on the trigger to draw another card. The Radigan's Trap is going to put Adam in the mud again, and you're going to be stuck behind as boing, thwap, clang. No, it's snap, boom, twang is what is going to happen as that mousetrap snaps on the Lucky Rabbit. So Rabbit's too big for the mousetrap, but the Finnick is a mouse. No, it's in a mouse costume.
That's
Is it a
true.
dog? What is Finnick there?
Finnick is a chat nose. He's some sort of
It's definitely a marsupial, maybe
a-
even a rodent or something like that. Either way, it's in the trap, and it's going to be getting sprung on here quite soon as we can't get another challenge in with this Cloud Kicker. So Caesar still trying to run the numbers and playing this fine song and dance. You might have to lose your Oswald, unfortunately, as we are going to hide away our own item to trigger the Oswald again. You miss again.
Oh,
so that's
no,
3.
there's the edge
This
to the
is
bottom.
no.
And look at him here, big sigh there. Oh goodness gracious! Marvelous Trapping snapped here again, and now back down to 16. So this lore total is going up and down like a yo-yo here, but should be at 16. There we go. And so you're starting to see glimpses of what Cesar wants to do with this deck. This is an engine builder deck, and we've seen various pieces and parts of it in play at various times. Maurice's Workshop in play with the Oswald. Oswald hoping to find an item, draw a card off the Maurice's Workshop, perhaps banish the Popsicle or the Radigan's Marvelous Trap, bring it back with a Tamatoa, play it all again, and start cycling these things. But Cesar has never had all of them clicking together yet. When it does, it can be bonkers, but he's just trying to string it together. And Adam now, speaking of stringing together a couple threats on the board, and this is a wide board for Cesar to deal with.
Yeah, and we are starting our questing again. So Adam now has probably at about 25 to 26 lore at this point with
Yeah.
those marvelous Radigan's marvelous traps reducing over and over again. Oswald triggers and misses for the fourth
Oh
time. Actually
no.
absurd. Oswald hit rate being a 0% out of 4. You actually hate to see it as we are going to get another bounce in. Kit Cloud Kicker, and we're just taking right to
Oh
scoop phase
no.
as Caesar is a little bit miffed on the point. You hate to see it. You live by the Oswald. Sometimes you're going to get banished by the Oswald as he did not do what you pay him for. But Adam has to be showing some signs of relief. Cool deck coming in from Adam as well. I don't think I've seen a dog strategy like that. It's very aggressive. There's a lot of two questions in there. You have the Pudges there. You have some of the staples you come to know and love, the Nanis, the Tramps, and all of those types of things. But this deck does have some very aggressive flair to it. Yeah.
You go head to head.
And this items deck, this is a deck that I've spent probably the most amount of time. Aside from my Kita Leviathan decks, we're not going to talk about that here live on this stream because I don't want
You
people
already
to.
did. You just did.
I do feel bad about the amount of time I've invested in Kita Leviathan, but the second amount of the second amount of time most invested is this Oswald and item strategy because I believe it is quite cool. You can play it in Sapphire and Steel, you can play it in Ruby and Sapphire, and you can also play it in Emerald and Sapphire. And I personally I love the Emerald and Sapphire versions because I just think it's fun. It's like you get a little bit of gamesmanship, a little show in between the Oswald. Sometimes he can hit a lucky dime. You just feel like you've, shot the moon. And sometimes he'll hit 4 characters and one of your best cards in that matchup sent to the bottom of the deck, and you feel like you're gonna take the deck right to the nearest vendor. Shout out Top Choice. Shout out to all the other vendors we have here, and just sell the entire thing and just be done with it because it just will be one of those give and take, frustrating experiences when you play that Oswald.
Yeah, and we saw that last game.
Yeah.
Missing every single time and sending away some of the key pieces. He's like, "Oh no, my Tamatoa,
Yeah.
come back,
I need
come
you.
back."
It's in the Bell, a card you needed. It's in the Undersea, a card you definitely needed. It's in the Tamatoa, the card you extremely needed. So
Yeah.
3 of the cards you need in this matchup all were sent to the bottom of the deck of the Oswald, and items were just nowhere to be found. But if Caesar can he's on the play now. You did start Popsicle Bell last turn. If you can have a nice strong start, maybe find that Oswald a bit early. Maybe you can get
Yeah.
down some items a bit early. Get that Maurice's Workshop. That is another card that really, really get this engine moving fast. Maurice's Workshop is a
Yes.
card that Caesar is truly, truly going to be looking for. And if you can find that, set it up early, slow Adam down just enough to find a powerful Under the Sea and avoid Chernobog, obviously. You can't keep,
Yeah.
and then that could be a nice, clean path to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And so yeah, if Cesar has any space to like establish an Oswald and get that thing cooking, get a workshop on board, get a coil out there, starting to do some work there, then he can really stay in this. But Adam needs to give him just a little bit of room. And one of the problems, if you forgive me, just a bit of an explanation. One of the problems with dogs, and one of the reasons it was so good, is it has one of the most busted on the draw lines in all of Disney Lorcana. But you
Mhm.
need to be on the draw because you need enough cards to do it. It is a 1-drop on 1, 2 1-drops on 2, 2 cards on 3. On 4, then you can play Tramp, Street Smart Dog for 2. You have 3 ink. You can play Tramp for 2. You cycle it. You find another Tramp. You can play that Tramp for 1. Then you cycle. You can then play Tramps for free if you find any more. But at that point, you can also play Chernobog. So on turn 4, there's a scenario where you have 5 characters on board plus 2 Tramps plus a Chernobog all on turn 4. And you can only do that on the draw. It's one of the reasons that Dogs was so dominant is because when you find that line on the draw, you basically cannot lose the game unless your opponent has managed to mess with your tempo at all.
Yeah.
And it's it's crazy.
So that's a very fair point. That's why this deck is so powerful. That's why this deck is so prominent, and that's why it's going to be a feature in Infinity format as long as Tramp the Street Smart Dog exists. People will find a way to utilize that card to its utmost capability. As Mowgli is going to go down to the Inkwell. Beautiful and Enchanted Lady the Decisive Dog. Notably, Lady non-Enchanted goes to the Inkwell. That's the second time we've seen that play this match. As Ink and casual version for the Enchanted version. Big flood as Lilo into the Pudge into the Tramp.
Oh, no.
Beautiful and Enchanted. Board is wide. Let's see if this Oswald can do some work, huh? Let's see if we can get some ink into this inkwell and see if this lucky rabbit can find you an item, and it will reveal the galactic
Galactic
communicator
communicator.
right on time. He finally hits as Lucky Rabbit is going to find one, and the Kit Clown Kicker is going to hit the board as well to send one of these characters back to the hand.
So important here to ruin that tempo again. You've got to affect that tramp at this point. Now I mentioned that opening, but because Pudge exists, it's still like he is still online for that opening because he was able to play 3 characters on turn 2. So now to pursue that line, you need to find 2 characters. But no, instead we're going to do an under the sea check here. Not find anything, but 2 Scrooges in there. One thing I'll note, Galactic Communicator, you see it in the bottom left. It is a card that can also affect tempo. You pay 1 ink, banish this item to return chosen character with 2 strength or less to their player's hand. Kind of a key card in this matchup, and really, really great to get to play it for free with that Oswald.
Yeah, and that's a phenomenal card, especially with that Tamatoa happy as a clam in hand. You can get to a point where you can recycle that Galactic Communicator over multiple turns, just slowing them down enough. You don't have to stop them. You don't have to banish all their characters. You just need to slow them down until you can get the ability to sing Under the Sea, of which you can do right now. If you are goated with the sauce and actually can top deck this Under the Sea right here, right now, you are just built. You are built different, and Adam will probably tilt into the Spider-Verse if you can pull that off as another miss on the Oswald is going to send that Developer Rain into the bottom of the deck. You don't hate that too terribly
No,
much.
you don't, actually. Clearing that off the top of the deck, it's kind of like bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, interesting. I asked Zan a while ago when he was, oh, goodness gracious, another Kit Cloud Kicker. Look at Adam there with the nod, like, of course you have Kit. Sending another card back to hand and messing up that tramp line. But I asked Zan, I'm like, hey, doesn't it feel bad when he when Oswald misses? And he's like, no, every card that Oswald misses, I'm getting in information. I'm learning about what is coming up. I can change my calculus because I know exactly what's been sent away. I have information about what's likely to be at the top of my deck. And so even if he misses, it's not terrible for me, which, you know, I know he would have rather hit an item, of course, but
sure.
But there is that benefit as well.
And that's a very solid point. That is another skill expression that some of these great players have. I remember talking to an Illuminator in the community, and we were just doing some test games, and they were, you know, doing tramp abilities and all the different effects that send cards to the bottom of your deck. And they were like, hey, what order are the cards in the bottom of your deck right now? And I'm like, dude, I have no idea. It's at the bottom of the deck. It might as well be in the different universe. I do not know. I'm like, in the bottom of your deck, the last 6 cards, the last 12 cards are this, in this order. Because you have to have a working speed memory of all that type of stuff. And knowing, because a lot of these decks, you can cycle through. When you're playing a lot of Vision of the Future, you're playing a lot of Develop Your Brains, or you're playing a lot of Tramps, you can get to those cards that you've sent to the bottom of your deck. So the order that you put them in actually matters. So very solid point, man. And it's just another way to express your skill and find those micro edges in these matchups, as we are going to lead that Nani again. Super powerful card from the Winter Spell meta, as really elevated. This card, from a lot of people's assessment, is the reason why this dog deck, not just the Tramp, but this Nani is just so powerful.
Yeah, and electing to take that Finnick there. There was another option. Lilo Escape Artist was there. I didn't see the other card. There was a Chernobog that's been sent to the bottom, so we know at least one of those will not be available this game. And followed by another Lady here, so going wide again. But Cesar has managed to really slow down Adam's tempo, and Adam's sitting at 0 lore right now, while Cesar has that Oswald in play. Now we're getting a Scrooge McDuck and to find an item. And also, Cesar has the characters on board to punish any wide challenges here. It feels like things are looking good right now for Emerald Sapphire.
They are getting to a point where you have stabilized. You found the necessary ink you need, and it's the Fishbone Quill. So the Oswald does hit, and that is a timely hit for the Oswald. Now, starting your next turn, these items do come and exert it, and Fishbone Quill will require you to exert in order to ink for a second turn. And you don't have to show it. This is hidden ink, which is some of the best kind of ink that you can have. Your opponent doesn't get a chance to know what it is. But most importantly, you'll get a chance to trigger Oswald twice per turn on the following turn, as the Tramp Street Smart Dog is deployed, and we are sending 5. This is a huge tramp off here, as we can find the best card we need to help combat this position.
Yeah, if you were going to stay in this game, this is what you need to do. You need to find a Tramp. You need to fill up your discard pile. You need to find the tools you need. And frankly, it's one of the reasons that Tramp is one of the best cards in all of Disney Lorcana. Not only do you get to play him for free, and he's fairly well statted, but the ability to dig through your deck to find not only cards that you need in specific scenarios, but also to fill your discard pile with characters and put cards in there that you can recur later is incredibly powerful, and it makes the deck very consistent.
There's another one, Liam.
Another Tramp.
A second one. Just like you said, Liam, he's taking Your power play. The lines are coming together. Tramp into tramp into tramp. What are we even doing? The discard pile is filling quickly as another Lilo escape artist, another Lilo escape artist. So multiple Lilos into the discard pile, and this is a power maneuver. Caesar has completely stopped chewing the gum. Maybe that's a sign that he's cool, calm, and collected. Very clean poker face. Under the Sea is just going to completely get you right back into this thing if you could draw it.
You want to find it. You need to find it. And at this point, Adam would love to have a Chernobog here. We know one has been sent away. Also, as a note, we'd love to find another Tramp here, but one was inked earlier. It actually surprised me a little bit. I'm always surprised when Street Smart Dog is inked, but we did see one head to the inkwell, and so only one left available in the deck. But Adam, now having gone wide and knowing that Under the Sea is lurking out there, potentially coming up this turn, chooses to scoop up what lore he can, going up to 8. And importantly, one of the reasons that you protect your characters and your board in this deck is to fuel Tramp. The last thing you want is to be able to draw him and not play him. And so that's one of the reasons you protect your board. Now that 3 out of the 4 are accounted for, there's less of a reason to want to protect your characters. And so, yeah, I think a good move here to scoop up that.
Oh, Oswald, what are you doing? What are you doing? The next card was the Under the Sea. Oh, that feels so terribly bad as the Oswald has the betrayer of the clan, I think should be his sub name. Shout out to Goliath, or shout out to Demona as it may be. It's actually Oswald, betrayer of the clan, as you really could have used that Under the Sea there. Unfortunately, we're going to bring out the Scrooge, the resourceful miser to be able to check the top 4 of the deck to find an item. And I think at this point it was Under the Sea or bust, and yeah, it was right there. It was literally the very next card. You hate to see it.
You hate to see it, but there's people have had this debate before about like cards like Oswald, where it can send cards to the bottom of the deck and all that, and you don't change the math like at all. Because there's another scenario where that Under the Sea was like 1 card deeper, and Oswald sends away the card that you need to find the Under the Sea. So you hate to see it, but it doesn't really affect the math of the game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay, you're right. And
but it still makes you feel bad, right?
You never just seeing it, it does make you feel bad. Like there is a world where you draw the Under the Sea, ink, and reveal the item. It's just I don't know how. It's just one of those things. Like I always think, oh, that was my next card, and I got cooked by the universe. As Caesar is now looking at this board, maybe you're down, but you're not out. If you can find some Radigan's Marvelous Traps, you have the hidden ink caster there, which now makes all of your cards now contain the inkable symbol, so you can now ink anything. I believe you have a Fishbone Quill activation still due out to you, as we are going to reveal the popsicle. So we find an item. Maybe we can rip. Can you rip Under the Sea right now? It's still alive. Well, develop your brain. Hold up. Can we get there? And it looks like there is another kit, Cloud Kicker. So
that's
we
not nothing.
Have some bounce, and we won't take it, though. I think we're taking that Galactic Communicator instead. So these resourceful misers are gearing up for a challenge position.
Yep, this is the classic challenge alignment we're doing here. One of the things on the Under the Sea, though, like we have looked at quite a few cards with Oswald now. We've done Develop Your Brains. We've dug a little bit. And if there are 4 in this deck, and I'm not sure how many he's running, but if there are 4, we have only seen 1. So the odds are getting pretty good. The math's getting pretty good that one is coming, as now we are going through with the challenges here, getting those damage markers out there. That Lilo, an obvious target.
And you are peeling all these characters off the board and looking and coming back your way. You have a guaranteed 6, and then that's 7, 8 coming from on the following turn. So you'll get up to 16, and you're still okay. I mean, this is not the obviously this is not the position you want to be in if you're Caesar, but there is a chance. You have the tools in your deck. You have the cards available to you. You just need them to come in a bit of a sequential order. You need this Oswald you need to call a timeout. You need to call a timeout, bring Oswald to the sideline, and give him a motivational speech, and then send him back in there, because he's not playing at his best level, and he's a star player, and you need him to deliver at the time you need him to do what you need him to do there. So I call a timeout. I mean, they're running the floor on you. Slow the pace down, and let's get Oswald that motivational speech he needs to get you over the finish line.
That's right. As Bill Belichick says, do your job. do your job. Don't worry about anybody else's job. Do your job.
There you go. You're a star player, man. You're the MVP. I need you to carry the water here a bit there, as we are going to play another tramp.
My
so
goodness, That's all of them accounted for. One of them's ink, and the others are on the board. But again, like susceptible to Undersea. So it does feel good to throw perhaps some more escape artists into the discard pile. I think, that's where you'd really love to be right now. Finding a Chernobog maybe, but I don't see one.
Yeah, I don't see. I mean, you can still you can get to the under the sea right here and be so back. Like if you're back like you never left, you're going to have to consume a giant quest here. I believe we're going to pile on the lore as here it is. We're getting exerted. Quest all glimmers as we have hit the Maurice's workshop.
Okay.
Oswald would have loved to see that. Daisy Duck is going to send that to the bottom of the deck. You actually hate to see it as now Oswald free and clear. Can we get it done? This board is massive.
Really?
Under the sea one time. Can you do it? Kit Clown Kicker was the draw.
Is there a workshop in play? I can't.
There is not. I believe there's a Fishbone Quill, and I believe there is a hidden Inkcaster is there as well. And I believe there is possibly another item of a Popsicle perhaps is in play. It's just obscured slightly off your guys' screen. Please, apologies for that, as both of these decks can really pile on the cards, and there's only so much real estate we can work with, as the Dogs and the Sapphire and Emerald item strategies probably card for card, deck for deck, play the most cards on the board as in the entire metagame. So we're kind of out of our jurisdiction there. But we are doing our challenging tango again, and this is just brutal.
Yeah, and like it just, it's just so much willpower over there to do this through challenges. And Kit does allow you to clear off, something, but look at the willpower over there. I mean, you have the tramps with 12 total. You have the Daisy Duck there with another 4. It's just a lot to deal with character-based removal. And with that tramp upright over there, it means you have to, you have to take out almost everything. And
is there a way that you could draw another card? I don't know what's in the hand of Caesar, but I think at this point you were all in on the gamble train. I think you got to maybe ink with this Oswald. Maybe you can hit a hidden Inkcaster or a Popsicle, get another draw in, take a couple looks, and maybe you can find that under the sea. I don't know what is in the hand. Maybe you have that hidden Inkcaster available, I believe, so that will at least allow you to get another ink in. I think Caesar will take that approach as it is Tamatoa. So another miss coming in from the Oswald. You actually don't love to see a little head shake coming in from Caesar, who is
oh no.
Wait, double Kit. We're sitting 2 here.
Maybe this will do it. I have to do the math here, but unfortunately, like at some point you need to gamble for the draw because you can ink again for turn. I don't think we ink for turn. And you can draw again, and it's a pipe dream, right? Because you need to hit the Popsicle. Something needs to hit play, which will draw you a card.
Right, hit an Inkcaster or Popsicle or the Ink Runner is another card that could potentially draw one. We did pop that Popsicle to heal our Scrooge to keep him active as the challenging has begun. We're going to take down one of those tramps, leaving a significant amount of lore on board. We'll take down another tramp, so that's 2, 4, 5, 6 still in play.
My goodness.
The Oswald and the let's see, we're going after someone else, so Oswald's going to have to get cashed in here. We'll take down one of the Lilos. That's still leaving you. Oh, excuse me, take down both Lilos. That's going to leave you with 2 in play. So that costs a lot. You did give yourself another turn, but that was a lot of resources you had to go through. And now I believe you are, in fact, top decking.
But I could double Kit to keep him in it. I mean, I'm not going to lie, JD. I was trying to do the math rapidly. I didn't think there was enough strength on the board. But with those 2 kits, like, clearly got it done. And the right call there not to gamble for it. You needed both those kits. And my goodness.
That was a phenomenal turn, and Caesar obviously is doing everything that they can to stay into this game. We got a lot of pressure still mounting from Adam, who has lost a significant amount of resources in that last exchange, but this board is looking good as the Willow, Grandmother Willow, and followed by the Nani as well. This is, again, the last card you want to see because your kits don't work. Your Under the Seas no longer work. We have that Daisy Duck who is brought in from that Nani. Ink on a tramp again, and the Daisy is down. The questing campaign continues. Can you pull off another miracle, Caesar? Do you have it in you? It's the Sapphire Coil. which is going to be added to the hand. And it looks like we might be taking it right on into Scoop Central, and GG's going over to Adam, who gets it done. Caesar is going to fall here in round number 8, and the Emerald and Sapphire items is not going to convert, but Adam on the dogs. Very interesting build on dogs. It is a very aggressive approach to this deck, and I think that is another way that we could take this deck to the next level. But, man, what a matchup, Liam. I enjoyed the approach. I like both of these takes on deck building. I like their philosophies, and seeing a good philosophy pan out well is going to work for you. A very aggressive Amber and Emerald strategy.
Yeah, it really fun match, and I'm always. What bums me out is not getting to see a game 3. I always love to see a game 3,
Same.
but to know a great dogs deck, I mean, it's doing what dogs do. We're pretty familiar with it now, working in the old Chernobog strategy, and as you point out, like some interesting spice. Pudge working in there is kind of fun. It enables some really strong tramp openings. On the other side, love the items build. What was kind of a bummer is it never got all of the pieces together to get that engine truly humming. We had various pieces at points in times. The other thing that we never saw, like that deck's way it beats dogs, like is Under the Sea. Like it finds things under the seas. It slows them down with cards like Kit Cloud Kicker, with cards like Galactic Communicator, and then it finds the Under the Sea. And we got to see it once, but you know, the math of that last game, especially even sending one away with all the cards we saw, should have seen another one. And that's TCGs. Sometimes your plan just doesn't pan out, and it would have been fun to see him hit it.
We didn't get a chance to see it firing on all cylinders. We saw the potential of what this deck can do, but it just seemed like you were just out of harmony ever so slightly at every little turn. Like Oswald was missing, your daisies were hitting the wrong things, that you were sending the key pieces to your deck and to the bottom of your deck in the wrong time, and it happens sometimes. I mean, I know I was talking about how much skill is in the Infinity format, but when you play a deck with a card literally named Lucky Rabbit, you're going to need to get lucky from time to time. And unfortunately, there was just not a lot of luck coming in from the Emerald and Sapphire Illuminator in that one. But still, coming out, dogs running the show, getting loose, getting busy, getting active. And I believe we should be getting an interview ready. We got Brent Mukai over in the interview booth. We're going to toss it over and hear what our new top 16 Illuminator has to say about it.
Toss.
After all the Lucky Rabbit misses, so I'll take it.
Were you expecting to see Emerald Sapphire items today?
I figured there's a possibility.
Wow.
Red Blue's popular. Emerald Sapphire items are pretty solid into the control matchups, so I definitely expected it as a possibility, and a fairly good matchup for me, so I'm happy I looked into it.
Wow, so you're pretty familiar with the matchup.
Somewhat, yeah. It's one of those matchups where they take a long time to set up, so I just have to go fast, and luckily I was able to go fast enough to get it done.
What was the key to the victory here? Like, talk me through game 1, game 2, like where your brain was at, what you were thinking, what the battle plan was.
Yeah, with dog decks, it's about getting set up, and with his deck, he was playing a lot of kits and response to the early setup. So it was just staying resilient, getting a wide enough board to where I could quest and get enough lore and he can't challenge my board. And I, try to find the Ursulas and Mowglis for the Under the Sea, but I can't play around it too much. I just have to commit to the board, and if he has it, he has it. So I just committed to the board as much as I could, went as wide as possible, and forced him to challenge in while I quested for as much as possible.
An incredible amount of patience, I think, is needed to play the dogs decks in general, knowing when to turn sideways, knowing when we're just going to leave it up. Like, any thoughts, any words of advice for people who maybe are thinking about picking up the deck? And because there are times where I'm like, okay, I think he's going to turn sideways here, and you just kept it up and said pass the turn. Like, you didn't get scared, you held your nerve. Like, what's the key points here? What are some tips or bits of advice you'd give to aspiring dogs players?
Yeah, I think I had a few opportunities with Lady over 3 strength where I could have quested for 3.
Yeah.
But he had the bells out early. And actually, in all of those cases, I had Tramp in hand. So I wanted the Tramp potential. Playing Tramp for 2, playing Tramp for 1 is so much better than playing Tramp for 3 or 4. So knowing he would just challenge into the lady and lose nothing on his side wasn't worth me gaining 3 lore in the moment. I needed to set up to go wider, so I gain like 8 lore in one swing, and he can't answer enough of my wide board. So there were definitely tempting moments. Maybe in other matchups, if he doesn't get that bell early, I'm definitely questing early. But in this case, I think my win condition was to go as wide as possible.
Incredible. Well, I want to talk about the Emerald Amber builds because so far what we've seen in this Infinity meta, I feel like we've seen the variants of Churn of Dogs, right? We've seen a little bit of the Snow Forts, right? And the more aggressive kind of Mulan resourceful recruit strategies. We've even seen the zero to hero, mid-range, under the sea kind of strategy. You're playing Pudge.
I'm playing Pudge.
What's going on? What made you say this is the time? Pudge is the secret sauce. We got Lilo making a wish. Why this package? Why now?
Tramp is the strongest card in the deck.
Okay.
I'll start with that. The 7-cost Tramp. When you can play Lilo for 1 or pull your Lilo back from your discard for 2 and get Pudges out for free, Tramp comes down earlier. If Tramp comes down on turn 3, Tramp comes down for 1, Tramp comes down for 0, so much more value. So the Pudge build, I knew there would be a lot of control. Southern California loves their red-blue.
They really do.
Yeah. So I figured I'd want a little bit more of an aggressive strategy. So throwing a 1-cost 2-quester in Lilo is good in its own. And Pudges for free helps me get Tramp out earlier.
True.
That's the theory.
I think there was one of the, I think it was game 2 where you on turn 2 got down the Grandmother Willow. You also cut down the Lilo and then you hit the Pudge for free. That seems like cheating almost.
Yeah, it's really strong.
You said SoCal loves Ruby Saf, and we definitely do down here. Where are you coming from?
I'm from Inland Empire, Rancho Cucamonga.
IE shout outs, baby. So you know a lot of the people here, Top Choice, Red Saber, all of the major IE grinders, I guess I would say.
Yeah, I'm part of the Red Saber team, actually.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
What happened to the jersey today?
They didn't have it ready for me yet.
Oh, gotcha. Let's get on that, huh, guys? How are you feeling positioned into the whole entirety of it? Like tiebreakers, all that stuff come into play, but how are you feeling on the day? How are you feeling on the weekend?
I'm feeling good. I came here to play, have fun. The results are a positive. So I'm not sure if I made top 16. I know there will be some tiebreaker calculations. So if I get it, I'm thrilled. If I don't, I had fun playing Lorcana.
Incredible. And this is your moment. This is your time. Is there anything, shout outs that you'd like to give to any person, organizations, whatever?
Not in particular. I really want to recognize how kind the Lorcana community is. Coming out here, 200-person plus event, playing at some of the top tables and some other TCGs, you can get really cutthroat or rude players. And, with the Lorcana community, for the most part, it's kind people. It's people who are genuine, and I really appreciate that about this trading card game.
Incredible. And for the people who have not yet experienced the SoCal Disney Lorcana scene, is there anything you would say to describe SoCal and what it's like to see so many people showing up? I know that I'm filled with pride. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, it's great. It's great. I've been playing Lorcana since set 3, so I've gotten to know a lot of people in the area, and it's cool to see everyone show up. It's cool to see all the camaraderie, and SoCal is competitive. SoCal is competitive. That is definite. Have some really good players out here.
Some real crushers, yourself included. Congratulations on the win. And we'll throw it back to the booth.
All right. Love that interview. Loved everything Adam had to say. Love the shout outs to the SoCal community. SoCal love, man, being represented here. You can kind of feel the vibes, the energy in the building. As I've stated, all weekend has been nothing short of phenomenal. And really the SoCal community coming out representing itself. Because I know, Liam, around the community, people are saying that the West Coast, they don't give it up in Lorcana like you think the rest of the community does on the East Coast and the Northeast and all those types of things. Midwest, they say West Coast is kind of lagging behind, but I don't see that in my experience as West Coast is really being represented here.
Well, it is interesting, and we talked about this yesterday, and it's one of the reasons why these CCQs out there are so valuable. It is true that the California area did not get access to some of the DLCs like other areas of the country last season or this season. This season, a lot of them on the east or central coast, Central America.
Place.
And then last season we did have Seattle. Now that you could travel to, and you did have a Vegas, which was somewhere close-ish to California. But the thing is, not everybody has the resources, the time off work, or the family situation to travel long distances and fly to these events. And so when you have events like DLCs in your community, or you have third-party events like CCS in the Atlanta area or in Houston, or PPG doing Dallas, like those local communities can go there very easily, and they have a chance to show up and to show what they can do. And to your point, like the Southern California, really all of California, there's some fantastic Disney Lorcana communities, and there haven't been too many big tournaments right in their backyard where some of these local players can show what they got. And so it is awesome to get to the community, come out there and to showcase their talent on a stage like this. And yeah, so I agree with you.
Oh, 100% confirmed. You cannot deny that that is an absolute fact. Again, if you guys are just tuning in, that was the last round of Swiss for the Enchanted Citrus Clash, and we'll be going into the top 16. So we got a little bit of stuff to shuffle around. But in the meantime, in between time, we're going to get an interview. Speaking of some of the Southern California communities, speaking of the people here at the Enchanted Citrus Clash, we're going to get a chance to talk to one of California's finest is going to be in the building, representing himself very well. Special interview coming up. We got Rebecca Quest who's going to be joining us with the current and reigning Disney Lorcana North American champion Edmund Chu, who is going to be here. Let's take it away and see what they got to say.
Hey, Enchanted Citrus Clash. We are here with the one and only Ed Chu. It's an Ed Chu interview.
How's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Yeah.
I'm having some fun in the tournament. I probably didn't make Top Cup, but I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I want you to tell everyone about the deck you brought this weekend, how you're feeling about it, and also just how you're feeling about Infinity in general, because this is the first large CCQ tournament that we've seen for the Infinity format. What are your thoughts, and what did you bring?
Yeah, I played RB Oswald today. I lost to like Burn and like an items destruction deck, but that's like kind of to be expected. And I beat like, the Ruby Amethyst and like dogs. I beat like the dog deck. So I thought it was like a pretty good bring. It's just kind of have to dodge like some of these bad matchups. I think the fun thing about Infinity is the meta is quite wide. So anything could happen, right? You can play any kind of deck, and you have to figure out the puzzle. I think that's kind of the fun of it versus core. I feel like a lot of it has been kind of figured out. A lot of people have iterated on all the decks already. So that one is like you kind of follow the script versus Infinity. It's like you're kind of piecing everything together as it goes.
Yeah, and I'm sure each event even is looking a little different. Did you see out there in the field here at Enchanted Citrus Clash what you thought you were going to see, or were there any surprises for you here this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the exact numbers. I don't know if anybody does. Maybe you guys have it. But I thought I saw a lot of like Ruby Amethyst, a lot of Ruby Sapphires, pretty popular. I thought Amber Steel would be a lot more popular, but when I kind of like looked around, it was only like maybe a medium amount of Amber Steel. And a lot of the top players are bringing like dogs, right? Of course. So I think those are kind of the pillars of the format. And then you have these like kind of random decks, like you said, like some. I lost to like a Ruby Steel item destruction deck with like Diablo. Yeah, man, it's a real deck. Probably not. I don't know. I don't know where he is. Shout out to that guy. He beat me. And then like the purple steel burn decks, like these type of aggressive strategies are also pretty like popular just in the first week, right? A lot of people know what to do. People are playing kind of suboptimal decks, so that's when I think aggro gets to like, prey on these inefficiencies of the deck. So I think those are probably the pillars of the format, and it's kind of like to be expected, these type of decks. I just thought the steel representation was a little bit low. Like, I think in core, the other popular deck back in the day was like Diablo-based decks, and those decks are really on the downswing just because of all the new evasive hate type cards, like Jebediah's, everyone's playing Brawl again, Dumbo, like even stuff like that just makes it so Diablo can't really like run away with the game. So I think the game's like kind of healthy in that sense that you can play a lot of different things and there's no like completely dominant deck.
Right.
I think there are still some rock, paper, scissors type of elements in the matchup spread. So I think in that way, if you like that kind of game, then it's a good format.
Yeah. Now, I want to talk about dogs specifically. It is kind of the boogeyman right now, even though it's not always the most represented deck in the room. It is a super strong deck. There's always talks about should Tramp get a ban or whatever. What are your thoughts on how to approach Infinity specifically with dogs decks in the room?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to beat dogs, you just have to think about like their curve, right? And like you said, Tramp 7 is extremely powerful. And I think it's because a lot of people are not interacting anymore, right? People are kind of like waiting a lot longer, like not a lot of like steel decks trying to like, strength you or storm you. Then you get the easy setup for Tramp, right? Especially with Willow. Like I think Willow really boosted the archetype like really really high, just because you're able to like just cheat up a bunch of cards, and then also synergizes with the tramp, being able to like discount the tramp. And just being able to filter a lot of cards has always been powerful, right? It's very similar to like when we first had like whole new world style decks in Steel Song, where it's like you play whole new world and you basically get to dump your whole hand, get a refill, play it again. But with Tramp, I think in some ways it's also better because you don't have to refill your opponent, and then you get to pick and choose the cards you want. Sometimes, whole new world, you don't have a choice. You dump whatever you can't play, and then that's what you have to do. But with Tramp, you can kind of filter the exact cards you need, and then that makes like Tramp, I think, in my opinion, a lot better.
Yeah. Now, I also want to ask you about looking ahead, because we have 2 DLCs coming up that are Infinity format. We have Dirtmint, which I know you're going to be at, as well as the Indianapolis event. Do you think that what we're seeing so far, we had Ink last week, as well as some other tournaments in Europe. We have this week. Do you feel like this is indicative of what we're going to see in Dortmund, or do you think we're going to have some surprises there? Kind of what do you think is the lay of the land looking ahead? And for anyone out there looking and thinking about what deck should I bring to Dortmund or to Indy, what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, even just before this week, there was also a couple of tournaments, and like the webcam tournament in Germany, like there was a lot of Steel Song, right? So it could also be kind of region based. I know like a lot of the Asian metas really like to play stuff like Steel Song and like certain like varieties of Ruby Sapphire, and they like Diablo decks. So I think it's even like regionally like different, right? In America, they like to play dogs, right? And that's like the more popular deck here. So I would say these decks that you see is probably going to be kind of indicative. Like honestly, I don't know exactly like what people are going to bring, right? But we can, take our best guesses based on historical data that we've had from like, last week. And then now this week, we also like get, this 200 player tournament that we get some data on, right? So I think it's probably going to still be like a little bit similar. People, are going to play their Ember Steels, Ruby Amethyst, Ruby Sapphires, their dogs, and basically all the other decks, right? So I think my prediction is it's probably going to be those in like some numbers just based on the region. And my prediction, if I say like Germany, for example, probably more Steel Song, and I would say in Indy, more dogs. Like if you had to like, put me on the spot for that.
I'm going to put you on the spot for one more thing before I let you go, and that is, if you take away, what decks, the meta and all of that, if you just look at Infinity in a vacuum, if you were going to play a deck that just like you find the most joy in playing, that you just think is a fun deck, what deck would you be playing if you had all the Disney Lorcana cards available to you and didn't have to worry about what else was out there in the field?
I mean, of course, people are like, oh, yeah, you're the Ruby Amethyst guy, right? Yes, I know. That's the answer that everyone wants me to give. And honestly, I have played it a little bit, and it is really fun. Like, to me, it's like kind of nostalgic. It's really funny to say because it's still kind of a new game, right? Lorcana, it's only been like, 2 or 3 years. And it's like, it already feels nostalgic to be able to like play your rabbits, bounce your rabbits, shift your Tremaines and bounce them, play library. And like, I actually played a decent amount of like against like Ruby Amethyst players like yesterday. And like, even watching them play it, I'm like a little jealous. Oh, you get to play these things and, throw it back into, last year. So it was up to me. Yeah. Like I like to play these like attrition games. Like I like to like go back and forth with my opponent and not just like, oh, you're Mulan quested for 6 and then I lose the game. Personally, don't like that. And like it was up to me, like everyone would just play like Ruby Amethyst Mirrors and we just slog it out, for 15 minutes.
Oh my goodness. Well, I would love that too. I like it. I know a lot of people out there do not like the Ruby Ami mirror, but it's fun. I think it's super fun. Well, thanks for chatting with me, Ed. It's always fantastic to have you in the room and hear your thoughts. Thanks all for tuning in for our stream. And we are going to go back to the booth with Liam and JDZ. Stick around with us for more Enchanted Citrus Clash.
Love it. JD, like Ed Chu interviews, in my view, are what you do when you want a clue about what is true about lists old and new and to figure out what deck is speaking to you.
I didn't know you had bars, Liam. Liam with the bars. Liam, absolute bars right there. You see that? One more time. On what it do, Edmund Chu, when you come through, you know how to go 2+2, ramp on 2, and Scrooge. Okay, there it is. We're done. And we're done. Dad Chat, raps. Episode number 2.
Raps.
Dad Chat raps. As Liam rapping on the Enchanted Citrus Clash was something I didn't have on my bingo card. Hopefully
I didn't either, frankly.
Did. It was going to be great. Absolutely love me some Edmund Chu. Big fan of that Lumineer. He also supports his local community as well, coming down from Northern California down to Southern California to be a part of this event. Granted, this Lumineer is already invited to the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship, but And he's got invites in Europe and invites in all over in Asia, but he doesn't have a North American invitation of which he must get there to defend his crown. So he's still on the hunt, on the grind, and he is still potentially alive and well to make it to the top cut. He's going to be reliant on some bubble math to potentially get that Illuminator in or out. But a huge shout out to Ed. We love Ed in the Quest world, and get those Ed heads in the chat for the absolute real one.
We need buttons. Yeah, there's certain players out there where, especially Ed being the reigning North American champion, where it feels like it wouldn't be right if people didn't have to battle through him to become the next world champion. And we all know who those players are. Ed's definitely one of them, and just a brilliant mind. I'll never forget, like when he won the North American Championship. Of course, like Ruby Amethyst was like the deck running around, and Ed brings it in with no rabbits, wasn't it?
No, he had. I think he cut some pretty vital cards in favor of the 4 Tremaine build. I think he had no. He had. I forget what the exact.
No
recipe
genies.
was.
Sorry,
no,
it was
no
no
genies.
Right.
No, I think he had
no
like
genies.
no Mauis or something like that too. It's a card that you thought was uncuttable, and he had to cut it. And that's again
It was the
indicator
genie.
of a great player. You have to put aside a conventional wisdom and play what you think is the best for that room. And if everyone says, as soon as someone says the phrase, "We always do it this way," or "This is the only way you can do it," there's room in there to manipulate that in one way or the other. Because if you're running in the same race as everyone else, you're going to finish where everyone else is finishing. All of these great players always have to find a way to do something that is different from the rest of the pack to set themselves aside. And I think he's always one of those Illuminators that is able to do that, to find the oddball, to find the gap, and to fill that gap with their skill expression. So wonderful human being. I absolutely adore me some Edmund Chu, and hopefully he has nothing but success in this event and every endeavor he has in the realm of Lorcana.
Agreed. And another shout out, to the CCQ. There's some really incredibly talented players out there. It is not easy. So whoever wins is going to have battled through a pretty talented field. Players like Ed Chu. There's Kevin out there from Lorcana Goons, a bunch of other well-known players, and then also just incredibly. It is a tough community. That Southern California Disney Lorcana community is incredibly talented, incredibly deep.
It's incredibly stacked as well. But Liam, we do have a little bit of time. Like I said, we're going into the top cut. We are getting all that information for you guys. We're going to try to get some data, some deck lists, some analysis. We're going to get this stuff on more ink decks for everyone who can get out there and watch that stuff. But we're also going to get you guys another interview. This is another special interview. We're going to get you guys a rare and exclusive only on JDZ Quest, only on Rebecca Quest. Can you see this? We're going to get Podcana on the go. We got Garrick from Garrick's Lorcana Lair, Garrick from Podcana, Garrick from the QuestCast, joined by the one and only Sky. He's going to give you guys a little bit of mobile Podcana coming in from the interview room. Take it away right now.
The 9 coming straight to you from the Enchanted Citrus Clash. I'm here to ask the burning question that everybody wants to know. Sky, do you know how Diablo Devoted Herald works?
I do.
Okay.
If you watch, I was locked in every turn at the start, ready to draw my card, and then I clocked out after that. I was like, that's done, right? That's the card is I draw 1+1, right? Nobody plays Friends or Popsicle, you just draw the 1 and then you're done. But no. Apparently, I missed like 8 triggers, and after what I was told, I was like, oh my gosh. But it made for a very cinematic game, did it not? I had a crazy last turn, triple character, play a 0 to hero, play a Clarabelle for free, 0 to hero again, play a Kita, shrink everything, 18 lore on board. It was great. So that would not have happened if I didn't miss it, right?
Yeah, and for all the people out there that are doubting Sky, he's being very humble. He knows how Diablo works, of course. He just wanted to draw.
First time Diablo player, okay? First time in paper. So you gotta cut me a little slack. I'm a person I gotta mess up and learn from it the hard way once. So that was my time.
He's being humble. He knew he was gonna draw those cards back with Clarabelle, which he did. So it didn't end up mattering anyway.
That really didn't matter. But I'm pretty sure when I bent him, he top decked Tamatoa and got back a guidebook and a pop.
Yeah.
And I was only on 3 or 4 cards. I didn't draw off that, so that was bad. That was really bad. But We made it close. We made it close.
Yeah, I mean, it was a super interesting deck that you built, and a lot of people are interested in playing it. It's Emerald, Amber, no dogs, no discard. It's like this weird mid-range list, and I told everybody, like, when Akut Edamudi was revealed, and we talked about it on Podcana, you were like, I'm just going to start building decks with this card and see what happens. And that's like what you've been doing for the past 2 sets. So talk to me about how, like, the genesis of this deck, how did you come up with the idea, and is it something that you would bring to a tournament in the future, despite the fact that you felt just a little bit short this weekend?
Yeah, so I started in core. I built like a yellow-green version of this deck with the whole thing is you can turn 3 Shift Clara, sing You're Welcome. Like, that's absolutely insane. You can also like turn 3 Shift Clara, sing Under the Sea sometimes. So both those were just like, this is broken, right? Like, we gotta figure out some way to try it. Unfortunately, it's just not enough pieces. You don't have the 0 to hero, so you can only run 4 Akud. You don't have Morph, so there's a lot of stuff that makes it not quite consistent enough to bring. It's a little bit unfortunate, but with Infinity, we got 0 to hero, which turns out to be better than Akud in Infinity. I was playing 4 0 to hero and only 3 Akud, which was wild. But yeah, the deck can just, with Morph, can do its thing like very often. Also, Cindy is super helpful. Diablo can even shift and be a singer for it. So like the turn 3 shift is like really consistent. It's just, what do you do with that? What do you do with all those cards? Can you get there? And like this deck is like, you look at it like, how do you win? You're kind of just like, yeah, you can draw a bunch of cards, but you're kind of just dirtling with like little guys, and that's like my favorite type of deck. I want to build a deck that has no win con. My win con is like drawing infinite and playing little guys, and I control the pace completely. And it went pretty well. I'd say the day went well. It's very targeted for like the yellow-green that I know is going to be dominant. I wasn't expecting too much, like 20% max of that type of deck, the dog deck, but I knew it was going to do well because of how strong it is. So I was like, if I can win a few, I can get into a spot where I can kind of ride that wave up. And then if I do make top cut, I'm in a really good spot matchup-wise. So yeah, you don't want to see steal, but there wasn't too much of that. And like, yeah, my losses were very close. I only won 2 die rolls out of 8, so I was feeling good about how it performed under the circumstances.
Yeah, and you have a lot of Infinity tournaments coming up. You're going to be at ETB next week. You're going to Dortmund as well, is that right? No? Yeah. Yes, you are. And then you have Indy right after that. So not to, give your secrets out here, but is this something that you're considering bringing to those tournaments?
Yeah, I'm definitely considering. I want to play decks like this if I can. I was like panicking the day before because like I was playing the deck a lot.
Was the tweet real?
The tweet was absolutely real. Like I have people that can attest to it. But yeah, I was like 65+% win rate in a meta where there was not a lot of dogs being played. So I was like, okay, if there is a good amount of dogs, I'm in a good spot. But then like the last day and a half of games, I just weren't going well. The deck was breaking. I was like, is this just like, is the math not there to like let it fire off enough? But being a best of 3 helps. Having one game where you just don't do anything is fine if your other games are really popping off. So yeah, I think the deck is definitely real, and the more we see the yellow-green, I think the more real it is, and I'll consider it more. So yeah, it's on the short list for sure.
There you go. It's on the short list. If you want to give it a try, I believe all the decks will be on Ink Decks at the end of this tournament, so you can take a look at Sky's exact 60 and give it a shot. Dust off those 0 to heroes, dust off those Diablos, and it's time to get them up and active and into your deck. Sky, you came all the way out from Nebraska to attend the Enchanted Citrus Clash, one of the players that traveled out here. How's the experience been compared to other CCQs that you've done, other big tournaments? I know they've been trying to make it a huge community event. How have you felt about the event as a whole?
It's been great. I think this is probably like the coolest like event of this size that I've seen in person. Like so much production has gone into it. So much like, just like the vibes are great. Like they definitely put a lot of time and like there's like picture ops they set up and everything. So like the people who ran this, I think it's Fran. She did a great job. They're super passionate. You can tell. So yeah, if you guys have another one, I'm definitely down to come. And if you're available to come as well, I definitely recommend this is one to go to if it's not a DLC.
There you have it. Sky from Podcana, Garrick from Podcana at the Enchanted Citrus Clash. What more could you ask for? Now, really appreciate you taking the time.
I take top cut though. Like I'd take one more win. That'd be a top cut.
Oh, that's the only thing you could ask for. Yeah.
5-3. Close, but, okay.
Then it would be the perfect weekend, but that's all right. I mean, you gave it your best shot, and you weren't drawing off Diablo, so you're a little handicapped throughout the weekend. So that's okay.
I didn't do that again. I learned my lesson. Okay, let me just say that was the only match that happened. Maybe in round 1 it happened as well, but I don't think so. We learned.
There you have it. Sky will be back next week at enter the battlefield. So be on the lookout. He might be playing the same thing. He might be playing that Ruby Steel Omnidroids deck that we saw in round number 1 yesterday. Who knows what Sky is going to be bringing? But
maybe Blue Steel. I don't know.
yeah, we could play Oswald. We saw Oswald miss like 50 times in the last round. But
items, dude. That's the problem. You got to run like 40 plus. We got to be hitting every time. We can't be messing with Oswald.
Yeah, there are a lot of characters in that deck. You heard it here first. 40 items if you're going to play Oswald, and that's the bare minimum. But we are going to send it back to the booth. JDZ and Liam are queued up and getting ready to get you guys into that top 16, where we are going to get into the top cut and crown a winner that will be sent to the DLC, the National Championship out there in Disneyland. So back to JDZ and Liam.
At that point, I cut the genie and I was going to play him, but then I decided not to and convinced Ed not to run him. And that's when Ed told me that I taught him everything he knows about Disney Lorcana.
Obviously. Yeah, that's what he told me too. I mean, we had a little debate. And I was like, Ed, is Liam that good? He's like, listen, bro, trust me, Liam is that good. And let's do everything. Hey.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Hey, let's see. And we're back. And
Dad chat.
We are actually so back. Huge shout out to Garrick and Sky over there, a little mobile podcast on the go. If you guys are interested, make sure you get on Podcon on YouTube. Throw them a like and a subscribe as well. They have some very good content there, specifically forming around the competitive metagame. They make some great stuff, and Sky has a great mind for Lorcana, so you can learn a lot. Garrick is also one of my good friends, and he's also quite good at the game as well. So I loved everything he had to say about that strategy. Very unique deck. Did you see his deck that he played yesterday? Under the Sea, discard, no discard. Just left the discard out. That was very cool.
Left it out. Yeah, it's interesting. Like but the discard decks are funny because yes, they were discard decks, but really what they were trying to do back those Emerald Steel discard decks was they were value engines, and they just overwhelmed your opponent with resources. Cards like Prince John, their biggest benefit was giving you more cards. So they did put on hand pressure, but it was yes, that's part of the strategy, but it's also just about drawing a bajillion cards. And so Sky got rid of the discard part and just drew a bajillion cards.
That have a bit more value, and that's one thing I did notice about that typical version of the Emerald and Amber discard deck with the Prince Johns and You Have Forgotten Me and Hypnotic Strings and Hypnotize or the Sudden Chills and all those types of things. Sometimes you can get a tremendous amount of cards in your hand. You'll have 15, 16 cards in your hand, and your opponent's hand is completely rinsed, and they have nothing, but they have an impactful board, and now you're holding Hypnotic Strength, Hypnotize, you're holding Sudden Chills, you're holding Prince Johns, you're holding You Have Forgotten Me, and they're not doing anything at all. And I think when you realize, like you said, you have this engine, you have the ability to draw a ton of cards and cycle a ton of cards. Let's cut all the riffraff and let's just send all their stuff under the sea. And that is just, again, another great player who is out in the forefront of this game, using their 10-pound brain to put themselves in an advantageous position. Didn't work out this time, but still, you have to try. And I think that's definitely something that can be built upon going forward into the rest of these tournaments.
Yeah, I totally agree. So the thing too, like Diablo, so just I just noodled for a long time, and I mentioned this earlier about the top 20 cards ever printed in Disney Lorcana. And putting out a video series, nobody's watching it, totally fine. But Diablo is clearly on that list, and I'm not going to spoil it, but he is very, very high. It is one of the best cards ever printed in Disney Lorcana. The fact that you get him on the board on round 2, he is a must-answer card. And so if you have a card like that in Disney Lorcana, where you can play it on turn 2, if your opponent doesn't have an answer for it, you basically win the game. You'd be a fool not to play it. And the thing is, like, Diablo is so meta warping that for the longest time, you had to put 8 to 12 cards in your deck that could answer, like, just to answer Diablo, because he was so oppressive. He warped the meta completely. And in Infinity right now, not a lot of people are scared of Diablo. There's just not a lot of them out there, and so that leaves you a lane.
There was, I think, in the first installments of Infinity format, I think the idea of a Diablo, the Storm on 2 decks were so respected that the idea of shifting a Diablo with all of the potential Storm on 2, because you got Diablo decks can Storm on 2, you have the Amber Steel Song could Storm on 2 very consistently, Sapphire Steel could Storm on 2. You had a lot of decks were just built to take down this Diablo. Also, with the rise of the Jebediah Farnsworth, has kind of really put the bird back in the cage. Now that the Stormon 2 decks are being nerfed by the Snowfort decks and some of the more robust 3-cost, high willpower characters, the Dale decks are coming in, Stormon 2 doesn't look nearly as appealing. So maybe there's a gap where these Diablo decks can start to make a resurgence and be a prominent force in the metagame. And that is just one of those vicious cycles that I absolutely love. The cyclic nature of the metagame. We have this thing, you think you know something, the innovators step up, they rotate, they force this change, and you have this ebb and flow of what is good. It might not be good yet, but it might be good 2 weeks from now. It might be too late. It's just all about timing is another part of it too. So it's a beautiful, beautiful game.
Yeah, it recalls like Sailor's performance in Ink Inc., where the format was so dogs dominant. Chromacon was doing so much work that everybody worked in item removal into their deck because you had to deal with Chromacon. So Sailor says, you know what? I'm going to benefit from all of you watering down your deck. I'm not going to play Chromacon. I'm going to punish you for playing against Chromacon. I'm just going to play Under the Sea. And he wins the CCQ. So, like, it's exactly your point. It is this game where there's these ebbs and flows and these waves, and the best players are looking for that lane that's opening up that they can sail through to take advantage of specific tournaments.
That's again, it's all about skill. It's all about what you can do to set yourself apart, to give yourself as much advantage as possible, and that's one of those things. So it looks like we got some information that's going to be coming in soon about some of those deck lists. Again, thank you all for hanging out and tuning in with us through this break. We are, they're getting all the top cut information done. They're getting all the deck checks done. They're getting all the players, sorted out, and we are going to get that top 16 match come your guys' way here very soon. If you're just joining me, I'm JDZ Quest. We have Liam in the booth with us. He is literally here right now. Don't worry about this. He's actually, look at that. See my hand? If he wasn't here, I couldn't put my hand on his shoulder like this. You see that? If he wasn't here. If he could have given me a high five right there if he wasn't here. Clearly, we're holding hands. You see that? Clearly he's here. So obviously we're able to do that, but we're just kind of filling a little bit of time while we wait on that information to come on in. So I really want to encourage you guys to stay around, keep it locked. Please don't touch that dial. Keep those seat backs up. We are experiencing a little bit of turbulence. Seat belts are on out there on the Quest world. Make sure you guys are following the program, liking the stream. We got Quest and Quests simulcast here. We got Rebecca Quest on YouTube. All right, shout out to the YouTube out there, everyone who's watching Rebecca Quest on YouTube. Make sure you guys hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and follow the program. If you're watching on Twitch, keep rocking and rolling. I see a lot of names out there in the chat rocking and rolling with the program, people all over the world. I really love doing these events, and thank you all for being a part of this wonderful production that we have here. I don't want to jinx anything, but I think we figured out a lot of the issues that we're having with the stream yesterday, and it seems like everything seems to be going a bit okay today.
I swear I'm not the problem.
It's not you.
I might have been the problem.
You might have been the problem, but Liam, it's a good problem to have. We're going to get it solved.
I appreciate it. No, thanks for hanging out with us. So one note, those of you who have been to tournaments and been through top cuts know that there is always just a natural lag between the top cut and the top 16 because you have to sort things out. You do deck checks, so all of the decks get taken back. Their lists all get checked. Their sleeves get checked because you've been playing all day long, and even if you freshed up a fresh sleeve, all it takes is one dropping of a card or one bad manipulation to have a sleeve get dinged, and now you have to re-sleeve. So the judges always do a fantastic job to make sure that there are no issues going into the top cut, and that's why there's always a delay between the Swiss rounds and the top cut. But it just sets up for some really great matches afterward. And the other piece is too, JD, correct me if I'm wrong, but usually when tournaments are streamed, the deck lists become open for the top cut.
Yes. I believe
talk
this
about
one.
that.
I believe this one also will have open deck lists as well, and that, Liam, is going to change the game even more. I think playing with a closed deck list, you have to make certain assumptions, you have to make certain assessments, you have to make certain calls, certain guesses. Now that guesswork is removed, and that's going to take the skill expression to a whole new level. You know exactly what your opponent has, but there is some gamesmanship there. How you construct your deck. Are you building your deck for consistency, or are you building your deck for an open deck list top cut? Because now if you have those cheeky, sneaky one-ofs, your opponent is going to be in this conundrum where they have to play around your sneaky one-ofs and your tech choices and those types of cards. So another cool aspect about this game, open deck list, and I believe we are going to be having open deck lists for our top cut here.
Yeah, and that changes things too. And that's one of the other things the players are going to be doing now, especially since they, based on seeding, will know who they're playing in round one. They know whether they're on the play or on the draw.
Hmm.
Those players are going to be looking to figure out who their opponent is. And the other thing is, in these tournaments. Generally, when the players are performing well, at the top tables, word starts to get around about which decks are doing well, what certain players are on, and
Hmm.
so going into this round, these players will be at least somewhat familiar with what they're about to play against. Even if they haven't had a chance to take a look at the specifics in the list, they know the colors. They've probably heard some of the sneaky tech choices, and so that completely changes your game plan going into the game, how you alter, etc. And so that's another thing that's going on right now is as these players are getting ready, they're starting to think through their next match and already starting to strategize, as opposed to in the Swiss rounds where you're going into a lot of your matches blind.
Yes, again, that's a extremely correct because you might be like, oh, I got to play around this thing. I'm playing around this thing. You look at that deck list, you go for the thing that you're playing around that's not even there. And you're like, oh, now I have this huge burden off my shoulders that I don't even have to worry about because the thing I was afraid of the most is no longer a part of the equation. So it is just another way to play skill, another way to test skill. Being on the draw might be a bit difficult. I have noticed in Infinity format, there is still some play draw things there, but with this armed with this information, you can kind of even the scales a little bit. So that action will be coming your guys' way here very soon. I'm super excited. I'm motivated. I'm over the top laser focused. I am having such an amazing time with this event. I will say this, though, one thing off script a little bit as we are vamping. I brought my trade binder, okay, and I haven't made nearly enough trades
What?
with the people.
Well, you've been in the booth.
I have been in the booth. I have been working. Granted, that is correct. I know I've been kind of, doing the thing, but I still need to make some trades. So if you're still in the Enchanted Citrus Clash, make sure you hit me up on Discord or come by the stream room or say something. Find me after the top 8, and I want to get some trades up so I can get that in.
You know what you should do?
What's that?
I have a challenge for you. Take whatever cards you want. Now, don't put your whole binder, but
Okay.
pick a table in the room and put out like 4 or 5 cards and be like, this is JD's trade pile. Trade at will. Trade what you will.
Yeah, like a pinboard.
And then at the end of the day, go out and see what has happened.
Oh, I'm probably gonna come back. It's gonna be 4. I get trolled so hard, Liam.
4 T-pos.
It's going to be 4 T-pos 1,000,000,000% of the time. I will go out there and I'll put out whatever I put out. When I come back, it will be 4 T-pos 100% of the time. Guarantee you. I'll take them away. I'll put more cards out there, and I'll come back, and there will be 4 more T-pos.
4 T-pos.
Without doubt, without question. Okay, the pinboard method will backfire on me tremendously. Okay, so I love it in theory, but in actual practice, we're gonna get T-po'd. Okay, I'm just setting myself up for that one. But I am trying to collect all the epic cards. That's what I would like to do. So if you have an epic card and you want to trade me, I would like you to sign it and give it to me. I want to make an epic book to say, hey, this book is epic with signatures of people's epic cards that I've traded for throughout the time. And I want to get that thing filled up with all the epics in the entire game of Digital Lorcana. That's what because I can't collect too much because I just don't have the.
Pick a lane.
I'm gonna pick a lane, and I just want to go 1 copy of all the epics. That's it. And all the extended arts. I'm going to go with those as well. So if you want to see me, come and get your trades in. And I think that can be a good time as we are still just rocking and rolling with the program. We haven't seen the information. We got some information. Might be coming in here in just a few short moments. So keep active as we are almost underway. Again, I want to thank you guys all for being here. Thank you guys for kicking it with the program, and thanks for rocking with us on the stream. And it's been a great run, a great tournament, and I can't wait to see this top 16 start.
I can't either. Something else to keep aware of, folks out there. There are a number of players who may or may not be in the top 10. It looks like JD's got some lists here, but there are a number of players who are playing out there who already have their invites. Players like Sky, players like Anatade, players like Ed. And if those players make it into the top cut, then interesting things happen with pass down. So you start to root for certain players to do well because the second place or third place player, depending on how well things can go, I believe can get that pass down at a CCQ. I think that's how that works. So fun stuff to follow.
Yeah,
what do you got?
There are
you got papers.
So
what do your papers say?
We are this just in. It looks like we have some information on what is going to be consisting of our top 16. We have the great and incredible Rebecca Quest, who is transcribing the information as it is being delivered. So get your pen and pads out. We'll try to get on the graphic for you guys here quite soon. But looking at the breakdown, Amber and Emerald, okay, is going to be converting at the most with that 44%. There's 7 Amber and Emerald decks. Looking at these deck lists, most of them are going to be Snowfort and or Snowfort related. A lot of
Goodness
Snowforts
gracious.
being in the top cut. So
That's cold.
half. That's almost half of the top 16 is going to be that's 7 copies Amber Emerald. The next most deck, if you can guess, Liam, I'll give you one guess.
Amber Steel?
Amber Steel, no. The next most decks is Ruby and
Ruby
Sapphire.
Ruby
Sapphire.
Okay.
Ruby
We just
Sapphire.
haven't seen many. I haven't seen much on stream this weekend.
Me either. I haven't seen Ruby Sapphire, but it is there. It is the second most played deck, and it is converting at 4. So that's 25% of the top 16 is going to be Ruby and Sapphire, followed by Amber and Steel. Your guess at 13%. 2 Illuminators elected to bring that strategy. Looking like one is going to be with both of them, are going to be including No Whole New World. So more of those mid-range versions are going to be in that top 16. Alvin has made it to the top 16. We saw him on stream the other day. His deck is super duper cool. So I'm glad to see that Luminaire has converted, and that deck is awesome. So hopefully he can continue to perform well with that strategy. We have one of Emerald Steel. We saw a 90-day. I'm pretty sure that's who that Luminaire is. We have one Amber and Amethyst. Wait a minute. One Amber Amethyst.
Let's go.
Amber and
Who's that?
Amber Amethyst. Let's see
Who's
what we
that
got
player?
cooking here with the Amber Amethyst Hyper Aggro. It's Adam T. Sorry, unfortunately
Yeah.
for you all, Adam T will not be on the feature match until he wins a tournament. Because if we do, he could potentially end this thing before like 5
Yeah,
seconds.
that's right.
We saw that
Hyper.
match on stream. We saw it, and thing
That's
was
right.
moving and
Amber
grooving.
Amethyst.
Amber
For some
Amethyst.
reason I heard Emerald Amethyst. I'm
Oh,
sorry. Yeah, we saw
sorry,
the Amber
Amber.
Amethyst. Yeah, that.
Yeah,
Really important question on him, JD. What is he seeded? Is he on the play throughout?
That's a very, very great question. I don't have that information off the top of my head right
Okay.
now, but we can get that to you. I believe he should be seated fairly high. I believe that Illuminator is X1. And Adam? I think he's the number 2 seed coming from the production there. So he's seated quite highly, and he could definitely make
That
a
means
run.
he's on the play through the finals.
Because
which
that deck
is
can get out there. Adam's number
nuts.
3, excuse me.
Number
Still,
3,
that's
okay.
That's still incredibly high, and he can
Yeah.
come out and just straight
He could be on
accelerate,
the play through the finals.
hit
That
the
deck's
gas
nuts.
pedal, and get all the way out of there. We also have one of those decks is going to be the Turner Dogs, is also going to be one of the Amber and Emerald decks. We also have the one of Emerald Sapphire control strategy. Shout out to Karan G, who has loaded with the John Silvers, the Ink Geysers, the Clarabelles, the Muses, using the songs to kind of tempo out the opponent and get to the late game. You still have the ability to sing Under the Sea. So this deck is the one of Emerald Sapphire. We have 2 Amber Steel songs. We have 4 Ruby Sapphire actions. We have multiple we have 6 to 7 Snowfort decks, and then we have the Amber Amethyst Hyper Aggro, Emerald Steel Discard, and the Turner Dogs, which is going to fill out the Amber and Emerald connection. Liam, what I didn't say, there is a notable deck that I did not mention, Ruby and Amethyst. Where you at?
So where's Ruby Amethyst at? Emerald
Where we
Amethyst,
at?
of course, but Ruby Amethyst. Here's the thing, JD. Unless I'm mathing incorrectly, there is 1 Amethyst deck in this entire top cut.
There is one Amethyst deck in the top cut, and it is the Hyper Super Aggro deck. Okay, so wow. Okay, this is this event just changed my whole. No
Goats, rabbits,
Blurple,
snake.
no Amethyst Steel, no Ruby Amethyst, no Amethyst Amber, Elsa Dale decks, none of that. The only aggro deck, the only Amethyst deck is that aggro deck. Yeah, and it's very fast. We got Blues, we have Lilos, we have Maleficent, we're bouncing, we're befuddling, and we are exerting. So that is the only wild. You think you know?
I mean,
You
some of
think
the
you
best,
know a
some of the best
tournament.
cards in all of Disney Lorcana, like the Madam. So when Infinity came back, everybody's like, finally, bounce package is back. There's no bounce package here. There are no genies. There's no Elsa the Fifth Spirit. There's no any of those mid-range, Amethyst cards. All notably absent. And in fact, even Ruby only making an appearance in the Ruby set. I mean, it is 4 decks, so that's fine. But like Amber is everywhere.
Yeah. So
10
and
decks representing Amber.
Also, there is a notable player, Tiago, has made it into the top cut as well, who is looking alive and well to make it on into the top cut, and it's going to be a phenomenal experience. So, but Liam, what we're going to do here is we're going to take a quick break. We're going to get set up for that top 16 round, and then we're going to come back. Anything you want to say before we shout this thing out to a break?
No, just stay tuned. There's some awesome Lorcana coming up. This is a fantastic stream. I appreciate you all for watching.
Of course. So with that, we're going to take a quick commercial break. Keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. put the dial down, and keep coming back to the Enchanted Citrus Clash in a few
This has
moments.
been Dad Chat.
That chat. Cool. Chill. And chill.
Oh, hey,
And
whoa,
we
whoa.
are back with more Top 16 action from the Enchanted Citrus Clash. And just like that, I'm joined by the one and only Brent Mukai is in the building. I'm telling you what, brother, I'm coming out, brother. don't do it, please. Don't do it. How you feeling, my good friend?
I'm feeling pumped, man. I'm feeling ready. I feel like the Incredible Hulk in many ways because I feel like we're about to see a monster of a match.
I'm ready. Are you ready? I think the players are ready. I think it's time to jump on into the match right now as we are still kicking it. So they have some they're just kind of going over their deck list.
Let's go over their deck list.
We could go over it as well to see what these Illuminaires are going to be.
We've got to look for
here.
Daniel.
Daniel, okay, let's go.
Teranishi, I believe that is his name, versus Dylan. Don't know his last name off the top of my head.
Shout out to both of these Illuminaires as well. So
yeah, one of my buddies was just in the winning in with Dylan, and I walked up to him and said, "How you doing, man?" He said, "I was in it." And then
wait,
Dylan
is that hold up? Is that the Dylan? Is that the Dylan from DLC? Oh, wait a minute, we got a DLC champion is in the building.
What?
Stand up.
What?
Woo. That's DLC champion winning Dylan, I believe.
Which
Molestar.
DLC?
Australia, mate. I was there. I saw it happen live.
That was Molestar.
That's Molestar.
I forget I forget his government name sometimes. I just remember he's a star and he's a mole.
Yeah, and he's out there getting loose.
Whoa, this is a humongous match because Daniel Teranishi is one of the premier NorCal fighters, one of the best Lorcana players out there. He's always making top cuts. He's always in the mix. I believe that he was up at the Glimmer Games. I don't know if he topped, but we definitely had him on for a match. I think he won that match. I mean, talk to me about Molestar, man. Talk to me about Molestar. What are we looking at here?
So Dylan, he did win, like I mentioned, DLC Australia.
Shout out.
Playing the Amber and Emerald strategy, so no surprise. He's going to be on that Dogs deck again, but he's playing it in a nice and unique way. A lot of people have theorized that this strategy could be viable, but no one has ever tried it. We got Dogs, but we're also playing Snow Forts in the Dogs deck. Usually the Snow Forts is going to be more with the Mulan and all those types of things. I guess you are playing the Mulan as well, so it's more of a blend between the typical Snow Forts and the Dogs Snow Forts. So Dylan looking
there he
versus
is.
Daniel there.
Yeah.
Tell me about what Daniel's cooking there.
Well, Daniel is on the Ruby Sapphire Actions, something that DKP, and we might have heard that name, shout out World Champ was on and kind of innovated very well. A lot of people contributed to this deck. I'm sure there was a lot of talk in between, but we got some interesting stuff now that I'm looking at it. We're adding in the Liquidator. We haven't seen this deck since rotation. So seeing Liquidator in here with all the rest of the regulars, Maui Half Shark, Maui Hero to all, right? We've also got the Olaf Snowman of Action coming in, the 9-cost 4/4. Oh, and we're already ready.
And I think we just saw one of those Olaf Snowman of Action go down to the Inkwell early. That Olaf is going to be able to keep this Amber and Emerald aggressive strategy at bay. If you can get your discard set up, you can play it for free, and it reduces their lore as we start with this very aggressive Daisy Duck for Dylan, who is going to be great in this matchup. If you know you're playing against actions, you can send those to the bottom of your deck and quest for 2 quite fairly early.
Absolutely, because the Olaf Snowman of Action, what he does is when he comes into play, you subtract 2 lore from your opponent. So definitely going to be necessary against a strategy like Dylan's that is going to be looking to turn sideways, establish a wide board, and quest out as quickly as possible. I mean, something to talk about here though too is as we miss off the Daisy Duck trigger, we're off to a bad start here.
You will do quite often. The Daisy Duck is going to send that develop your brain to the bottom of the deck or division of the future. What were you saying there, Brent?
What I was saying is unimportant because we got the grandmother Willow into the lady decisive dog here, and Daniel, these Ruby Sapphire decks in general, typically a little bit slower to start here. No characters out on the board. However, How Far I'll Go, one of the most powerful cards that has been rotated out, allows you to draw 2 cards, put one of them in your Inkwell face down, and draw the other one. I mean, usually we see it being sung by something like a Grandma Tala, right, back in the old days, but Daniel's up to 5 ink here already, and of course Dylan is going to play down the Ursula Deceiver to try to snipe, if you will, a Be Prepared. It doesn't find one, just a Pirate's Life goes down, but that's still pretty huge.
Yeah, just taking that inkable card, I think you really could have used a nice quality ink here. Daniel does not have any characters in play at the current moment, so Maui Hero to All does look like a nice follow-up. We do have that Sisu, the Emboldened Warrior, is in hand. If you can make it to that 8 ink, it's going to be tough to do so, but Sisu will be a character that can, Empowered Sibling, I believe, is going to be.
I know they get the EM, and it's just so it always confuses Empowered Sibling and Emboldened Warrior. Pretty tough, but yeah, the Empowered Sibling in the hand there of Daniel. That's the one, the Sisu on ice, if you will. As Mulan, Resourceful Recruit, comes down, and Dylan is off to an explosive start. He is not quested.
He hasn't, but he's trying to keep that board massive. I think you're trying to set up your trap plays and keep the pressure up because in this strategy, especially you know that Sisu is going to be imminent, you only have a few quests that you can operate with your board. So you got to get the most utility out of this board while you can, and you're going to need a tramp to come through and maybe find a snow fort to be able to deploy the snow fort in time to increase the strength of some of your characters so they don't get sent under this, don't get sent to the discard pile by the Sisu.
Yeah, I'm wondering why it was Dylan didn't elect to quest anything down. Now this Olaf Snowman of Action is going to push him back down to 0, the card that we were just talking about, and we are going to tramp. That was probably why, because we saw the Maui Hero to All. We didn't want to have one less character and have to pay one more for the tramp next turn. Still surprising, though, because when we see that the Sisu is there in the hand of Daniel, we know that we're still a few turns off, but man, it's getting a little scary.
I think Dylan's at this point is we are either trying to get to an opportunity to possibly quest for 20 in one fell swoop, or find some of those snow forts to be able to increase our character strength enough to be able to not be sent to the discard pile by the Sisu without a Sapphire Coil or something like that.
If I'm not mistaken, he just played down another tramp for free, essentially, and then sent all the cards to the bottom of the deck, which leads me to believe, is there a Chernabog, or do we have the one of Chernabog in here?
It
doesn't look like it.
I don't think we're going to be playing any Chernabogs in this deck. This is that more of a Snow Fort type build. Like I said, it's more of a dogs blending on Snow Fort, and have that Mulan, the Resourceful Recruit, and you're just putting a lot of pressure on. And I think unless you can draw a Be Prepared here, which would be a phenomenal draw for Daniel, because that Olaf Snowman of Action, he did come out for a discount, but he still has that Singer 9 ability, so you'll be able to sing the Be Prepared, and you're so back. But if you can't, I think Dylan has so much pressure in play. Maui Heroes are always not going to be able to do enough.
Yeah, I mean, what are we even doing here? I mean, we challenge in
we could take
Olaf
off some
into
more.
Daisy. We probably want to challenge Maui into either the Mulan or the Lady. Yeah, it's a rock and a hard place there. And we still don't keep him off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
And Dylan, just like that, just turns sideways and takes it.
Actual super quest.
How do we combat this?
And Daniel was the #1 seed, so you were on the play as well.
Yeah.
I think the way that you have to combat this, and this is the deck, okay? This is the deck of Infinity that everyone is the quintessential boogeyman of the format. This is the strategy that everyone is going to hold their breath when they have to play against, especially when you're at the helm of a literal DLC champion, which Dylan is. He has very comfortable, got a ton of reps with this strategy, Daniel needs to find those liquidators. We need to get some characters in place sooner. I believe we have access to some Grandmother Talas or maybe even Cinderella. I'll take anybody with a body that you played earlier to be able to at least challenge some of these characters, even though Dylan didn't even really exert, so you didn't offer too many opportunities to challenge because that was just a mighty quest to 13 and then a quest for game.
Very smart, very smart. I was like, why doesn't he turn sideways here? That Maui would have, the Maui Hero to All challenging into some of the crucial characters would have definitely put Molstar off of the game there. He had the battle plan ready, what seems like from the very start, and executed beautifully.
Yeah, and there are some cards. I mean, you do have some. You have Pirate's Life. You have the Vitalosphere. You have the Nani's Payback, which is another card coming in from Winterspell that can reduce your opponent's lore based on the amount of damage you have on your character.
Yep.
So that is if you
up to 4 lore you can take away from your opponent.
Absolutely. So that is a good way to kind of, you just have to figure out a way to slow this deck down.
But even then, that's tough, right? Because Emerald Amethyst is one of those decks that has a lot of characters with lower willpower. Sure, we might have a Snowfort out, but if we don't have that Snowfort out, it's going to be tough to accrue the amount of damage that you're going to actually want for a Nani's Payback. Sure, if we get some 2-for-1, 3-for-1s, we can rack up that damage and get the full value of the 4 lore, right? But Dylan showcasing that he's very smart, very patient, a dangerous combination, and he's not willing to turn sideways when he doesn't need to.
Yeah, and that's an indicator of this deck and this player. And when you can just pile up a huge board, you slam down a couple Mulans, and you can't really engage with the ready characters. I'm looking at his deck. I'm not seeing a card like Brawl. I'm not seeing a card like Firefly Storm. I'm not seeing the smaller Sisu Daring Visitor. I'm not seeing any of those cards that can really engage with those ready characters. Grab Your Bow. We're not seeing any of those types of effects in this strategy to be able to engage with these ready characters. And Dylan knows this. I mean, because these are open deck lists. So you feel very comfortable with negotiating a early seeing of a Be Prepared, or maybe even a Maui Half Shark. You just stay ready. You don't have to do anything. Get 20 lore on the board, or a 2 quests like you just did, and you're on your way. As Lady's going to start us off on 1.
Absolutely, and I think that the fact that when Dylan played the Ursula Deceiver, was able to see Daniel's hand, I think that's when he knew exactly what he needed to do. And like, something for me at least is interesting. We're going to go ahead and play down the Sail the Azurite Sea. I was wondering if Daniel was going to play down a Tipo maybe instead, try to get some characters out on board, but he knows what the battle plan is, I suppose. We're going to ink another 2 here. Maybe he's strapped for cards, needs it, and Grammatala coming down. I think you nailed it. Coming down on 4 and allowing us to have a body down even 1 turn sooner could be the difference between Daniel taking the game and Daniel not taking the game.
You know, Tipo on the play is just going to use so much your hand resources. You don't have that extra draw.
Yeah.
So a lot of players like to, even though having just Tipo's body being available to be increased with this Vitalosphere that you have could be a reasonable out to some early aggression, as now this Lady is free and clear to get an early quest in with no fear of Maui, as we are going to be able to play 2 characters as well to gain just 1 lore. I think he needed a 3rd character to increase her strength up to that 3.
Yeah, that's the good news.
Yeah, so no Webby Vanderquack or some type of
Tramp Enterprising Dog, to come down, boost up that Lady, quest for 3, and now you're running away with it. Grammatala, you called it, JDZ. You called it, man.
This is a good start. I think this is probably one of the better starts you can get. You were able to ramp on 2. You were able to find your Grandmother Tala. You were able to cycle a card, but you did give up some of that early lore. It's only 1. So Daniel is looking cool, calm, and collected. The DLC champ Dylan is kind of still riding the same game plan. I think it's just going to be stay ready. It's going to take a look, and the Be Prepared is there.
Be Prep is going to get torn away, and you hate to see it. I mean, Daniel, it's written all over his face. You're not happy.
You're
not happy about it.
You're kind of giga-bricked a little bit there, too, with that lucky dime, which you actually hate to see in this matchup. And you're going to have a pretty low-tempo turn following up with this Cinderella Ballroom Sensation, or excuse me, Cinderella Dreams Come True. It's probably going to be your play, and you probably got to send this lucky dime down to the Inkwell. You'd love to have a Maui here, and you just don't have the ability to do that now with this Mulan as a 4 willpower along with this Daisy Duck. You can't even really exert this Grandmother Tala either, because Rapunzel gifted with healing would just be a dagger that you cannot let happen to you here.
Ooh, not a bad pickup here. Not a bad pickup grabbing the develop your brain. You're still going to be able to ink once. You're going to play the Cinderella down. You're going to get an additional ink in. You're going to be able to cycle one of the cards out, because when dreams come true, for Cinderella here, at the end of the turn, when a princess is played and she counts for herself, and of course she is a princess, he'll be able to ink one of his cards to draw an additional card here. So just like that, we're up to 6 ink. We'll see what Molestar responds with, but now we got 2 bodies out, and this is looking like a completely different game. The real question is, if Daniel wins this, right? If Daniel takes this away, how is he going to look on the draw? That's going to be so brutal, but we got to think about that later.
That's future problem. You gotta get out of this right now. And this is looking quite messy as the big tramp does hit the board. I can't see what that is. It's a little bit off the screen, just a little bit. I believe that's a big tramp, because we are drawing a ton of cards. So enterprising dog right into the street smart dog, as we will be able to draw and discard. Dylan seems very comfortable in this spot. Grandmother Tala and Cinderella doing their best, but their best might not be good enough in this situation, as number 1 seed might be looking in a tough spot against the DLC champ.
Dylan's about to gain 6 lore from that Mulan.
Oof.
That Tramp Enterprising Dog came down. There's 5 characters on board with Tramp included. I believe he sees himself. We're going to boost this Mulan up, and it's a good thing that they said up to 6 lore for Daniel. That's the good news here, but the bad news is
2 free tramps. That's another free tramp that just hit the board.
Boy, oh boy.
And this is when someone says, hey, ban tramp, send them this clip. Send them this video. Send them Daniel's expression there, and send them what has happened here to Daniel there. And this might be a reason enough to say, hey, that street smart dog might have to take a trip to Hiram Town, as we are going to get a card from the Daisy Duck, and that's just so much lore in play. And Daniel is still super far away from a Shift Sisu, super far away from a Be Prepared, super far away from anything. You know, the hand is quite feeble in this spot with that Nani's payback being there, and there's just so much lore in plays, and you really can't even afford to exert this Grandma Tala, because again, Rapunzel is just such a looming threat.
And I mean, even when you do, right, even if we did challenging Grandma Tala, put some damage on her, you're only going to be able to Nani's payback for 1 lore.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. This Emerald Amber matchup is tough for even the cards that are designed to tech for this matchup make it so much tougher. And Daniel's shaking his head. I believe that if we had the B prep, we would have seen it by now. It would have been the quickest quest.
The fact that Ursula is just a part of this equation it makes it even tougher, as we are going to take a vision of the future. And again, it was the very next card. We're going to take it.
Was the next?
We're going to take it, and I think Daniel hasn't resigned yet, so maybe there's a world where we have enough resources to generate a following turn. Maui Hero to all coming in with this 5 ink could be great. There he is. The hero has landed. Cindy Grandma Tala takes off 3 lore. Potentially more. Maui now will clear this resource for recruit, I would only imagine. We're taking down the Daisy Duck there. And that is 2 lore.
Because you really with the Mulan, like, it's much more likely that you get like a character, and it's there's no explanation needed.
Yeah, it was game anyway. I think there was 2 tramps on the top of that screen that we just didn't get a chance to see, and the DLC champ will dispatch the number 1 seed in relatively quick fashion. Man, oh man. That was a blur. That was dogs full powered. The snow fort, we didn't even see. We saw a snow fort, but that was pure on dog world. And I don't even. Can we get back to the booth? Do you got it? Okay, it's good. Okay, so yeah, that was incredible performance by the DLC champ.
I mean, JDZ, I don't know the last time you went to the salon, but that was a blowout.
Oh yeah.
An absolute blowout. I mean, that's the only word I can say to describe that. It looked like Dylan was unstoppable in that matchup. And a smart pick, a real smart pick. My wife took the exact same.
Yeah.
I believe if I'm looking at the deck list, it's almost exactly the same 60, because I said, SoCal loves Ruby Sapphire. They're going to look for any excuse to come back with the good old Ruby Saph, and man, it just crumpled. It crumpled.
That looked about as one-sided as you could want a Lorcana match to be. It was a very, very bad matchup for the Ruby Sapphire players. The Snow Force was just the dogs were just barking, man. And he came out. He was on the draw both of those games, and you couldn't even tell. I mean, it just felt like the worst case scenario. And the number 1 seed curse lives on. I mean, you don't want to be number 1 seed in these tournaments, it seems, as you are going to be taken down by the DLC champ Dylan. So huge congratulations to you coming out and pushing your way on to the top 8.
Yeah.
Again, taking nothing away from Daniel T. I think you played very well. I think your deck is built in a cool
He did
manner.
everything he could, but it just sometimes your best just isn't good enough.
Yeah. And that's just I don't want to say you misplayed or you did anything wrong.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything you could have done in that one. That was just felt like it was just a lot of power coming from that Amber and Emerald strategy, and Dylan just had all the juice, all the gas. I don't think he had a brake system installed on the vehicle there.
I don't think so either. Yeah. I mean, what a whammy indeed. Just a full-on whammy.
Just full-on gas. All gas without the capability of stopping.
Yeah.
Okay.
All gas. Someone cut the brakes. Can you even cut brakes anymore? I don't think you can cut brakes in cars anymore.
They literally.
I don't think. I think they took that feature out of cars.
There was no sign of stopping that party train. That thing was out, and it was fast. All
and to
gas.
Molestar's credit, I mean, that turn that he decided not to. I mean, a lesser player like myself would have easily been like, okay, well, there's not much. I know he has a Maui Hero to all in hand. Let me quest it out. Mm-hmm. And what might have been a closer game. I mean, Molestar just knows the deck, knows the opponent, knows the deck his opponent was on, and did everything possible to just chokehold that, just stranglehold that match.
That's an indicator. I mean, obviously this Illuminator plays a lot. You can tell. And I've experienced this as well because I'm like, okay, I see how these trap decks are going. I see how these dog decks are going. Let me just do it myself then. If everyone else is going to do it, I'm going to do it too. I try that deck and it just doesn't hit the same when I'm doing it. And I can win some games, but you can tell when someone who's really poised and they're in the position and they have put the reps in and they know exactly the scenarios, knowing what I need to do at a certain point. Maybe I need to quest early. Maybe I need to hold back. I know my timeline. I know what cards I need to beat. I know what cards can beat me, and they're just present and in the moment. So that is just a key indicator. That's why this Illuminator is a DLC champion. I mean, he's going to the World Championship for a reason, and that is, why that is a thing.
Uncle Jacob's corncob pipe. There was nothing that could be done. And I believe that we have Molestar Dylan himself in the interview booth. We're going to throw it over to Rebecca if they are ready. Let's listen to the champ.
We are ready. We are ready with Molestar here from Southern California, SoCal representing, taking down DLC Melbourne, and now here at the Enchanted Citrus Clash with your dogs deck. Now, Dylan, you were on the bubble. You were so close to not making top 16, and then here you are taking down the number 1 seed. Tell me about round 8 going into top 16.
Yeah, round 8, I knew I was like on the bubble, like 16 and 17, and there's actually one person higher than me who was like, if they might lose, then I could probably pass them. But I saw his match and he won. But then what happened was my tiebreakers actually ended up higher than his in that last round, so it shook things up. So it was totally unexpected.
Yeah, and you brought dogs here this weekend, and we just saw those dogs running away a clean sweep 2-0 against the Ruby Sapphire deck. Is that a deck that you had practiced against in play testing? How did you feel about that matchup? It looked real good to me.
Yeah, I mean, for that game, I just had the nuts.
Yeah.
I've played against Red Blue. I think you can lose, but if they have no characters to challenge your own, then you should be getting a lot of free lore, especially when Mulan quest for 6, then you can just close the game out in 1 turn.
Yeah, which it seemed like you were just, like you said, you had the nuts. It was just card, and then turn them all sideways. Yeah. Was there any moment during those games where you were like, is this not going to happen, or did you just feel like you were flying high the whole time?
I mean, actually, yeah, because I just had 1-drop Willow in my opening hands, I think. And there's one time where I just top deck a 1-drop on the turn. So it unleashed the whole thing after, because now I can Mulan and do all this big tramp turns. So if I didn't have that 1-drop, it'd be a lot slower and it would be a close game.
Yeah. Now tell me about bringing that Snowfort deck here this weekend. Why did you bring that to Enchanted Citrus Clash?
I mean, I've been playing dogs a lot. Been playing it online a lot too, so that people know me. I play a lot online, so I've tested it a bunch. and then it has game into like everything. So I've been swapping off between like this and red blue, but I chose to be safe this time.
Okay, now the red-blue deck that you were switching off, was it that action build that you played against today or more of the item build?
It was more the item build,
Okay.
just trying things out. Because before rotation, I was like a pure red-blue player, and then I'm just like playing the best deck in my opinion for the format. So probably gonna swap between those two. I think both are really good right now.
Yeah. Now, how do you feel going into next round? Obviously, you already won a DLC, but I know you're probably trying to get that invite to the North American Championship. So, how do you feel going into top 8?
Yeah, it's funny that I don't have the NA Continentals yet. I was 9-3 in Richmond, so I lost that last round, so I was like very close.
Yeah.
So now 3 more matches. Is that right? Is that right?
8,
Yeah.
4, and then finals.
Yeah. So just need to go one game at a time, and then hopefully get to the Continentals invite.
Excellent. Well, good luck to you. We hope we see more you pressing pedal to the metal because that was fun.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for chatting with us. Stay tuned, everybody, for more Enchanted Citrus Clash. We're going to have some more fun content for you before we go into top 8 later. The top 16 matches are still going, so we're going to throw you back over to Brent and JDZ in the booth, and we are going to have more Enchanted Citrus Clash.
All right, welcome back from the interview. Huge shout out to Molestar. Huge shout out to Rebecca Quest over there. I loved everything he had to say, but we got to figure something out. Now we got 45 minutes, okay?
We got 45 whole minutes?
Oh, man.
Man.
We got to figure something out. We waited. Listen, Brent,
Yeah.
we waited so long.
Yeah, for the
that
top
cut,
16.
and it's over, okay?
I know.
We only
What
got-
do we even do now?
We gotta wait until we gotta figure out a way to get more stream tables, obviously. But we only have the ability to be able to showcase one stream match per round, and that's just how it is. Maybe we can drag another match in there if they're going into a game 3. That's potentially something we can do, but it's very unlikely that we are going to be able to do that. So we're going to continue to find you guys some interviews, maybe from the floor. We can have some fun, maybe play some Pack Rush, get some games up on the stream, have a core constructed match or something happen on the stream. Pack Fresh, Rebecca and Garrick. You want to do that? Yeah, we're going to get Rebecca and Garrick to get a Pack Rush down, and we're going to see what those Illuminators do while we have some time to fill, just so we can do something, because I don't want to just throw you guys into a Be Right Back screen and sit for 45 minutes, because that's just not how we're going to give it up here. You guys know on the Quest world, we don't do that. Both Quests, Rebecca Quest and JDZ Quest, we're not going to throw you guys into
The entire Quest world, the Quest community, if you will.
The Quest universe, okay? We're not going to throw you guys into the ethers of a limbo Be Right Back screen and sit here for 45 minutes. So we're going to get these Illumineers out here playing. Garrick versus Rebecca. Oh, we're going to do that first. Okay.
We're going to get an interview coming.
Okay. So we have the lead tournament organizer, Fran, as well as the second lead or co-lead.
The co-leads.
Co-leads. Fran and Cassie are going to be over here with Rebecca here in just a second. So give me a few. Brent, hold it down. I'm going to go hop into the production booth real quick and set this up.
I'm going to hold it down. Man, if only I had kids, I could do a full episode of Dad Chat. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. Illumineers, my name is Brent Mukai. I am so happy to be here presenting to you the Enchanted Citrus Clash. For those of you who have been... Siri even wants to get in on this. Shut up! Anyways, all right. I'm shutting you down. I'm shutting you down, Siri. She wants to make it a two-man show, but this was all meant to be solo. We are all set. So... forget everything I was about to say. We're throwing it over to the two people who made this event happen. Of course, it takes a village, but it always comes from leadership somewhere. Fran and Cassie, I cannot tell them how happy I am to be here. Let's take a listen to them.
All right, we are here, and there's only a few of us in this room here, but let's give a round of applause here. Snaps. Congratulations, first of all, on creating an incredible event for everyone. I have had so much fun. I know this whole team has, and as I've been walking around talking with attendees, with the competitors, they've been having an incredible time, and it's all because of the vision that you two had for the Enchanted Citrus Clash, bringing it to life. So I have here with me Cassie and Fran, who are the co-team leads of bringing this event. So what, I know you don't like to talk on camera very much, but just a little tiny bit, can you just talk about the vision that you had, Cassie, for the Enchanted Citrus Clash?
Well, if you guys know, I'm a lore guide. I've been with Lorcana since season 1. and this was at Milwaukee. We were sitting in a bar just talking about CCQs. A couple drinks were being had, and I was like, you know what? There's nothing in Southern California. What if we could do CCQ? And they're like, Cassie, you're drunk. And I was like, no, hear me out.
And here we are.
Yeah,
yes, here we are. Yeah. Now, Fran, I know that you are known in the Southern California area as being, if I could say it, a premier tournament organizer. I'm going to use that word. And first of all, you put on amazing events. But second of all, it's incredible, wonderful to see the representation of a woman, female representation in the house, female TO out there. If you are out there watching and you've been thinking about being a TO, it is a very male-dominated space. But I want to hear about your part in this and bringing the event to life, because this is something different from like doing events just at local game stores and tournaments. You know, this is a huge production. There's so much going on, and kind of your part in bringing all of this to life in this way.
Sure. I guess it's a bunch of logistics. Everyone knows it's just a bunch of behind the scenes, gathering together the right staff and getting the Disney level experience. A DLC. We really wanted to create a DLC, right? So it was fortunate that we had about 6 months to plan.
Yeah.
So we watched a bunch of people run their CCQs, and we saw what they liked and what they didn't like each one. And I said, okay, cool. Then we can make ours the best so far. I would love to see someone exceed.
Hey, the Glimmer Games happened. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry. So far. I'm sorry. I had to say it. I feel like it's became a rivalry. We help each other out.
We do.
I feel like
We
there's
have to
only
have.
the two. We are the two female TOs in the space right now.
Yeah.
So whether it feels like it's competitive or not, it's not. It's Josie's amazing. This is great over here.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Now, I know that you brought some things. You have props. I see there's some props going on. So anything that you want to share or talk about this weekend, I'm just going to give the floor over to you, Fran.
Oh, thanks. It was mostly, I wanted to thank some sponsors. I want to thank everyone in general for supporting us all, but these were the ones who sponsored us. Top Choice Gaming, as our local LGS, and who made all the pricing really happen, like the actual product. And then Pickup sponsored us out. They're giving away like everything for the juniors tournament and some stuff for free. And really, if you wanted to ever find out how to use this in real life, then they're here in our Learn to Play room.
Excellent.
And heavy play, I have to rock for sure. I do foiling. Some people know that by now.
Foil design.
So this one was fun.
Hey, pretty.
A little Lorcana border for your heavy play mat, and on the back, just a cute little.
Beautiful.
And we're raffling this off.
Oh, yes. And for anyone who is not here in person, they've been doing tons of raffles out there. Tons of raffles. There was a Disney bound contest, the Learn to Play the Disney Trivia. The prize wall is incredible. So it's not just this CCQ. Obviously, that's a huge part of it. But there have been so many other ways that people can get engaged, get some cool prizes, win some raffles, the vendors. I want to hear, like, what has been your favorite thing so far this weekend that you, like, in your mind when you have envisioned this event that you're like, now here looking around, you're like, we did it. This thing happened.
So much. I feel like anytime I step into a space that we had envisioned in our head, it's like, we'll have artists here. And it became all 7 artists who were available, who live in SoCal, who said, of course we'll come. They've tabled at a few LGSs. Kendall, I will always shout out because they were the first to say yes to us. And now everyone, it paved the way really for every artist to go, hey, we can take a risk and do that at little shops, and now took a risk with us. First CCQ, they didn't really know what to expect, except that as the organizers, we were going to take care of them.
Yeah.
So that in each room that I stepped in.
Amazing. Well, it's been really wonderful. Cassie, what's your favorite thing that you've seen out there so far as one of the organizers?
So for me, it's the community events, which we're very grateful. We worked with Collectors Expo, which they are card.
They do events and also cards.
Cards, yes. They helped sponsor our community events. So we had speed puzzling, which maxed out, where they got 4 puzzles and they got booster boxes. We had Disney Cahoots trivia. We had the Disney Bound contest. We had 2 Learn to Plays, and we're doing a 8-man pod of Disney art battle where you're doing head-to-head elimination where they sketch out themes and the artists are doing the judging. We had the community trading board. It just had a very good community vibe that I really, really just loved seeing, because that's really important to me, is having that community aspect, and I feel future events need that, because Disney is about Disney Lorcana to me is about a community.
The community, for sure.
And as a lure guide, the lure guides. That's a big
All-star lure guide team. Seriously, shout out to head judge Phil and everyone on the lure guide team here at Enchanted Citrus Clash. Like, they do so much. The lure guides truly do so much, and we have some of the best here. I will tell you that one of my favorite things that I've seen come to life is I was walking around the junior tournament that was happening and seeing a table full of young Illumineers playing their hearts out and getting to talk to some of the parents even who were like, thank you, tell the organizers thank you. So I'm telling you right now that the parents out there said thank you for doing a junior tournament so that their kids can play with other kids. So that I was like, this is gonna make me cry as a parent, like that's so wonderful. So glad to see that you guys are doing that. So any last thank yous, shout outs before we let you go? I'll start with you, Kathy.
Well, I want to thank Lure Guide Ellie for doing our mat and art. It's beautiful if you ever see it. I want to thank Lure Guide John, Lure Guide both Chris's, Lure Guide Jeffrey, and Lure Guide Matt, and Lure Guide Ben, and Lure Guide Daniel. I want to do a shout out to the the LRH Discord, which is the Rules Hub. So hi Trevor, hi Speedy, and all the lure guides, all the future CCQs.
CCQ event planners.
Event planners, you can do this.
You can do it. You can do it.
Make it
Yes.
amazing. And Fran, I want to shout out Fran.
Oh, shout out Fran. Yes.
She's been my partner in this, and she's done so much. And I'm just, at the end of the day, we're just people.
Back at you.
We're just fans of Lorcana. We're fans of Disney, and that's why we're here, right?
Yeah. What about you, Fran?
She covered all the lore guides.
Yeah.
But really, the community for number one telling us that you want this, and we wouldn't be able to. Yeah, and showing up. You want this. You showed up, and you made sure that it was worth it, and that what we did was also something that you found worth it, and you actually wanted to come support us. So thank you to you, community.
Yes. Thanks for coming to the first Enchanted Citrus Clash.
And to Glimmer Games, because honestly, the juniors tournament, that was the one tournament that we didn't think about, and we saw it. It was successful. There is a need for parents and families. There is space for you here, and I do want you to know that, yes, we love our competitors, and we are very much used to all that, but it was really nice to see people gather for beyond the competition.
Yes. Well, thank you. Thank you again for everything that you've done and put on here at Enchanted Citrus Clash. I think all of us can say that we just super appreciate you creating an event like this for the SoCal region and beyond and everything. So thank you. And I'll let you guys get back. I know you're busy running the event and everything. And we're going to go back into the booth with JDZ and Brent.
It's so nice to see them put this thing on with a community driven. There is a multitude of card game stores that put in work to help support this thing. There's a multitude of people who came out and showed love, and they are out here representing their community very well. Passion is something that I'm always going to be extremely attracted to.
It's terrific, man. And I'd love to tell a quick story. At the start of the season, right, we were all very excited to hear about all of the DLCs that were going to be coming out. They had a large, some large shoes to fill from season 1, where we had many opportunities. Many of the SoCal players I actually met in Vegas at the DLC, got to play with a lot of them, and that was extraordinarily special to me, because that was kind of the thing. I don't know about you, but for me, going to my first DLC, and I mean, it's where I met Gaines, it's where I met so many of the wonderful community members. That's when it really solidified it for me, seeing so many people and having just a terrific time at the DLC was an unforgettable experience, and quite possibly the reason why I'm in as deep into Disney Lorcana as I am, man. And when we found out that, here on the West Coast, that most of the DLCs were going to be either international or spread out much further away from us and less accessible, we felt a little sad about it, and we were like, oh man, are we going to be able to make it out? And the fact that there are things like the Glimmer games, things like the Enchanted Citrus Clash out here, being put together and put on by such wonderful tournament organizers who have really impeccably modeled this thing to be like a mini DLC. Rebecca kept getting comments at the Glimmer games that it felt like a mini DLC, and I don't know about you, but this really feels like one to me here today, here and now. And to see it is incredible, and it's such a necessary thing, especially because unfortunately, we just didn't have as many DLCs this season. I've been told that there are going to be expectations for higher amounts of DLCs next season. I'm very excited for that. But the fact that Ravensburger, Disney, Lorcana decided to put on these CCQs, that they identified that might be something that people were missing, and for people like Cassie and Fran, Rebecca, Quests, to come together and really create a beautiful tournament is indescribably beautiful, and I'm just grateful. So thank you so much for those of you watching, for those of you attending, and for those of you thinking about attending. I hope that we have done a good enough job of showcasing that you are welcome, that you can bring your family. I have friends, John, Melinda, hey, shout outs, locals, Team ENC, that just had a baby, and they were thinking about coming down for fun. And it's just such a welcoming environment, and I hope everybody gets to experience this or a DLC or beyond one day. I believe that the pack rush is ready, though.
Right on. Hey, I just want to let you. I just want to let you pontificate, man, because you were actually cooking and you were resonating deeply with me, because I feel some of those same things, man. So thank you for sharing your story, and Shanky, thank you for the love. I can feel the love, and going to these events, I was happy to meet you as well and be a part of this thing together and grow together and grow these friends. And it's going to be a wild ride, and this is only the very beginning. But we have some time to fill. We cannot bring you guys more action-packed matches in a row. We only have the ability.
What are you talking about? We have the most action-packed match right here.
To fill some time, we got a real. This is the real finals right here.
This is the finals of the Pack Rush Caster Tournament.
Here it is. As we have two broadcasters, Rebecca Quest versus Garrick. And I got to tell you right now, Garrick is a phenomenal Pack Rush player. He's the Pack Rush champion, by the way. He did win this thing. So Rebecca is going to be doing some uphill climbing, as Pack Rush is going to be the play of the day. Looking at, if you don't know the rules of Pack Rush, we can go over it very, very quickly. Each Illuminator starts with 2 packs, and the packs do come with some of the card art at the back. That will start into your inkwell.
So you start with 2 ink right off the bat.
Correct. And you have 5 cards in your hand. You still get to alter your hand, but the score only goes to 15. If you run out of cards, you get to send your discard pile back to your deck and continue to play. It is a best of 1, I believe. So Garrick now, but just keep in mind, though, I will let everyone know here and now, all these packs that are being played right now belong to JDZ Quest and the Quest World production crew, okay? So any and all high pulls in this strategy will be coming home.
So you got a lot of sweat in this. You're sweating it
okay?
here because
I'm more. I want to see what they're pulling, because my hands are cold. Production's hands are super hot. Okay, as she's over there, I can hear the clatter of ripping packs right now. So she probably want to pull something huge over here on the side of the screen. As if there is an iconic buzz in there, I do hate the fact that they're shuffling these cards.
I know they didn't even check. They didn't even check the back, because some people are gonna check. When you play Pack Rush, I always ask, can we are we checking the back to make sure that we're not shuffling around and manhandling an iconic buzz right here? You say no?
No, I'm a no-check game. We're no-check gamers over here. You got to send it as it is. You just play it where it lies. And if you pull an iconic, you just have to just deal with it, man. You're not sending it to PSA anyway. As I don't know who won the dice roll, but it looks like
it was Garrick.
Ultra is coming in. Garrick's sending back 3. Rebecca, though, looking nice with those Mickey Mouse glasses. I'm definitely going to buy some of those. And I know she plays a lot of limited as well, so she's not afraid of Garrick and his Pack Rush ability.
You a limited fan?
I love limited.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it, dude.
I will play sealed for days.
Yes.
If they got it available, I'm there.
Oh, I absolutely adore the limited format, especially in these new sets. Everything post-rotation, Fabled, Winter Spell, Wilds Unknown, Whispers in the Well, the limited. There's something I feel like something has changed in the philosophy of it. You have
you got a Mr. Incredible epic right here, Garrick flexing it.
We'll take that. That's a W there as I'm collecting all the epics. But it feels as if there is an express desire to ensure that the limited games, a limited matchup, sealed, draft, pack rush, it all has a lot of layers to it. There's so many synergies in these cards.
Yeah, for those of you newer to the game, we'll explain what limited means. It's basically when you open up packs and play with the packs. So whether that's sealed format where you open up 6 packs, you make your best 40-card deck with those 6 packs, or it's draft where you have 4 packs, but you pass around, you pick 1 card, pass it around. And keep going that way. As the Dr. Cerebellum comes down, this 3-4 will allow Garrick to look at the top card of his deck and either put it on the top or the bottom. It looks like Garrick says no to the Alan A. Dale and passes the turn.
That was a nice turn, and using all of your ink stand at the top of your curve is very important. So low-cost characters in Pack Rush, there is some skill expression in this as well. Understanding your tempo and trying to play to the highest caliber of your ink. The one-cost characters typically find their way to ink, or we can do a nice little double play here as we got the Mini and Frozone. Frozone being evasive, Mini will gain a lore when another character is played and she quests that turn. So Traveler Mini has hit the board. Shout out to Mini, who was here yesterday. Cruella DeVille is into that inkwell.
Wowzers! I'm surprised Garrick is inking that. It's one
interesting. That's one of the best cards in this
most
thing.
powerful cards in the format. I guess he has. I mean, who needs it when you got Mr. Incredible and Edna Mode holding up the Incredible? Well, I don't know. We might have some words for Garrick if he loses this match.
I think so. That might be interesting. I really think that approach. I guess he's trying to match board with Rebecca Quest, as we have the Mr. Incredible. The Edna Mode I believe she has some hero synergies with the being able to send characters back to net. Didn't you gain a lore there because you had a hero in play?
Oh boy, I don't know. We gained the lore from questing the Dr. Cerebellum.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly what Edna Mode does, but Garrick does have the Mirage in hand, which will allow him to draw a card when a hero character is out. So that Mr. Incredible, I do understand why he did it, right? He does want to draw the cards. He figures Cruella, that's a few turns away. We can't get too greedy. We're just going to play out the Mr. Incredible. As the Gadget Hackett Wrench is going to do not a whole lot. It's a 1/5 character, cost 4, something to do with items. I can't remember.
I believe we're going to test here. We got DLC coming up. We got to lock in.
We got to lock it. Yeah, everybody's going to be on Gadget Hackett Wrench and Edna Mode, dude. That's the new meta.
And,
Ask anybody.
Like a bird in the sky, but this gadget, all your characters will gain support. And when you play this character, you play an item with 3 or less for free. So it works great with that Ranger plane. But like a bird in the sky, I believe we can fly, as we are going to be able to use that to give a character evasive. So Mini now has evasive, and you're able to quest for 3 because the Frozone also has evasive naturally. There's that Mirage that we talked about. We have heroes in play, so Mirage will be able to, or supers, excuse me, so you'll be able to draw a card with this Mr. Incredible.
Yep. And it is just a hero, not a super.
It is just a hero. Okay, not super.
Hero.
Okay.
Yeah. I played a lot of Sealed. I played a lot of Sealed this set. I know Mirage well. Dr. Cerebellum looks like Garrick's thinking about singing a song, maybe? Who knows? But Edna Mode gonna quest in here. Oh no, like a bird of our own. Okay, this is what Edna Mode does. No capes. When you play this character, you may return chosen item with cost 2 or less to its player's hand. If you do draw, its player draws a card. Whenever this character quests, your super characters get +1 this turn. That was it. So Mr. Incredible turns into a 2-quester here, and we are off to the races.
So yeah, I believe you were allowed to sing. You had to sing that like a bird in the sky. So you didn't quest with that Edna Mode on this turn, but you were able to give that Dr. Cerebellum the evasive to take down that Frozone. So a little bit of gamesmanship coming in from Garrick, and you also were to gain an additional lore there. We are going to play the Donald Duck, the Traveler Donald Duck. This character says if you play the character's turn and you quest, your opponent has to discard. Now, discarding in Pack Rush could spell demise. There's not a lot of ways to generate resources. Saw that Mirage was able to net you a card. But if this Donald Duck can quest, Rebecca will be able to take a card from Garrick's hand. So now he sees that there, he might have to flood this hand a little bit, as Minnie is going to get another quest for 2. Gadget gains 1 as well.
Wow. And Garrick is going to, yeah, I'm wondering what that last card in Garrick's hand is. He didn't ink it, but I mean, this Donald Duck really puts it in a tough position, right? Because it's either, oh, interesting. So he has the Hercules in hand, the super rare Hercules. I think he's going to play both of these characters out, play the Hercules, empty out his hand, and take a card back from the discard pile here. Yep.
Yeah.
Take it back. It's not a very high impact card, I will be honest.
I mean, but at least you get a chance to play around that Donald Duck, and you're able to give this Edna mode evasive and +1 lore. So this is a huge lore burst, as Edna's going for 3 now. Mr. Credible is going to gain the lore, we're challenging in, or
Yep.
go for another 2. And we're able to take down another character with this Dr. Cerebellum. And Garrick now is halfway there to the victory, as you have your own Frozone as well. So Bora looking great for Garrick, who is coming up aces. Again, very strong limited player, as he is retaining his title. Rebecca looking at the hand. It's not the card that she wants. I believe that is an item, unless it is a...
No, it looks like an item to me.
It looks like
you're right.
Or it might be...
I think it's Buzz Lightyear's...
arm? Is
arm.
it Buzz arm? It might be Buzz Lightyear's
The Buzz arm.
Oh, we play the Gadget Hack and Wrench. Set up the Rapunzel trap. Play Rapunzel.
Play Rapunzel. Can you imagine? Donald Duck. Oh, okay, but she can't challenge the Donald Duck into Edna mode here, so I assume we take out the Mr. Incredible.
Yeah.
Yep, we're going to do that. Oh, no, and we just passed the turn here. Yeah, we need to come back from behind, because this Donald Duck Distracted Traveler will not be able to discard Garrick because he doesn't have any cards in hand.
And it was the claw, so it was an item, but it was not the one that we thought it was. And Rebecca will just take the opportunity to deploy the claw now, but the questing has begun. Edna mode will be able to give Frozone. The synergies are just there, and that's a quest for 2. Frozone, Edna mode is just going Edna beast mode, as it may be, as we pass it over to Rebecca Quest now, who is stuck between a rock and a Edna mode plays. It is the Fauna, and I believe the handshake will be coming out. We have a little bit of ink left. Rebecca surveying the board, but Garrick is applying a lot of pressure, and this one just might be a GG, as the Pack Rush champ continues to Pack Rush on.
And those GGs stand for It's Jover.
We're still doing a little bit of
we're still getting it in here. Rebecca isn't gonna give up without a bit of a fight here. Garrick, she needs to take off. She needs to take off one more character is the only issue. I mean, we will be able to use the claw to bounce back something, but even if we bounce something back, he's still going to be able to get up to 15 here. And and it's just Rebecca throws up the heads.
It is for injury. We have the Firefly Swarm as well.
Yep, we'll be able to take out the Fauna.
Take out the Fauna just for her, just actual the BM from Garrick. Honestly, just quest. We didn't have the Firefly Swarm there.
Yeah,
Firefly Storm, just a little BM coming in from the Pack Rush champ there.
Yeah.
I think we got to talk to him about that.
BM Brent Mukai.
No, BM. little bad matters there. Let's see what we got. Any pulls here coming in from the.
Let's see what we got.
Anything of note there. Let's see what we can get.
Imagine Rebecca just like the last card's an iconic Buzz. What do you do? What do you do?
I'm going to.
What is your reaction?
I'm going to say let's go GG. Store it in the binder, but it looks like we might be going right to Cooktown. I don't think we got anything yet. 3 arrows, not bad. Frozone. We had the Cruella, and it looks like we are so back. Okay, we're just checking to see what we had there.
Okay.
We didn't get the iconic this time, but
I'm going to tell you what.
Will coming my way. Unless Garrett kept the Buzz. I'm watching. Let's watch his eyes. Let's do a little. Let's pat him down.
Yeah, let's slow motion this back. Let's run it back here. But I mean, 4 packs.
Yeah.
A Mr. Incredible Epic.
We'll take that. I'll take it.
We take those.
I am on my quest to collect epics, and I am starting the book of epics as well. So I want to trade people their epics. I want them to sign it and add it to my book of epics.
Oh, I love that.
And I want to get 1 epic per card per set, and that's the goal, to get them all signed by people from the community multiple times. But still incredible match. A little bit of pack rush to fill some time for you guys. Hopefully you all enjoyed it, as we're about to kick it back to the booth here in just a moment, and then we'll probably check one more time and see what's happening with the top 8, and then we can get you guys that information. So here we go. We are going to the top 8. Huge shout out to Rebecca and Garrett for putting on the show. We're going to get them probably both here into the booth here in just a moment, so they can kind of tell you exactly how that thing went down and what went right and what went wrong. So thank both of them for coming through and playing and getting ready. But Brent, what we might have to do is take a quick break. But in the meantime, in between time, maybe we can find out what's happening in the top 8.
Ooh, yeah. Do we got any updates on the top 8 here? We know who we're looking at here?
All right. So we do have.
Here, I'll try and look up the.
All right. So we have. We just saw Molestar versus. We just saw Molestar play in the previous round. He's in the top 8, playing against Lord Gaines right there. So that's going to be an incredible matchup. But we probably are going to try to show some people who haven't been on the stream just yet. We have Buzz PSG versus Anadi Day. We saw Anadi Day play as well, already qualified to the North American Championship. So we'll get a chance to see what Anadi Day has going there. And we have It's Barrera versus Mr. Blue Jam out there getting busy, getting active as well. We have Tiago Santana versus AJ Fletcher. Tiago is still in the top 8, alive and well, and it looks like we're going to get Tiago on the stream as well. So that is going to round out your top 8. We're going to find Tiago versus AJ Fletcher, and we can kind of talk about those decks here for a little bit. But what we're probably going to end up doing here is taking a break. But if we can find those two decks, what is the matchup? Can you see what it is?
It's Tiago versus who?
Tiago versus AJ Fletcher.
Let me see if I can find them.
Whatever their code name is, their actual name. AJ Fletcher is going to – we're doing this all live, folks, so thank you guys for your patience as well, as we're just trying to figure this whole thing out. We let's see.
Maybe this?
Maybe this.
I don't know.
It might – I think it's going to – there's a lot of dogs in this top cut, a lot of Amber and Emerald, so it possibly is the Amber and Emerald mirror. It could be Turner Dogs versus Snowfork Dogs.
Ooh.
But it's going to be a good match either way.
Run it back from Ink Inc.
Let's get
the finals of Ink Inc.
Let's get it. And I think it is that's what we're going to have. So that is going to be your feature match coming up on the next round. Tiago, who is probably one of the best players in the game as well.
Yep.
He travels the universe for the sake of Lorcana. He is also on a quest to secure an invitation to the national championship. He does not have a world championship yet either, but this will be a great opportunity for him to make it to the Disney Lorcana Challenge North American Championship. He has one in Asia. I believe he has one in Australia. He has one in all over the place, but not here.
He didn't qualify in Richmond or in.
No.
Wow.
He's not North American qualified yet. He is a phenomenal player, and that's kind of bizarre. Not in Australia. I'm sorry. He has one in Europe. He has one in Asia. He has one in all over, but just not in North America. And that is just
that's why he's here.
That's why he's here. That's why he's here. All right. So what we're going to do, my fellow Lumineers, Brent, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to set up for that next round, and we're going to bring you guys that action here very, very soon. So whatever you do, don't touch that dial. Keep it locked. This is the Enchanted Citrus Clash. We got top 8 action coming your way after this. So stay tuned and stay tuned.
Stay tuned and stay tuned.
Hey, 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 Enchanted Citrus Clash. We are here in the top cut, getting ready to go into your top 8. I'm Rebecca Quest. I'm here with Garrick. How are you feeling about Infinity today? You enjoying? I don't know if y'all noticed, but we're doing some, because we're in San Diego, some beachy vibes going on. So it's been, and there are some good vibes today.
Absolutely. I has said it all day yesterday. I'm so in love with the Infinity format. It's been such a ton of fun, and I can't wait to get into this one. We have an amazing matchup coming up, and I know a lot of people are saying, oh, it's Amber Emerald versus Amber Emerald, but it's two different textures. It's two different styles of deck, and there are a lot of different cards in between these two. We saw this in the finals of the Ink event last week, and it was an incredible matchup to watch because I feel like a lot of people felt going into that matchup that the Snowfort deck was going to be favored into the Turnidogs version, but Kurt Spice was able to pilot that deck, and granted, Kurt is one of the best dogs player in the world, and we have two amazing players here, so we'll see if it changes at all or if it bears out the same way, but I'm excited to see what happens. I think it is a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, so Adam, who's going to be our player on that Turnidogs deck, I don't know anything about him as a player, if he's local or whatnot, but our other player, of course, is Tiago, who I would say is a rising star, but I feel like he's just a star. He has made a name for himself in the Disney Lorcana community for sure, and he is running that Snowfort deck. So it is that Amber Emerald mirror, and I like you said, I would have thought that the Snowfort was more favored in this matchup, but then you got to take the pilots into account here. Right?
Yeah.
Now, we do have the deck list. Is there anything that stands out to you as interesting in these? I will tell you one thing that stands out to me.
What?
Pudge.
Pudge
stands out to me. He is in this deck from Adam that he's playing, and I think that's such a fun inclusion.
Yeah, the Pudges are really interesting. We talked about it with one of the players earlier where they were talking about how much it helps get your tramp out easier.
Yes, having more characters.
Yeah, getting those characters out sooner means that the Tramp Street Smart Dog can come down sooner and find that answer that you need or that additional threat to put down onto the board. And I think what Adam is going to want to look for here is that Chernobog. That is going to be a character that will be incredibly difficult to deal with on the side of the Snowfort deck. In Core Constructed, we typically see the Dogs decks deal with their opponent's board by using Della's Moon Lullaby and Rhino and things like this to use an Under the Sea. But that does not exist in either of these decks. We're using
Under the Sea.
Yeah, no Under the Sea. We're using Snowforts. We're using Chernobogs to stay resilient on the board. So I like the way that these decks are built. I think there is a little bit more back and forth instead of just like, oh, they got the Under the Sea. And we saw
Who
that.
can play it first?
Yeah, we saw that in those mirrors. Like Zan has played so many at this point now. It felt like, okay, who gets the Under the Sea? And now we don't have that. So I'm interested to see what happens here.
Yeah, I don't know if we have our players ready yet. I know that they were getting seated and everything, so we are taking a look at where they are. I think they're looking over deck lists because right now, of course, in the top cut, these are open deck lists. I know that Liam and JDZ were talking about that earlier, but that does make a huge difference for our players, being able to see exactly what is in their deck. What are the counts, right? Do you have a 3 of something or just a 1 of something? So that way, as you're playing through the game and you see those cards coming out, then you know what else to expect during gameplay. So having a chance to review these deck lists is a super important part of this top cut.
What is really interesting to me is both of these decks are basically core constructed decks with like 2 different cards. If you take a look at Adam's list here, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that the only thing in this deck that is not legal and core constructed is the Chernobog and the Rapunzel, and that's it. That just shows you the power of the cards that we have currently in core constructed. Everyone was talking about the power of sets 1 through 4, and we did see that earlier when Donald was playing his Emerald Steel. Like, that deck does not operate without sets 1 through 4. But
absolutely.
These two decks really strong with just the cards that are in core constructed, but we don't see them built in these ways in that format.
Yeah. And in the Snowfort deck that Tiago is running, we only have Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain and Rapunzel.
Rapunzel.
Yep, both of these. And Yeah, it's so interesting. Like you were saying, I hadn't really thought about that because some of these decks that we've seen today, they could not exist in core constructed at all. But these two, and we are kind of seeing that. I know there's a lot of community sentiment around the Amber Emerald pairing and what should we do about it, if anything. But these decks are making a splash in both core and infinity formats.
Yeah, I was able to have an extended conversation a couple of weeks ago with Tiago about the Snowfort deck specifically, and I asked him, why is this deck, which is mostly a core constructed deck, not played in core constructed at all? And he was like, the difference between infinity and core constructed is readily apparent in the strength and willpower of the majority of the characters that are played in these decks. If you think about that Emerald Seal that we talked about earlier, Prince John is only a 1 strength, 2 willpower character. Diablo, a 2/2. Ursula, Deceiver of All, a 2/3. They don't have a lot of strength. They don't have a lot of willpower, so they're not able to challenge into Snowfort decks very easily. But then you take a look at core constructed, and what is one of the best decks in that format? It's Blurple. They're playing Basil on one, or Rafiki, and then they're getting into their Merryweathers, their Scuttles, their Damonas. These characters they can challenge into these characters and not really worry about the Snowfort. So he's like, it doesn't really work there, but it works excellently in this format just because they're played a little bit differently.
Yeah. Where did you have that conversation with Tiago? Is that something that people can go and watch, or was that something that you guys were just chatting about on the side?
Yeah, if you want to watch it, it was on Podcana a couple weeks ago. It was actually, it was 2 episodes ago. We had Tiago on, and we talked all about what we thought were the best decks in the Infinity format, and he said Snowfort is going to be one of them, and he brought it to this tournament. And we also talked about some core constructed decks. But if you want Tiago's insight on this format, we talked to him for about an hour and a half on that episode, so definitely check it out.
Yeah, so if you aren't subscribed already and following Podcana, they have some great content, and you're doing such a great job with Podcana, and you're also bringing it to socials all over. You're all over, so it's great to see. So definitely give them a subscribe. Make sure you're subscribed to JDZ's Twitch, my YouTube, and we are ready to get into that top 8 match.
I'm super excited.
Throw it over to the table, see what these players got going on. This is the Enchanted Citrus Clash. We are fighting for that invite here. It's the top 8, Tiago and Adam in this Amber Emerald sort of mirror match.
Yeah, quasi-mirror match.
Quasi-mirror match.
There are a lot of similar cards between these two decks, but there are some key cards that make a huge difference. One of those cards is going to be that Mulan Resourceful Recruit. One of the cards that I was so high on when Winterspell was revealed. I was like, there's no way this card isn't good. It can quest for 6, for goodness sake, and we are seeing it bear that fruit here in the Infinity format. Like I said earlier, not quite working in core constructed just yet, but that card's going to be around for quite a while longer, but making a huge impact here in Infinity, and that's why this format is so interesting, because you never know what can come into the game and make a huge difference in the meta that isn't necessarily played in the core constructed format.
Yeah. Now, one thing that I did want to point out in Tiago's deck, because he is the one running Snowfort with those Mulans, is a card that you'll often see that he's actually not running is the Eilonwy that has a support, because I'll see a lot of players do that, playing those Eilonwys, giving that strength to the Mulan. He is not running that card. Whoever's doing the interview with Tiago, ask him about that, because I want to know why he's not running that Eilonwy.
Yeah, he does have the Little John Camp Cook in there, and the Nala Mischievous Cub as well.
0/4s.
Yeah, maybe favoring that for the potential Rapunzel traps that we discussed yesterday.
Oh, for sure. Yep. I love seeing Rapunzel back. We are here looking at our hands.
Yeah, these altars are very important. Like, obviously they are in every single matchup, but in these kind of matchups specifically, if you are these decks that want to go really, really quickly, then you want to find that perfect curve. And Adam sent 5 back there. Tiago sent 4. So really searching for that perfect opener that they need to either get on the play really quickly or defend against your opponent, which is going to try to do that to you.
Yeah, and do we know who's the higher seed here? Is Tiago going first, or is it Adam? I didn't see, because of course in the top cut is based on seeding, and I know that in round 8, Tiago was fairly certain he was making it into the 16, but he went ahead, did not ID, he played it out for seeding. So we are going to find out from production, or I guess we'll just see who's the higher seed here in a second.
Yeah, the fist bump goes out.
It's Adam who is our higher seed, so he's going to be
Looks like
nope,
Tiago's going first.
It's Tiago on the play, bringing down a Daisy Duck Donald date. Now, this is interesting because I have talked to some players that say in the Amber Emerald matchup that the Daisy Duck can be kind of hard because you don't actually want to put characters in their hand.
Yeah, that is true. It will be interesting to see if Tiago goes with the approach of, I just want to quest 1 or 2 times to win this game, as opposed to questing throughout the game. I think a lot of aggressive players that are playing aggressive decks that are early on in their Disney Lorcana journey will say, well, I have this character on the board, I might as well quest with it now.
Yeah.
But that usually isn't the strategy that we see these top players employing. They want to wait a little while and quest in just 1 or 2 or 3 big swings to get over the finish line, instead of periodically throughout the game, as it looks like Tiago is really thinking through this second turn, put his hand down there, and is mulling things over as Dale, ready for a shot, is going into the inkwell.
Yeah, and Dale's can be such a strong card in this deck, you know, making your characters swing with their willpower. And there's so many cards in this deck that have big willpower. Like, think about your Daisy Duck. If you got a Dale down, she'd be swinging for 4. Your Rapunzel would be swinging for 5. So such a fun card. Maybe we'll see it later. I don't know in this particular matchup, you know, because I know that Dale can be really, really instrumental in certain matchups. In this matchup, do you feel like Dale could be good, or?
Well, last week in the finals of the Ink Infinity event that we had, Kurt Spice was able to leverage the power of Dale so well as we go. Lilo double pudge here.
Double pudge. And I just want to note that I'm pretty sure that the name of Adam's deck is Pudge Controls the Weather. And we were talking about this earlier, that you can flood the board, get those pudges down for free because you have that Lilo making a wish down in play. And now if he has a street smart dog in hand, gosh, that just puts Adam in a really good position here.
Yeah, if you're flooding the board, Pudge is a good card to have because Pudge can swim. But Tiago, I think, really upset on that last turn because we saw him play the Grandmother Willow, but he had no free 1-drop to follow that card up with, as he puts his hand down again and just seems so frustrated with the cards that he got off the top of his deck, thinking, is there a way for me to even get out of this flood that you just mentioned?
Yeah, it's a flood of ink coming down on Adam's side, and I feel like you have to assume Street Smart Dog is coming down next turn, right? We do have Ursula, and we're going to say, what do you have coming down? That Street Smart Dog is in hand, as well as another Grandmother Willow. Mulan coming down here from Tiago. She is one of those cards that can, like you said, you can swing real big in one big turn. When is the right time to turn your card sideways? But is Tiago going to be able to wait, or is he going to have to do something about Adam's side of the board?
Here's the Grandmother Willow, and we could be following that up with a Tramp Street Smart Dog, and it looks like that is what we have there at the bottom of the screen, as Chernabog is in the hand now. We'll see what Adam decides to keep here, but Tiago frustratingly putting that Ursula Deceiver onto the board. He read through the deck list on Adam's side. He knows that she's not going to hit anything. There are 0 songs in Adam's deck. You know, Tiago would have loved to ink that card and play something a little bit better in this spot, but not really satisfied with his opening hand, as Adam has to be really happy with a turn 3 free Tramp Street Smart Dog.
That is wild. You know, I think that is something that this deck does so well, is it operates on just a couple ink. Especially you put those Grandmother Willows in there, and it just can run away. The dogs run away so fast. I forget who was talking about it earlier, but it really is that Grandmother Willow that enabled this deck to be able to press on the gas so fast.
Yeah, when that card was revealed, everyone was so excited. It's this uncommon card that seems so unassuming, right? It's not this huge, like, iconic, super popular character, although I do love Grandmother Willow. She's just an uncommon, and everybody is like, that is the scariest card in the set, and we're seeing why right here.
Yeah, and it looks like Adam did decide to keep that Chernabog in hand. So just having to discard all the other cards that he drew off of that Tramp Street Smart Dog, and now we are questing. We are gonna go. Yeah, we have that Daisy trigger. Nala goes to hand, so we are going up to 7 lore here for Adam.
At least luckily for Tiago's side of the board, he has so many cards in his deck that can increase the strength of his characters. He has the Tramp Enterprising Dog. Obviously, that's something that you want to use with Mulan to quest for those huge amounts that we talked about. There is also the option of getting Snow Fort down, which can help make your characters more resilient, and they can also gain some additional strength to challenge in. But right now, there's such a wide board on the opposite side. He's got some decisions to make. It's going to be tough to get those Pudges and those Daisy Ducks off the board.
Yeah, Pudge is a 1/3, and honestly, that 3 willpower is a problem for Tiago.
Yeah.
He is thinking, man, every turn, you can tell by his facial expressions that he is just like, oh, what? This is not what I wanted to see.
Definitely not. He would love to see a Dale on this turn. That would definitely help him clean this board up a little bit. But right now, it looks like he's thinking about triple challenging into a Pudge potentially. His hand, again, is down. He's not looking at it right now. So he might not have any of those cards that might help him out in this situation. Like I mentioned, the Tramp Enterprising Dog or some of these other cards that could help increase his character's strength.
Yeah, and I know that Tiago, one of the reasons why he came out to this event was because he is still searching for that North American Championship invite that he doesn't have. And we do see some different challenges going on here, not opting to face off with the Daisy or the Pudge, but instead getting rid of the Lilo and the Grandmother Willow.
Here we have Lady Miss Park Avenue, but he has nothing to get back from his discard pile. That's so disappointing, but he just needs a bigger body onto the board that he can use to challenge in there. I wonder if his hand is full of cards like that, which is why he's been so frustrated throughout this game. But it looks like we are going for that Chernabog Evil Doer.
Why not, right? We played Tramp Street Smart Dog. We were able to draw a bunch of cards and then drop all of those characters into our discard and then play Chernabog here on, what is this, turn 4?
Yeah.
A turn 3 Street Smart Dog, turn 4 Chernabog Evil Doer, a 9/9 character that quests for 3, and Tiago is gonna have to figure out what to do here.
Yeah, at least the lady is a 4/4. So in the event that Chernabog does get exerted on a quest, you could potentially use her and a Tramp Enterprising Dog to challenge in and go 1-for-1 with that Chernabog. So that's something that Adam does need to keep in mind.
Going up to 14.
Yeah, that's quite a bit of lore.
Man, Adam must be feeling so good right now. I feel like if this game for Adam has just found everything that he wanted to see.
Yep.
And then Tiago not being able to answer everything, he must be feeling so good right now about his position. He has all these characters, big willpower, plus that Chernabog ready to go. He is in such a good condition. This might just be, let's go to game 2.
Yeah, it could be that way as Tiago is surveying the board here, shaking his head, and we are seeing the power of the Chernadog's deck. If the Snowfort deck is the best deck in Swiss, this Chernadog's deck might be the one to bring for top cut, as Adam is showing why here with the Pudges. They're controlling the weather, they're controlling the board, and they're controlling this game right now.
They truly are. Tiago taking his time, thinking. We have that Nala is coming out, and followed up by a Daisy. Gosh, yeah, like you said earlier, we would love to see a Dale. We do have Snow Fort, so all of our characters are going to get +1 strength. That is going to help with some challenging here. And we have our Daisy and Lady going into that Tramp. Grandmother Willow taking out Grandmother Willow. Okay, we are going to do some cleanup here.
Yeah, able to clean up the board pretty well, so we can get up to 19 here if we are Adam on this turn. So we're not over and out for Tiago. The issue is that he is not going to be able to consistently clean up unexerted characters. That is something that these Amber and Emerald decks do sometimes struggle with. We know that we could potentially have things like Finnick in the deck, but I don't believe that Tiago is running anything like that at the moment. So it's going to be pretty tough, and Tiago agrees. One character unexerted is enough to get over the finish line.
Yes, indeed. Adam taking game 1 here in this mirror match, or the sort of mirror match. Chernadogs taking down Snow Fort in game 1. We're going to go to game 2. And notably, as a reminder, Tiago was on the play in that first game. So that is huge for Adam to be able to take that win on the draw.
And that was a powerful opener on the draw. We're seeing the synergy between the Lilos and the Pudges come through and show why that card should be considered in these more aggressive strategies, especially when you're trying to combine that with the Tramp Street Smart Dog. He talked about it earlier in his interview, and it has shown up here on stream multiple times today. So if you're considering playing this Chernadogs deck, definitely take a look at that deity.
Yes, Pudge. Pudge putting in the work for Adam. And I do love going Lilo Pudge. Like, that is just so fun. Like, besides it being good, like, forget for a minute the fact that it's just really good. It's just fun.
Yeah.
It is fun. And I do miss that Lilo making a wish. You know, that is the first chapter. She came out, and gosh, I remember.
Classic card.
Like, that card was real expensive back then.
Yes, it was. It was so good.
It was so good. And so good here in Infinity, right? This is why Infinity, I've loved seeing these cards from the first 4 sets of Disney Lorcana making their way back into this format. This game is only 2.5, almost 3 years old, but Ed Chu was talking about this earlier. Even though it's such a young game, there is still some nostalgia in that Infinity format.
Yeah, the formats move so quickly these days. It seems you're seeing all your old friends being played in the Infinity format. But for Tiago, it looks like we have a much more explosive start in the opener. A bunch of 1-cost characters that we can get down onto the board. We have an early Mulan as well. Let's keep in mind that Adam basically had the perfect opener. I don't think he could ask for anything better in that game, and Tiago had potentially the worst opener that he could have. So that was a super one-sided game, but the draws were not super great for the Tiago, and they were really good for Adam. Hopefully both players are able to draw a little bit closer in this game, and we get a more competitive one here.
Yeah, I think in game 1, even the fact that Tiago did not have that one-cost character to put down with the Grandmother Willow.
Oh, brutal.
I feel like that even could have been the make or break of that game for him.
Yeah.
I'd be interested because I feel like sometimes it is those small, unassuming moments that are the turning points for a game.
I don't disagree with you here as Tiago mulling over the hand here.
Couple daisies in hand.
Adam is going first?
Yeah.
Did Tiago opt to go second here?
That is a great question. If Tiago opted to go second instead of first. We have Lilo followed by a Pudge, and then Tiago playing Daisy Duck.
I am so interested at why Tiago is going second in this game, but we do see Daisy Duck Donald's date as Rapunzel is going to hit the inkwell here. Down comes Lady Decisive Dog, followed up by a tramp. The beautiful Enchanted's going side by side, looking over there at Pudge and saying, Pudge, get us to the finish line here.
Hey, Pudge, thanks for joining the party. We're so glad you're here.
Yeah.
And opting not to quest right now and turning it back over to Tiago. We've said it before and we'll say it again. You don't always just want to turn those cards sideways. You want to turn them sideways at the right moment.
Yeah, you don't want to always just quest into your opponent's board. Tiago does have certain tricks up his sleeve that he can use to take those characters out, as Mulan is now going to hit the board, and we are setting up for what we want to do here. Potentially next turn could get a Snow Fort down and start challenging into these other characters. We're going to look for some more cards to put into our hand with the Nani Stage Manager.
Yeah, Nani, she came out during Winter Spell, and I love that card. She is really great in this deck, and just in general, anytime that you can look at the top few cards of your deck, find what you need, I think is fantastic. She's also a good body, and in other decks, she can sing, like in an Amber Steel deck. Nani is just a great card.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And this deck is so interesting because we have the Lady and we have the Tramp in it, but I think we might have more Lilo and Stitch cards in this
That's a good,
deck. So,
we just might. I have to be honest, Garrick. I am still so fascinated by the fact that Tiago did. We confirmed with our lore guides, Tiago did choose to go second. And what is the strategy there? What is the thought process in this particular matchup? Why he chose to go second? Do you have any thoughts on that?
it's a really interesting decision, definitely. Tiago must know something that
That we
we
don't?
don't. I'd love to pick his brain and see why he opted to go here on the draw against Adam in this matchup. We saw how quickly Adam was able to get off of the blocks in that first game thanks to all of these pudges, as we do have another really early Tramp Street Smart Dog here.
Yeah, lucky for Tiago, Adam is not finding that Chernabog, which was really key to find in that off that Tramp Street Smart Dog ability. So here, him looking through the cards and thinking, which ones do I want to keep in hand?
Yeah, a bunch of really good options here. And we talked yesterday and earlier today about how good the Tramp Street Smart Dog is in this specific deck with the Chernabog because it does
yes.
everything that you want. It sends
It
all the
feeds.
cards. Yes, it feeds the evildoer, all of those cards in your discard pile, and also searches for the exact card that you want. But he flashed the Dale there.
I was going to point that out. Dale might be the card to keep in this matchup, right? Because that is going to make things swing, or at least if you start turning sideways to Quest, if Tiago decides to start challenging in, then Dale is going to be able to help make those challenge or make the trades more efficient. Okay, so Adam was the higher seed. Okay.
So Adam decided to go second in game number 1, and that worked out well for him. And then here in game number 2, Tiago deciding.
Yeah, sorry about that. We were just getting some info from production, and now I want to talk to both of these players. I have never in Disney Lorcana have I heard and talked to a player who said, yeah, going second is the option. Daisy's coming down. We are followed by a Lady Decisive Dog, and we're going to also play out our own Tramp Street Smart Dog that Tiago was able to find this game.
Yeah, this is, again, one of the best cards in the game. We've talked about it over and over and over again. It just helps you filter through your deck, find the exact cards that you need, and then in Adam's deck, able to feed that Chernabog Evildoer. But both players here very confident going second. And again, we're not questing really early on in these matches. We have not seen either Illumineer exert any of their characters at this point. I think maybe why both of these players want to be on the play is because they have cards in their deck that can help them challenge in and gain that advantage. So imagine now Tiago decides to quest everything. Okay, Adam knows in my hand I have a Dale, which means after you quest with everything, then I'll be able to get the Dale down and challenge into your board and remove everything onto my side. That could be what they are thinking about as Tiago is considering going on a quest here right now with his characters, or just thinking about what will my opponent potentially do on their next turn?
Yeah, I had not thought about that, Garrick, and that is such a good point, right? This is the mind game that's happening. It's we are looking at these cards. These are what we're discarding. This is what we're discarding from our Tramp Street Smart Dog. But yeah, there's the mind game that's going on. That's like a little mini game inside the Disney Lorcana game that's happening. Who's going to turn sideways first?
And Adam finds an uninkable there. He can't put the Dale onto the board. He has to just play this Lilo out and decide if he wants to be the first one to quest here in this situation. But we're seeing both players right now staying very patient. Tiago knows exactly what he wants to see on his side of the board, not in a rush. Again, both players at 0 lore, you think 2 aggressive decks, we're going to get questing really quickly, but we just put the Lilo down onto the board next to our Tramp.
Can you tell what that card is?
I believe that is a Lady Decisive Dog.
That's okay. Yep. Yeah, I don't know what Tiago got off of his Tramp Street Smart Dog. I would be very interested to know. He is they running 2 copies of Dale. Both players have 2 copies of Dale.
Yes. Yes, that is correct there. And not running the full 4 of is easier to do when you have cards in your deck like Tramp Street Smart Dog. Again, you
Just
can
go find
go
it.
go looking for exactly what you need.
You send the dog, say, go fetch. Go fetch.
Exactly.
Go fetch. Bring me back a Dale, please. That'd be great. Or a Chernobog. Fetch the Chernobog, Street Smart Dog.
There are so many different permutations and things that could happen here. We're just seeing the players just stare at the board, and I think they're just doing math in their heads, like thinking if I can quest this, what is going to happen if I do and my opponent has this or that? What if they don't have this?
Yeah.
It's very difficult to know when to put the foot on the gas and get to questing. It's very risky to do it too early because there's not a ton of card draw in either of these decks. And if you quest too early and you lose all of your characters, it could just be over.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what Adam's doing. You could see his head kind of bopping back and forth going, okay, this and then that. And you kind of have to assume that maybe your opponent does have something like a Dale in hand. Okay, if I turn my character sideways, what is going to happen in these different challenges that could, we have a snow fort alert coming into play here, giving all of our characters +1 strength. And are we questing?
We are going to get a quest going here, as we did have a Tramp Enterprising Dog come down onto the board that could have targeted the Mulan there, giving her the 6 that she can quest for here. But we keep the Daisy Ducks unexerted. We don't want to give our opponent too many cards. But now with the Snow Fort out, all of our characters have that resist +1, and it makes it so much more difficult. Did Adam find an Inkable? Can we get Dale down? He did.
He did. We got Finnick, which is Inkable. We're going to bring Dale down. Here he is. Now all of our characters going to be swinging big with their willpower in any challenges that Adam decides to make.
Yeah, we can go Tramp into this Mulan to remove her off of the board because she does have that resist +1, so it'll take 5 strength to take her down. But right now we have a lot of difficult decisions to think over because before this Snow Fort came down, something like our Pudge could easily take out a Lady Decisive Dog, and now it isn't as easy to do that. So we're going to have to send multiple characters in here to challenge because of that Snow Fort. We're seeing why it is being included in these decks. Another item that we've seen used in Amber Emerald before was that Emerald Chromacon. But now we're favoring that Snow Fort, all thanks to this Mulan and the synergies that it brings.
I do love resist. It's one of my favorite keywords. I think resist is so strong. And that Snow Fort really it makes the math a little bit more difficult here when we're going into the challenges. But him having that Dale, though, does make the job easier. If he didn't have that Dale, plus there was the Snow Fort, he would be in a lot more trouble.
Yeah.
But here, we're having to make some decisions of what we want to run in. Getting that Mulan off the board, like you said, Garrick, I think is going to be a priority for him.
Also, definitely need to consider that the Snow Fort gives all of the characters on Tiago's side additional strength by 1 as well. So that's gonna make things a little bit more tricky as well. For instance, Nani challenging into Tramp would mean Nani is getting banished there and only dealing 2 to the Street Smart Dog.
The other thing that Adam's going to have to be careful about is if he leaves a character with damage on there, there's a possibility of a Rapunzel coming down, healing, and giving Tiago more cards in hand. So you want to be efficient in these challenges and really make sure that you're banishing them and not leaving anything open for a Rapunzel.
We did decide to quest with our 2 Lilos. They're not super great at challenging, just 1/1s at this point. So they're going to gather some lore and leave the challenging up to everything else, as we are going to double up into the Tramp Street Smart Dog here.
Yep, Pudge and Street Smart Dog taking care of that. We have our Enterprising Dog plus Lady possibly going into the Mulan here. Yes, we are taking care of that Mulan, getting it Out of here. Go. Mulan, you cannot quest for 6 anymore. That's ridiculous. Any character that can quest for 6. Like, that's wild.
Yeah, that is an absolutely insane amount of lore.
wild.
I remember the Mirabelle coming out with that 5, the iconic 5 lore pit on there.
Yes.
But
Oh, yes. That was fun. She didn't see much play, unfortunately. Not yet, but there's a lot more madrigals in the game now. We do have a Rapunzel in hand and a grandmother Willow also.
yeah, we can use that Rapunzel to draw 3 cards here if we would like to challenge in with one of these daisies.
Yeah, I mean, challenge into a Nani or something. Get 3 damage on there. Draw 3 cards.
Yeah, can also decide to challenge into the Lady Decisive Dog as well, thanks to Dale. That will deal 3 damage back to your Daisy Ducks as well. So a few different options here. You can banish that lady that has the 2 damage on it.
Yeah. How, or do you keep, if you're Tiago, do you keep questing? You're at 10, Adam's at 4. How much do you quest on this turn? Or do you just try to take Adam's characters out to keep him from gaining board control and taking over the game?
Right now, I feel like I want to be challenging. You have the opportunity to get all of these characters off the board. I don't believe that Adam has any cards in hand right now.
Ooh, top decking.
That is going to be difficult. Let's get some more cards in our hand with that Rapunzel, the classic card. We talked about it yesterday, one of our favorite cards in the history of Disney Lorcana and in Infinity, showing why she is one of the best legendaries ever printed at this point. We can
That's a high praise.
I think it's true. We're seeing her. She's one of 2 cards that Tiago is playing from the Infinity format. So yeah, so she has to be pretty good, and she's amazing with Dale as well.
I think that she has proven that she truly is that girl.
Yeah.
Rapunzel is that girl. She is gifted. She is gifted with healing, and she is gifted in Amber Emerald.
I think if we want to get those Lilos off the board, they are pretty free right now to challenge in. They're only going to deal 1 back, but we're considering getting rid of Nani here.
Did we possibly draw into another Rapunzel from the Rapunzel? Is that why we're going into Nani?
We could be tempting Adam here a little bit, like, hey, do you want to challenge into this Daisy Duck with the 3 damage on it? If you don't, I might draw a few cards on my next turn, but we cleaned up the board pretty well here if we are Tiago, so you got to feel pretty good about that challenge there. And again, if we are going to be challenged back on Adam's turn, we do have the power of the Snow Fort sitting there for us as we put an Ursula Deceiver into the Inkwell. Does Tiago have another 1-cost character that he can get down onto the board? No, it looks like we're going to pass it on over, and there's a lot of damage on these cards.
Lots of damage, and we do still have that Dale in play. A Lilo Escape Artist is being put down, and I love that card. She, I think, is going to be out of set rotation, though. When Attack of the Vine comes out, that's going to be sad to see her go into the great beyond of Infinity. But now here, Adam is going to be having to make some tough decisions here because all of his characters do have damage on them besides Dale. And so because of that Snow Fort, because he's going to probably lose some presence here in those challenges if he wants to do something.
Definitely. He also needs to consider that potentially a Go-Go could come down on the side of Tiago.
Yes.
So now you don't want to leave this damage on your characters for too long, or Go-Go can take advantage of that. For example, if he challenged into nothing here, Tiago would go to 18, but if he did have that Go-Go, he could use that ability to gain that final 2 lore that he does need to get over the finish line. So Tiago here, knowing exactly what he wants to do, both of these players super experienced, both of them opting to go second here, and we're seeing why.
Yep. All the counting, all the math, trying to figure out what is the most efficient way here to challenge and try to clean up some of Tiago's side of the board.
Yeah, these are really tough decisions that you have to make, and again, the Snow Fort makes it even more difficult. That resist on the opposite side there does come into play here, and he also needs to consider, do I even want to get my Dale exerted in a challenge right now? He is
questing?
going on a quest.
He is going on a quest. Yeah, Lady and Tramp, not the street smart spot, the enterprising dog and the lady would, if he did challenge in, he would lose both of those. So instead, opting to quest here, going up to 8 to Tiago's 10 lore.
Yeah, now forcing Tiago on the opposite side to make a little bit of a decision. We'll see if the Dale wants to get
also
active.
Questing. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Let's put the pressure on and make Tiago have to answer.
Interesting. I mean, Adam not representing game on the opposite side of the board, although we could boost up.
They both have 8. They both have 8 lore on the board, so both of them are going to go up to 18 if nothing happens.
Let's see what Tiago has here on the approach. And again, both these players leaned in closer and closer and closer. You can see their heads on the overhead camera there, just thinking about what is going on as Grandmother Willow comes down. What does Tiago have in store for us on his turn?
I would love to see a Rapunzel. Oh, we have a Tramp.
Tramp coming down for 0 ink.
For free. And getting to look through his deck, find the card that he needs for this turn to try to hold in his position.
Keeping them close to the vest as well. Not showing us. Come on, Tiago.
Right.
Think about the stream.
You want some showmanship. Everyone wants to know, Tiago, what cards are you looking at?
He's got 6 cards that he just drew here and does get to keep a good number of them thanks to all of the draw he got off the last turn thanks to his Rapunzel. There he goes. Oh, he shows us for a quick second.
Well, that's the cards he's putting back.
Yep.
Those are the cards he's putting back.
Could be looking for that Go-Go here because if he found Go-Go, the game will be over.
We do have our own Dale. That's not bad. Let's swing with Rapunzel for 5. Going into your Dale.
Getting the Dale off the board first is super important. That way his ability's gone. It makes all your challenges that much better. And Adam says, okay, you got it. Let's go into game number 3.
You got it on. Wow. That was a swingy match. The mind games going on there, the chess standoff, it felt like.
Yeah.
You know?
Amazing patience displayed by both players there. Adam trying to play to his outs and get over the finish line. Tiago, if he would have found that Go-Go, would have been good enough, but he said, hey, Dale will probably work. And then Adam seeing his Dale get removed there from the Rapunzel, challenging in for 5 was enough for him to put his hands up and surrender. We're going into game number 3 of the top 8. Winner gets to go into that top 4, 1 match closer to what they're looking for, that invitational to the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. And we'll see if Adam, who lost that game, opts to go second again.
Is he gonna choose to go second? So in the top cut, the first seed has the option of going first. Adam was the higher seed, chose to go second. Tiago chose to go second, even after he lost game 1. What's going to happen? I assume that Adam's going to choose to go second based on what we've seen so far. In this matchup, it does seem to be the more powerful position to be in.
Yeah, that's what both players have been favoring, and that's what we've seen in the results here. Both players on the draw there were able to get it done, and that was such an interesting match to watch through. I know they were sitting there doing a lot of math throughout it, but it was very important to take a look at what my opponent could accomplish and what they could have in their hand to punish me if I quest too early. It's always on a razor's edge. Those little bit of differences make for really interesting matches.
Yeah, and I think the advantage that Tiago had in that game as well was that he was able to find the Rapunzel, do a little challenge, and draw some cards. We saw Adam top decking, and also, so Adam in top deck mode, plus not able to find that Chernobog. I think maybe Chernobog would have helped.
Yeah, Chernobog, we saw how powerful that was in that game. Number 1, as we are on the altar here, Tiago going for 5. He went for 4 in game number 1. Not super happy with his hand here.
6, I think we're taking on Adam's side.
Oh, and a little bit of cringe coming out on his side. He does not love what he saw, or maybe it was so good that he felt bad for Tiago.
That could be. That could very well be. the altar, we keep saying this over and over again, but that altar phase so important.
Yep.
And like you said, even especially in this matchup, you are looking for some really specific things to make sure that you are set up in the right way, because sometimes it's those early turns, turn 1, turn 2, that make all the difference.
Here we go. Adam did send the 6 back, shuffling up right now. He has not taken a look at them. I like that move. Wait a little bit. I'll see him after we shuffle, and I'll see how my fate is going to be decided by these top 6, although that's probably not going to be the case. We're going to have a long game. Hopefully the fist bump goes out. Both players are ready. Rebecca, are you ready for game number 3? Tiago's on the play.
For game 3, yeah, Adam choosing to go second again. We have a starting out with a Daisy deck from Tiago, a Lady into the Inkwell, and we have our own Daisy on Adam's side. This looks familiar.
It does.
This looks familiar.
This is exactly what happened on game number 1 as a decisive dog was put into the Inkwell. Tiago just double checking there. We'll see if he does have the Grandmother Willow. Is he able to follow it up with another 1-cost character? It looks like the Willow is in hand there in the middle, and he does have plenty of options in hand. It looks like 2 Nalas.
2 Nalas. Yep, 2 Nalas, at least maybe something else. There's something else there with a 1, but yeah. Choosing here what he wants to do. So Tiago also, I think I mentioned this earlier, but he has an invite in European. He has an invite in Asia, but not yet secured that North American Championship invite. And we are seeing one of those Nalas come down off the back of Grandmother Willow and her discount.
Yeah, this is a much better start from Tiago. He started exactly the same way that he did in game number 1, but he did have that second 1-drop to go down onto the board. And the Nala, representing Lore, also a 0-4 that can challenge in if a Dale is on board, or can be a threat for a Rapunzel trap. So a very versatile card in this list that Tiago is running. Bobby Zimmerowski coming down on the board, finding a Chernobog.
Yes.
Might have to send the evildoer into the discard. We don't need you right now, big guy.
Not right now. This is not the time. Notably, though, I did want to point out that Adam does have a Dale in hand. So that is a card that I'm sure we will see. We saw how powerful it was for both players last turn. Obviously, Tiago ended up taking it, but it made such a huge difference for Adam in that game.
Here comes the Daisy Duck Donald's date. We've got 3 of them on the board right now. Tiago, again, making that face and putting his hand down. Could be a bit of a tell. Maybe not super happy with his hand, or just wants to take a closer look at the board here and think things through.
Yeah, I haven't been able to see Tiago's hand. I don't think that Adam has a Street Smart Dog in hand. I know that that's probably something that both players are looking for here on turn 3 and 4 to bring out that Street Smart Dog.
Yeah, that's what both players are definitely looking for. That is the backbone of these Amber and Emerald strategies. A second Grandmother Willow is going to hit the board, and another Nala.
Okay.
We pass it on over to the other side. We don't ink, but the Grandmother Willows are representing a little bit of a discount for us. That should help us out on our next turn.
Yeah, I wonder if Tiago is stuck with a couple of uninkables in hand. We have Bobby Zimmerowski, Spray Cheese Kid, going to draw us another card, discard. What has Adam found? Hopefully
I believe he did have a Lilo in hand, so he can go for that. There she is.
Yep, into the discard, which of course is a place we don't mind putting that Lilo Escape Artist, because at the beginning of our turn, we can choose to play her right out of the discard. And we have Lady Decisive Dog followed by another Daisy. This board from Adam is just growing and growing. We have 6 characters out now to Tiago's 5. Is it just a numbers game in this matchup? Gosh.
Yeah, these are such tough decisions to make. I mean, we're going to sit here and we're going to see how wide these boards can get before we decide to start going on these quests. Right now, we're representing so much lore on Adam's side, but he wants to wait a little while longer. He does have that Dale in hand. Tiago would love to potentially see a snow fort here. That would help him out a lot, especially if his opponent does decide to get his quest on.
Get his quest on. We found it. We found the Street Smart Dog. Here he is.
Down for free.
We have the discount from Grandmother Willow, plus all those characters. So playing that big dog for nothing, Garrick. For nothing.
It's such a crazy, powerful card. And I love the synergy that it has in these decks. We'll see what Tiago goes for here. Certainly was able to look through an extensive amount of cards on the top of his deck, try to shape his hand into something that he likes. And again, we're going to get into the tank here and think a little bit. What do I need on this turn? What do I need on the next turn? And what do I need on the turn after that? That's what Tiago is thinking to himself right now.
Absolutely. These players, at this level, they are thinking 2-3 turns ahead, anticipating every move from their opponent, anticipating what cards might come down and all the different branches, that could happen, and thinking what cards are going to set me up in the best possible scenario for what's going to happen.
Tiago really looking over that massive hand that he has right now, thanks to the Tramp Street Smart Dog. Unfortunately for Tiago, he's going to have to discard a few of those cards.
Just a few, just 5. he has to discard 5.
And let's take a look. A Go-Go Ursula Snowfort, another Willow, and a Daisy Duck Donald's Date. These cards are going to hit the discard pile there, and we pass the turn.
We pass the turn. Does he only have one card in hand?
I am not sure on the exact number of cards that Tiago is working with right now. I believe he has multiple in hand right now, as we do draw a card on Adam's side and set it down immediately. He does need one more ink to get that Dale onto the board.
And he must not have found that Street Smart Dog, because I feel like if he had, we would definitely be seeing it by now. Wow, 3 daisies on the board. Not questing. I've never seen so many daisies not questing, Garrett. Usually you get those daisies down and you're like, yeah, let's go. Let's get that lore. But in this matchup, not wanting to turn sideways quite yet.
Yeah, you can be punished very hard for doing it too early, and not to mention the majority of cards in Tiago's deck are characters, so you would be fueling the hand for Tiago if you decided to start questing those daisies too early before getting a Dale down, for example. You could get really punished, or your opponent could use your characters on the opposite side of the board to draw some cards with something like Rapunzel gets it with healing, which we saw in the last game as well. And these are just such hard turns. I know everybody watching is wondering, why aren't we questing yet? It's just too much of a risk at this point. Well, the first time you saw Tiago quest was when his Mulan could quest for 6. And at that point, it's too much to pass up. And right now, you could quest for a whole lot if you're Adam, but Tiago could have Dale. He just searched through a bunch of cards off the top of his deck, and if he quests now, it could just all be over instantly.
Yeah. You're exactly right there, and Adam taking his time, really thinking through, is this the moment? Is this the time? And I'm not sure if it is yet.
Yeah, it really depends on what he drew for that turn. I'm not quite sure what he saw there.
Show us, Adam. Show us your hand. We want to see what's in there. We want to see. We want to know what's going on in your head.
And even if you do quest with these daisies, you run the risk of giving your opponent the Dale that they need or the Rapunzel that they want.
Tiago has the snow forts, but those are the only non-character cards that he has.
Yeah.
So if you turn Daisy sideways to go on a quest, you're going to give Tiago more characters to bring down. We do have a snow fort. I was wondering if off of the Street Smart Dog, if he got snow fort in hand, because he did put one in the discard. And I know that card is so instrumental to this deck, but it's uninkable and he only has the 2 ink. So next turn, he does have a card that is inkable that he could put down and then play that snow fort out. That's going to be big. Adam, of course, doesn't know that. We can't quite see what is in his hand, but I feel like a Dale is going to be what Adam would want to come down.
Yeah, Tiago could have inked that character and played the snow fort last turn, but that Tramp Enterprising Dog is one of those tricks that Tiago has up his sleeve that he can use to punish his opponent for questing, as Dale is going to hit the board. We did have that Nala in hand, and Adam says, enough is enough. I am going to start my quest, as Dale is now protecting my characters on the opposite side of the board. Now, we do need to keep in mind here that while Lady Decisive Dog is going to challenge and be challenged for 3 here, her strength is not 3, so she will not gain that additional lore. That is not how that interaction works with Dale. We'll see if Tiago is able to punish this with the use of that Snow Fort. We can easily clean up all these characters on the opposite side and make things difficult with our Snow Fort plus that Tramp, which we can get down for free right now thanks to our Grandmother Willows.
Yep. Yep, Dale ready for a shot. Adam was ready for his shot, notably not questing with the daisies, probably for exactly the reason that we were just talking about, Garrick. We don't want to give Tiago more characters in hand, but choosing to start racking up lore and forcing Tiago to have to make some decisions here on how he's going to answer. We are going to put 1 damage.
Did we find a Rapunzel off the top?
Oh, nope. We're going to take that back. We're going to...
Oh, we're going to play Dale first.
Yes. Okay, there we go. We found our own Dale. We get to play it. We have 2 Ink and 2 Grandmother Willows, and we are battle swinging with Daisy, 4 willpower.
What a draw off the top of the deck for Tiago.
We had the Snow Fort and the Enterprising Dog in hand. We pulled Dale off the top at just the right moment when we needed it.
Yep, that Dale is off the screen there, but just so everybody knows, Dale is on the board on both sides right now, and Adam is in a very precarious situation because once this Snow Fort comes down, things plus Dale, it's going to be even more difficult to clear off Tiago's characters now. He can challenge in if he wants to into these Nalas with your daisies, but you're not going to have a good time doing that, and now Adam is in a really difficult situation, and Tiago showing this deck can win on the play if it needs to, but Tiago's not out of the woods either. Just in a good position right now as Adam draws for turn and puts it down immediately.
Yeah, I think what we saw in both other games is that this matchup is very swingy.
Yeah.
Right? And we're seeing it here in Game 3, in Top 8, that it's just swinging back and forth between this Turn of Dogs deck that Adam is running and the Snow Fort deck that Tiago has. There's so many cards that they have in common, but it's those cards that they have different that could make the difference. That Snow Fort could make the difference for Tiago. The Chernobog could make the difference for Adam, and I think that's what we saw in Game 1 was Chernobog from Adam, and we saw Snow Fort from Tiago in Game 2, and those were the games that each of these players won.
Yeah, right now, no Snow Fort on the board, no Chernobog, so we're just going straight dogs into dogs right now, plus a Dale supporting everything. But again, we got to get back to the think tank here and decide what we want to do. If we start challenging into these daisies and these Nalas, it's just such negative value on Adam's side, not to mention the Tramp Street Smart Dog is out there right now challenging in for 6 because, again, if you're just joining us, Tiago does have a Dale there just off the bottom of your screen, so that needs to be kept in mind at all times. You can't really quest into this board that Tiago has. You're just going to get so punished by these Nalas because you don't mind challenging into the daisies with those. And now Adam adding up the lore on the opposite side of the board, Tiago is going to feel way more free to quest out than Adam will, as he is going to pass the turn without even playing the card that he has in hand. Let's see if Tiago wants to get this Snow Fort down. Also, again, does have that Enterprising Dog in hand and did just draw another card for turn. So 3 cards in hand right now.
Man, yeah, choosing not to quest, choosing not to challenge, keeping his characters upright for now. And Tiago in such a great position to slam. Let's slam that Snow Fort down, boost up these characters, give him resist when it goes back over to Adam's side. Oh, man. I want to see that Snow Fort come down. I really do.
Yeah, the Snow Fort would be big here. The only issue for Tiago that he may be considering is my Nalas already have damage on them, so the resist is not going to do too awful much.
Especially with Dale.
Yeah,
right?
especially with the Dale on the opposite side of the board. So there are definitely some things that he still needs to consider. It doesn't look like he wants to go for the Snow Fort. He did have the Rapunzel, and he's going to draw 3.
He had to have pulled that off the top for this turn.
Yes.
We're healing up our Daisy, drawing 3 cards, and I tell you,
Adam looks so frustrated with that.
Huge. That is huge for Tiago.
Tiago potentially considering there whether he wanted to go with the 2 off of the Nalas or take the 3 off of the Daisy Duck, because that is a real consideration, because you're not going to quest with the Daisy, but you are going to quest with the Nalas.
Sure.
So if there's no damage on the Nalas, then the Daisies can't challenge in and take them out in one swing. But we did want that additional card. We put a Lilo into the Inkwell, and oh, he had double Dale. That's
Dales.
not going to help you out in this situation.
Well, we would swing. The Daisies will swing for 4
Yes.
into Nalas, right? So they can get
if
them
the
up.
Snow Fort was out,
I see what you're saying. Yes, if the Snow Fort was out. But now we could get rid of them, but then that also gets rid of our Daisies, which represents so much lore for Adam. Does he want to lose those Daisies? I think he might have to.
Tiago has 12 lore on his side of the board if nothing is removed next turn. He could have quested with the Daisy to put that game on board and force Adam to come in for a challenge. Here comes the Tramp Enterprising Dog along with a Bobby Zimmerowski to get that second copy of Dale out of our hand. But right now, we do have to take some unfavorable trades if we are Adam. It's just unfortunate. He's shaking his head. He knows he has to do it. It just stinks in this position to be forced to do that when you had your Dale out onto the board first, and then Tiago top decks the Dale that he needs on the exact right moment.
Yeah, like you said, there's 12 lore represented on Tiago's side of the board. If Adam does nothing that puts him up to 18, Adam cannot let that happen.
No, especially not with Gogo Tamago in the deck, as we are going to challenge in here.
See, so that Enterprising Dog came down, gave all that strength from all your characters to the Daisy, but it doesn't matter with Dale in play. Doesn't matter. So he wanted to take out the Tramp Street Smart Dog, but we're going to go ahead and quest. We are drawing. We got 3 cards from those 3 Daisies, and all of them are characters. And going into our hand, Adam was shaking his head. He kind of forgot about that Dale. And there is the extent of the handshake. Adam saying the game is yours. Tiago taking it here in game 3. That
was such a match. I'm sitting here jaw dropped.
Garrick is shaking his head, speechless, watching this Snow Fort Amber Emerald and versus Chernobog's deck. That was wild. Watching the game swing back and forth between these two players.
Yeah.
I really, really, really think it came down to that turn where Tiago had the Rapunzel, and that kind of clinched it for him.
Yeah, able to get all those cards into his hand and give him so many more options. We saw the Snow Fort in his hand for so long.
Yeah.
We thought for sure he was going to draw an Inkable off the top. He was going to play Snow Fort. But no, the Inkable that he found off the top was Dale, ready for his shot. And we saw how impressive that card was on both sides of the board. So last week we saw the Chernodog's deck take down the finals of that tournament, but here today Tiago showing that the Snow Fort deck is able to battle back as well. And again, it was off the back of that Dale, and all 3 games the players opting to go second there. And I'm sure in the interview JDZ will ask all about that as we are going to get up close and personal with Tiago. But what did you think of that match? I thought it was incredible. I hope the chat enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Because I think it's such a cool matchup.
This is not the same at all. Okay, it's not the same at all. But something that it reminds me of is when the old Ruby Amethyst mirror matches where it was very much like the chess mind games back and forth. It kind of reminds me that it's similar to that in a way, the mind games and the back and forth and how swinging it is. So it was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it, and congrats to Tiago, who is going to move on. I know that we are going to get him in. I did want to point out that in game 3, it was Adam who could have gone first. He chose to go second, and Tiago taking it on the play.
Yeah. Tiago breaking serve, as they say in tennis. But that was incredible to see, because while I do see where they're coming from on going second here, there is an intrinsic value in going first in the game of Disney Lorcana. Going second, you get to see an extra card, and you're able to dump your hand so easily thanks to the Grandmother Willows and the Pudges and things like that. So that is also a consideration that Adam was making in choosing to go second. We saw it work out so well, getting that additional card, having that second Pudge to pair with the Lilo. So there are reasons to go second, but we see that going first is still
It's still
pretty
good.
good.
It's still good. The other thing that I want to point out about both of these decks is a certain card that you were talking about earlier is Dale ready for his shot is a brand new card,
Yes.
right? But here we are in Infinity format where people have access to the entire library of every single Disney Lorcana card that's ever been printed. But this new card from Wilds Unknown making such a huge impact even here in the Infinity format.
Yeah. Yeah, Dale coming into this guy. I don't think I've even seen Dale in a core constructed tournament yet. I've just been seeing him dominate Infinity so far. So Dale, he is ready for his shot. He's ready for his close up. He's ready for the spotlight.
That spike suit.
Yeah.
That spike suit is it is carrying him here in the Infinity format with much aplomb.
Yeah, and we're seeing how powerful these new cards can be when paired with the cards from the previous formats. And Dale is like, I'm ready for the big leagues. I'm ready for Infinity. Don't even test me out in core. Throw me in Infinity.
Throw me in. Throw me
deep end.
into the deep end with all however many thousands of cards there are.
Yeah, that Rapunzel gifted with healing, me and her would make a great team. Now she's a 5/5.
Look at that. Isn't that fun, though, that we have Rapunzel from the first chapter, and then we have Dale from Wilds Unknown, that we have these two cards, kind of representing the two bookends of Disney Lorcana right
that's
now.
beautiful.
It's kind of a really neat story that's being told in a way, and we do have Tiago, who has come into the room. I'm so ready to hear about his deck, giving us the breakdown. JDZ is going to bring it to us, so let's throw it on over there for our winner's interview.
Greetings and salutations again, my fellow Lumineers. I am joined by Tiago Santana, one of the greatest Lumineers we have in the community right here, going for another top performance in a Disney Lorcana tournament. But before we say anything, there was some cool things that happened in that match. You guys were having this little back and forth of who's going to go second. What's that all about?
Yeah, I mean, my opponent, we're both playing the Dogs deck, but we have very different styles, right? So his deck is built around using Pudge with Lilo. He has the Lilo Escape Artist that's typically found in these decks, but also the Lilo Making a Wish. So his deck is really focused on getting these Tramp 7s into play and really taking over the game that way. So the game is not really about trying to get ahead on board and trying to like squeak through lore through like going first and getting these tempo advantages that way. It's really about like both players racing to get these big combo turns. If I were playing my version of the deck in like a 60-card mirror, I would still choose to go first. But since his deck is built around these Pudges, and as we saw in some of those games where he didn't get the Tramp 7, he's really not able to really attack the board the way that the other top decks would be able to. So you just want to give them as few chances at it, and also as few chances as getting cards like Pudge, because those really accelerate the game. We saw in the first two games he had Pudges, sometimes multiple Pudges, and that really took the game forward. And also having the extra card from going second means that when you play your Tramp and filter through your deck, you get to keep an extra card in your hand, which is really, really important. So that's kind of what that was about. I think it was a pretty cool strategy. He's been dominating all the Dogs players he's played against. So even though I
Little Jake. Just like that, we're back. Okay, a little quick mic change. You guys didn't see anything. Editor, have that removed at once. All right, here we go. We're back. But again, I was going to say that's just a testament of a great player, being able to stay flexible, being on the fly, adjust your game plan, and you will come out on top. So you are here at the top four. You are playing the Amber and Emerald Dog strategy. A lot of people are Team Pro Ban Tramp. You are a Tramp supporter, and you and your crew, you guys have had a really cool iteration of this deck. So you just talk about the history of this deck. You've been playing Dogs for a while. What is different about this deck with the new format that we have here?
Yeah, so as you said, I've been playing Dogs and Core. A lot of my friends also, like, we've had like the best crew of Dogs players. We've won a ton of Mickeys, won DLCs, so really have a strong like groupthink there. So we all kind of dove into Infinity after the last DLC in São Paulo. And that was about a month ago. That was, I think, like the late 20s of April or whatever. And we went right away into Infinity. And we kind of started off with a lot of the decks that people were playing. A lot of the things that we had heard from other people were strong. And so I started with the green-yellow fort strategy. And literally one day later, I was like, I can't believe this deck doesn't have Tramp 7.
Yeah.
Everybody's like win rates on the
Online play?
No. On the play and the draw, we're all very skewed. So a lot of people are having really high win rates on the play and really, really low win rates on the draw. So the delta was like literally 35% or something. So I thought the decks really needed to kind of be constructed less linearly and sort of give themselves the option to fight back on the draw. And so I think Tramp 7 is one of the best cards at doing that in the game, right? You get to break the board, you get to accelerate so much ink so quickly. And so Tramp 7's like, everyone's calling for it to be banned, but it was literally not even played in the deck when we started playing. And so I also added Lilo Escape Artist. I think that card is spectacular in this format where people are playing Be Prepared. The card just completely owns the Ruby decks because they have no good answers to it. So those were like the first editions. We kind of changed like 20-ish cards from the original thing, and we've just been playing it for the last month. Everyone's been having really, really strong results. And now people have started copying over the last week or two, but yeah, we all like felt super strongly about the direction. Me and my friends, we came as a group of 5, all playing the deck. All 4 out of the 5 of us made top 16 in this 200-player tournament, and the one that didn't still made day 2 and then just didn't show up today. But so the deck, like, I think it's so much stronger than anything else you can be doing in the format. We're kind of playing a hybrid where we're playing the Snow Fort and the Tramp 7s, just because I think the strength of the deck is always giving yourself the flexibility to play the right things in the right matchups. And we're definitely not like trying to race to the bottom with anybody. It's like jam a bunch of Under the Seas in our deck. I think it's really, really poorly positioned in the format right now. And so that's kind of why all of the most successful people in this tournament were not playing Under the Sea, even though people are like, this is a natural answer to the green-yellow decks. I think the green-yellow decks that were playing Under the Sea really fell apart in the Swiss portion because it's just not conducive to attacking the format.
Right on. I love the assessment. I love the analysis and everything you had to say. Your deck showed up and you were performing incredibly well. But we are here at the Enchanted Sisters Clash. You are a couple wins away from getting your ticket to the North American Championship, of which you do not have at this moment. You're qualified all over the world, but not here in North America. So can you just talk about this event as a whole? Was there anything that shocked and surprised you, and what would that championship invitation mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, the event's been great. It's really different from a lot of the other events that we tend to do. They really have like assembled the superstar cast of not only the broadcast talent, but also just the judges. Like, you can really tell in a tournament like this where they have like all of the top judges running it and organizing the tournament. Like, yesterday we were out of here. We had like an hour break and we were out of here at like 6 or something. It's like, I've never seen anything like it. It's actually just boom, 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 boom. And it's like gone so smoothly. So it's been really cool. And then, yeah, hanging out with everybody. All of these people on the West Coast are pretty far from me, right? So I don't get to hang out with them that often. So it's nice to come here and, yeah, hang out. But as far as the qualification goes, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get as many qualifications, travel everywhere, right? And so I don't have the NA qualification yet. So definitely fighting for it. I'm going to keep traveling to these things until I get one, right? So I don't know how many that's going to be, but I'm just, yeah, pretty proud of the whole group that put together the deck and kind of worked through it, and I'm glad it paid off for the whole group.
Absolutely, man. Well, I'm incredibly proud of you. You should have your head held high. Getting all the way to the top 4 has been no easy feat. No tournament is easy, but you are cutting through this thing. Your deck is in a prime position to continue to have great effects. But before I let you go so you can prepare for your top 4 matchup, is there anything else you want to say to both Quest worlds out there and the Lorcana community at large?
Yeah, I mean, just thanks to everybody who supports us. Thanks for watching the stream. You guys, you know.
Don't forget shout-outs. Don't forget shout-outs, because they'll come after you if you don't shout them out.
Yeah. I can't shout out literally everybody, but shout out all the broadcast talent, all the judges, all the staff, everyone who's putting this together. It's really been one-of-a-kind event. So, yeah, appreciate everybody, and thanks for the support.
Right on, Tiago. Well, I'll shake your hand one more time. Congratulations on your top 4 so far. It was great to see you again, as always, my good friend. And with that, we're going to throw it back to Garrick and Rebecca in the booth as we set up for the top 4 matchup.
Oh man, it is always so fantastic to have Tiago in the room. Honestly, one of the gems of Disney Lorcana community. Not only is he a fantastic player, but a fantastic person. This community always is just so lovely, and Tiago is the best of the best in all the ways. Glad to see him here. Good luck to him. He's going into the top 4.
Yeah.
We're gonna have
Two
some
more to go.
crazy good matches, but yeah, Garrick, that we were just talking a bit ago off camera about the Amber Emerald mirror match and the difference between what we're seeing in Infinity versus the Amber Emerald decks that we're seeing in Core Constructed.
Absolutely. Yeah, the difference between those matchups is night and day. Like in Core Constructed, who finds the Under the Sea first?
And that's
Game
just
over. But here, it's not like that at all.
No.
The questing is completely different because your opponent doesn't have access to that one-sided board wipe. So you need to always think about, can I sneak in lore here? How will I get punished by my opponent's side of the board? It's a really fascinating matchup, and it was great to hear Tiago talk about his strategy going second.
Yeah.
He saw that his opponent opted to go second, despite the fact that they could have gone first, and it made Tiago think, why did he do that? And should I adjust my strategy? And he put his pride to the side, even though he would have normally just opted to go first. He said, maybe it is advantageous to let my opponent go second. So I'm going to listen to what my opponent is telling me. I'll go second, and it paid off for him. So shout out to Tiago for being flexible. I mean, that's what Emerald is all about, right? Flexibility.
Emerald is flexible, and Tiago showing there that even when you are at the top of this game, you always still have room to grow and develop as a player, and to not just assume that you are the smartest in the room.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's just so cool to see that moment happen live, right? Like one of the best players in the game learning a really important, integral piece of information about his opponent and about the matchup before the game even started, right? I mean, the game starts when you decide whether you're going first or you're going second, and that is part of the game. Everybody out there watching, your altar is as well, and we have a really awesome top 4 for you. Unfortunately for all the Ruby Sapphire believers, all of you have been eliminated, but that's okay. We still have a bunch of cool decks left in the mix here. We have Amber Steel. Lorgains is still out there.
Really excited to see him making it to top 4. Another fantastic community member. He is local down here in Southern California, and he did make it into the top 4. So we have Lorgains. We have Anna today, who is that's Luke, right? I believe.
Donald.
That's Donald. Excuse me. That's Donald on Emerald Steel.
And he's already qualified. He won a CCQ with Ruby Amethyst.
At the SCG Con Las Vegas. Yes. And we have Tiago on the Amber Emerald. And then we have Barrera.
Playing Snowfort. So we've got 2 Snowforts. We have Emerald Steel and we have Amber Steel still in the mix. And I believe I picked Amber Steel to win this whole thing.
You
and
really?
I know JDZ, who picked Ruby Amethyst, is over there sweating bullets. I see him right now. And 2 weeks in a row. JDZ, what's going on?
Goodness gracious. And it is the Amber Steel. That's like the mid-range song, like Steel song, right?
Yes.
Kind of like our classic. Because I know there's also the Amber Steel, like more aggro version it's out there, but I believe that Lorgains is on the mid-range Steel song, which is such a classic, right? Disney Lorcana deck. Love to see it. But I have to say, I'm most excited about the Emerald Steel deck that has made it here to the top 4.
Emerald Steel, everybody was counting it out. I talked to Enchanted in the interview, and I was like, nobody believes in you. You got to show everybody why Diablo, why Prince John, why these classic cars are still a threat, and why everybody was so scared of them when Infinity, I think a lot of people were worried about Infinity because they were like, I don't want to play against that anymore, but they ended up not being a huge threat, but here making it in the top 4, and they're going to go up against a Snowfort deck. So we are going to see both Snowfort decks try and go against these Steel decks and see who can come out on top.
Yeah, so Snowfort versus Amber Steel, Snowfort versus Emerald Steel. What is going to make it through to the finals here at Enchanted Citrus Clash? We don't know. Let us know in chat which deck you are rooting for, what player you are rooting for.
Yeah.
A lot on the line here. These players wanting to get that invite, and not just the invite. I mean, there's so much much more, right? There's prizing, there's a trophy.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's a play mat, and also there's just the title of saying I was the first player to take down the Enchanted Citrus Clash CCQ.
Yeah, the bragging rights,
Right?
the pride of it all, and
Yes.
I think these players should take pride in their accomplishments. Most definitely, do a
Absolutely.
little bragging. That's all right.
Yes.
But yeah, it's really cool to see, and like we mentioned, Donald has already won a CCQ, secured
Yep.
their invitation. So if they win in this round, whoever makes it into the finals,
Automatically.
they can feel
Yes.
pretty good. They are going to be invited to the Disney Lorcana North American Championship, but they still want to play for all that prizing that you mentioned, the trophy,
course.
and of course the bragging rights.
Yeah, the other thing that I'm going to be really interested to see what's going on out there is not just the top 4 and all the excitement there, but we also have a 3K core constructed tournament
Yes.
that's going on today out there, and I'm going to be so interested to see what is going on in core because we're still so early in this Wilds Unknown meta. What are people playing?
Yeah.
Are they playing toys? I want to see all the
I hope
toys
they are.
out there. I hope that they're playing toys. Amber Ruby Toys is so fun. I don't know if you've played that much yet.
Oh, I
but
played
it's
against
so
it, and I
good.
was
I
playing.
love it.
I was playing Amber Steel toys, and they put a Sid on the board. I was like, "How do I beat Sid?"
How
It's
do-
every
yeah.
time a
Yep.
toy is banished. You
Every
get to
time.
my
It's so
toys, your
great.
toys. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. That's the great thing. Sid is great. He is
Yeah.
the toy surgeon doing all the work, and we are really excited to see what's going on in that core constructed. The other fun thing that was going on out there is the junior tournament.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, we saw kids. There was kids. I was walking around as young as I swear it looked like there was like a 6-year-old.
Yeah,
playing
I
out
think
there.
it's so
6 to
important.
16. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very important.
Because our young Illumineers, while they are so amazing at the game, for goodness sake, we had a young Illumineer beat the world champion
Yeah,
in
Bridge, or
Milwaukee,
Milwaukee.
and earn a golden Mickey. While they are good enough to play here at the top table, sometimes they might feel a little uncomfortable. Maybe they want to play against
Sure.
an opponent that is their own age. So I think they should have the option
Yes.
to play in both if they'd like to.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's great about it too is just knowing that there are other kids out there doing this thing, right?
Yes.
That you're not I talked to one of the parents out there and she said, we go to our LGS every week, but she is normally the only kid there. And
Yeah.
so she's just used to playing with adults and she loves it. But how cool is it to sit down with a bunch of other kids around your age with your peers and say, look, there's other kids doing
Yeah.
this too. And for anyone out there who's watching, maybe families are tuning in, parents with their kids, knowing that there are other kids out there that are playing this game, keep going. You're the future of Disney Lorcana.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
And there's a place for you here, and there's a place for you here at Enchanted Citrus Clash. If they do this event again, if you are anywhere near, you definitely kind of come down to it.
Definitely come out. It does feel like a little mini DLC, and I think that's what they
Yeah.
wanted to accomplish with all the artists. We're bringing it to you live. Some of the best players in the world that we just witnessed on stream. It's such great vibes out here at the
Yeah.
Enchanted Citrus Clash. We talked to the tournament organizers. You talked to the tournament organizers earlier, and they had just so much amazing things to say, and they've done an amazing job throughout this weekend. But couldn't be more than happy to be here and excited to see what happens here in the top 4 and the finals of the Enchanted Citrus Clashes. We're going to get into that really soon.
We are. And have you been enjoying your time here in San Diego?
For sure.
At the Enchanted Citrus Clash?
Yes, this is my second time out here in San Diego, but my first time at the Enchanted Citrus Clash. This is the first Enchanted Citrus Clash, and I could not be more happy to be here with you and everybody else here in production, the amazing broadcast team that we've had, sharing the booth with these Disney Lorcana Challenge casters has taught me so much, so I've had
it's been
so
a joy.
much fun
It's been
being
a
here
joy
this weekend.
Garrett.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so glad. I think everyone is having such a great time, and
Of
it's been
course.
a joy casting with you, Garrett.
Thank
This
you.
is so yesterday. For anyone who wasn't tuned in yesterday, for round 1, you and I casted together. That was the very first time ever
Yes.
that we'd been in the booth together.
Yeah, that's true. Like in person, virtually, it doesn't matter. That was
Yeah,
that was the first time we ever casted together. So that was a super fun experience, and I want to thank the tournament organizers for including me here, JDZ Production and Quest Production as well, for putting this whole thing on. But it's been an absolute blast, and there's more awesome Disney Lorcana coverage to come. And I think if we can get out there and get some information about that core constructed tournament, we can bring you
we'll
some
bring
of
you.
the meta and the decks and,
Yeah.
and let you guys know what is going on out there, because you have your set championships coming up, and you want those Woody mats. You want those Woody
Oh,
Enchanted
those,
cards.
yeah, those
Yeah.
Woody mats. And people are very excited about Woody.
I'm going to 8 set chamber.
Are
I'm
you?
not skipping
You're
any.
like
Trust.
2. He's like 2. I'm gonna do 2 in a day.
Yeah, if I
Oh
can.
my goodness gracious. Yeah, but those are coming up in just a couple weeks.
Yeah,
right?
they're just around the
Man,
corner.
Around
so
the corner. That
I'm
is
gonna be
wild.
building my toy decks.
That is wild unknown.
I bought a Jesse Enchanted today, so I'm all in on the toy. I'm such a Toy Story fan. I was talking to you about this yesterday.
Yeah.
It's so interesting having Pixar come into Disney Lorcana. I think everybody has a core memory of some Pixar franchise that they are super attached to. Toy Story was mine. I'm a 90s kid. I was born in 1991, and Toy Story was the first one that I latched onto. So when it came into the game, I was so excited. But my brother, my younger brother, Cars was his. So if that ever comes into the game, he'll be so excited. But the middle brother, my other brother, his was Monsters, Inc. So maybe he will get into the game when Attack of the Vine comes out.
Yeah,
So.
that's just, I think, 54 days away.
Yeah.
I know the number.
There you go. There you go. 54 days away. Attack of the Vine is dropping, and I might drop an unreasonable, irresponsible amount of money on that set as well.
Ooh, I cannot wait
I
to
love
see
opening
the
booster
cards
packs.
that are coming back. I can't wait to see the Enchanteds that are coming in that. And I can't, honestly, Garrick, I can't wait for set rotation. I know.
Oh, me too. It's going
I
to be such a
know-
refresh.
Yeah, and I know that with Disney Lorcana, there's a large portion of the community where this is their first TCG that they've ever played,
Yeah.
right? And so set rotation was really new for everyone of like, wait, there's cards that I can't play with anymore in core construction. But I think it's great. I think it revitalizes the game.
It does.
It refreshes the meta. And I think that we're going to see that happen again. So July 17th is when Attack of the Vine comes out for pre-release. Mark your calendars. And that's when the next set rotation happens. And I think that this game is going to just be totally like there's gonna be, monsters are coming. We're gonna have more toys. It's gonna change the face of the game when next set rotation happens.
Yeah, I mean, think about all the powerful cards that we're seeing here in Infinity and some that we've seen in Core Constructed over the past few months as we've gotten into Fabled, that first set rotation, and on and on and on. All those powerful cards from sets 5 through 8 that maybe you're getting a little tired of seeing on the opposite side of the board. They are going to be gone out of the game.
Can I tell you some cards that are going to be gone out of Core?
Yeah.
Okay. Tipo. Sail. Vision.
Vision of the future, yeah, gone.
Elsa
the Fifth Spirit. See ya.
Genie.
Out of here. Tramp Street Smart Dog.
Tramp Street Smart Dog is going to be rotated out.
Yeah.
But man, Bull is going to take a hit, I tell you.
You named a lot of Sapphire and Amethyst cards there.
Listen, it's going to change the game quite a lot. And
It is.
I'm excited for it. But,
I am too.
But we're still here in Wilds Unknown meta. We've got Infinity going on. We've got that core tournament happening. We will find some information out there because I know everyone will be interested to hear what's going on in that 3K. And we're going to be bringing you the top 4, the semi-finals.
Yeah.
What's going on? How's it going to go down? Is it going to be Amber Emerald Fort, or is it going to be one of these other 2 decks represented here? We're going to be back with that very soon. We're going to go to a little bit of a break, Garrett. A pleasure casting with you.
Yes, of
and
course.
Stick around. Don't go away. We're going to be back with more Enchanted Citrus Clash.
He's going to be playing against it's Barrera, I believe. Greetings again, my fellow Lumineers. We are back, and
Just thinking
the
for asking a
Enchanted
question, I'd say.
Citrus, the Enchanted Citrus Clash is going to continue on as we're getting ready for the top 4 matchup. We are going into the top 4, so just letting you guys know that the graphic is going to be updated for the top 4 when it happens. But I am joined by Liam again. The affirmation of Liam is here with us in the spirit. And Liam, how are you feeling, my good friend?
I'm ready for Dad Chat round 2.
Dad Chat.
No, I'm super excited. Like I knew about like 10 minutes ago what we were gonna watch, and I am so excited for it. I was perusing the interwebs and I was watching the Twitch stream, and I saw something posted in the Twitch chat that I never thought I would see ever.
What is that?
Somebody said, "Let's go Diablo."
That's crazy.
And
That's wild.
Right? Like 6 months ago, I think people would have been really upset by that. But you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I understand, and I kind of agree. Where Diablo used to be so dominant, now he's the counter choice. He's the unpopular choice, and to see him in the top again here is really exciting.
He's the hero we all need here in these trying times, as the times are tough, and Diablo is going to be there for us. But here we are. The top 4 match is set. Donald, who is everyone's probably pick to win this thing. If I'm Alex, I'm not rooting for Donald. But if I'm Tiago or on the other side, Lord Gaines, I'm rooting for Donald to win this, because if Donald is going to make it to the finals, he is already qualified to go to the North American Championship. And if he is able to win this matchup, whoever is on the other side of the bracket and wins that will automatically get their ticket via pass down. But Alex says, I'm going to take down a naughty day here and punch my own ticket potentially to the North American Championship. So we have Amber and Emerald versus Emerald and Steel. What do you think about this matchup, Liam? Okay. If I had to guess, I would say 5. Gee. Hey, hold for a second, Liam. I think you might have some muted situation there. So you have to. I think there's an eyeball in here with Liam. Undo the eyeball and then make sure his voice is there. There we go. We're learning on the fly. We're building this fly. We're gonna run that back, as we are going to start with this. Diablo devoted. Diablo the Maleficent Scout has hit the board, and now can we get a check on Liam one time? Can anyone hear Liam, really quick? Right on. And we have the Nala has Mischievous Cub has hit the board, as Ursula has checked again. So we checked once with Diablo, we check again with Ursula just to make sure you didn't have it.
Avenue for you to take your opponents by surprise. Just imagine, for example, JD Diablo paired with Tramp Street Smart Dog. If your opponent's rolling Tramp while you've got a Diablo in play, that's nuts.
Sorry, Liam, I had to step away. I was listening, but we were having some Liam-related issues, and we have since been resolved, I believe. So everything you just said, can you just do us one quick favor? Say it one more time, okay?
Oh, got it.
You were cooking, but the people in the Quest world combined could not hear you there, because we were just having a little bit of issues with the Liam voice there.
I'm so sorry. Just made a comment on Alex's hand. We have 3 Grandmother Willows in there. Here comes the second one now. Going to offer some serious discounts. But what I was saying is Diablo was so dominant for so long in the core constructed meta that he was meta warping in a way. Everybody had to respect him, because Diablo is a card that if he is left unchecked, you basically win the game. Especially not only because he's giving you extra card draw every turn, but he punishes you for pursuing a lot of your gameplay strategies. For example, this Tramp Street Smart Dog we see going into the discard pile. Imagine a world where you're tramping for 5 or 6 and digging into your deck when Diablo is online.
Oh, that's so brutal.
You have to draw and discard. Donald does not. He just gets, 4 or 5 free cards. So I really want to see Donald get a Diablo online here to prevent that kind of strategy. Meanwhile, Alex just wants to go wide and close this thing out as fast as possible.
Oh, and that's a very, very fair, solid point, as the Fennec is going to set that Ursula Deceiver of All back to the hand, which is huge, because if you go Muses and then double Sing, the game pretty much just comes to a screeching halt for Alex, and I think that is just something you absolutely would like to avoid. And also, speaking of Diablo the Devoted Herald, this Emerald and Amber strategy does not really have the tools. I don't think they're playing cards like a Horseman Strikes. They probably play a couple copies of the Go-Go Tamago, but that's really it to get through this Devoted Herald. And once it is on the board and resolved, you just have to race. You have to enter into your questing campaign and get 220 before this Diablo can outvalue you. But we saw how effective Donald was even after the Amber and Emerald player was getting up to 17, 18. It doesn't matter when the Muses has hit the board. So the value train is set up, Liam, and the clock is on Alex to get to the finish line.
Yeah, this is fascinating. I want to know. I'm willing to bet Donald had that Diablo in hand way earlier and was playing around that Finnick. That Finnick coming out, bouncing the Ursula, opens up the line for the Diablo to get on the board. And now he can't tramp. Alex cannot tramp in this scenario or to dig, because Diablo would just be too good. So he is going to dig here with the Nani. Of course, this is not drawing. This is placing a card in your hand, so it doesn't trigger the Diablo. But yeah, it's a really tough spot to be in. But Alex, fortunately, though, with his Grandmother Willis, has managed to go really, really wide, needs to find some more card draw to keep it going. But his answer here, he really just has to just build up a board state to where he can win in 1 or 2 turns. It's tough.
And you're dodging this entire time. You are absolutely dodging a potential double Sing Muses play. That is always a turn that Donald will have readily available in the arsenal. We also are trying to bypass the Muses. If the Muses can be established with that keyword of Ward, I believe, looking at the deck list, I believe that Alex is also electing not to go with the Under the Sea. So your best chance of rebuttal is going to have to just be quest and hope that there isn't a timely removal here. Donald hand is looking quite healthy. You have the allotment of ink to go for a Muses, putting cards in Inkwell and play the Muses now, sing a song, and we are so back. But you got to find the speed.
Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, there's a Max Goof going to pull back a song. Let's let the Storm Rage on. Ursula going to double sing here. Go swing, swing, draw 2 cards. Those willows look tempting to me. 1, 2 trees. Trees can bend in a storm. Sometimes the storm, they're a little too strong. Those trees cracking under the pressure, heading off to the discard pile.
Right on.
Max Goof, a fun card from Fabled here that we didn't see in this strategy before because it wasn't around before. But now Diablo going to come and do a little bit of a challenge here, take the damage. But he is evasive, so nobody able to crack into him right now. And that's a very shiny board state over there.
Oh, that deck looks beautiful. Deck looks
I know.
beautiful. But rest in peace, my grandma. She got hit by a bazooka. Okay, shout out to rest in peace. As the storm rages on multiple Grandma Willows there, find them into the discard pile and taking away more utility from Alex. You're going to have to if you can get these dog players with a narrow board with a low inkwell, they cannot do anything. The deck starts to look incredibly feeble at that turn, and these Ursulas are just able to just move these characters off quite cleanly. The Snow Fort will help.
That's helpful.
Now, this is a problem there if we can kind of get up into the Snow Fort.
Yeah, this is good. I mean, this is one of the things you needed because you have to answer that Ursula. You've got to answer that Ursula. You cannot leave her free to sing next turn just because of the dangers of that Muses again. And now Nani able to crack in and deal with that. That is super helpful. And everything else going off for a quest, a little more resilient with that Snow Fort in play. That's a great draw if he drew it. I don't think he had it earlier. So now it's back over to Donald for a response. But Donald did get a couple cards off those storms. He does have plenty of tools now. Let's see how he responds here.
Yeah, we have this. We got a ball game here, Liam. This is very evenly matched. I think Alex might have the slight advantage because of that Snow Fort and this pretty wide board. But if Donald now, we need to find those Muses still. I think Snow Fort is a viable pick. It's going to make the character strong, but Muses still within range to kick back everything except for that Nani of a card, which you probably wouldn't want to kick back anyway, as the Diablo there is still going to be able to gain you some cards. Getting that Max Goose back to your hand to continue to cycle this Storm Ray John. Never mind, that's going to be at the bottom of the deck due to the Ursula Deceiver of All, and I'm not certain if there are any other songs in hand. As for ink being exerted, it's the Headless Horseman Bodyguard. Oh my goodness, this is a card that he's high on as a way to protect some of your questing characters, but you're not going to do much questing. It's time to challenge.
Yeah, challenge or sing or something. Let's see how this goes. Not a card I had on my bingo card here coming down.
And I've seen, Liam, to that point, we've seen Headless Horseman with also the shift Headless Horseman, the 8 cost being shifted, and you have that combined with a Prince John, and you are so back as you will have to draw, forcing your opponent to draw and discard 3 cards. And you can also get some extra damage from discarding those actions, of which you play a significant amount. So I don't hate the technique as Emerald Steel is starting to evolve.
I would love to see that Headless Horseman shift come into play here. That would be an incredible play. And it would, oh, goodness gracious, it might be the answer that Donald, oh no!
Oh,
no. Snowfort. And here's the problem. So Snowfort is going to make everything, challenge that much better, make it more difficult to remove, but also keep in mind the muses are strength-based removal. And that makes things more challenging when you have 2 Snowforts in play.
We have Snowforts in play. What seems to be the issue? Oh. I think everything seems to be on the up and up. Sorry, I was just looking at production one more time, but everything seems to be good to go. But yeah, to that point, with that Resist 2 is one of the bigger, the Resist 2 seems to be one of the bigger stories, as now all of your steel-based removal will be neutralized a bit, and your ability to challenge also is going to be reduced significantly as well. So this is going to be very tough now. Donald, seems like you were in a pretty comfortable position there. From that perspective, but now it's going to be a bit more difficult. There is that Prince John challenging starting to happen. The Fennec will fall to the Headless Horseman. I believe that Fennec should be at 3 strength. I believe so. They should have 3 damage there onto that Headless Horseman.
I think that is correct. That is correct. The other note too on the Snowforts is now everything without 0 strength is immune to the muses. So that's going to be an answer not available to Donald as well. So this deck used to have several card draw engines that made it go as really a resource engine. One of them was Prince John, one of them was Diablo, both of those in play. And now, especially with the Ursula Deceiver of All, with a sudden chill or something like that, it can, oh goodness gracious, but a Deceiver going to come down and take a look.
Yeah, take a sneak peek at the hand if we elect
to
play it. No, we just have to ink it to put out a little bit more questing power. Again, I do believe that Headless Horseman is at 3 damage. I'm not certain if it's going to play too much of a significant role here, but I believe we are still on our questing journey as a naughty day now, back firmly nestled against the wall. We need to find that muses. We need to find the muses right now to be able to start to control this board.
Muses won't do anything. The only thing muses can bounce is the Nala. Because of the Snowforts.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
We can get the Nala. We also could get the Lady as well, I believe. You can get that Lady. It's at 2. So you get Nala, Lady.
Oh, that's true.
You can't even get the Daisy. Yeah, that's brutal. Double Snowfort. It's very, very hard to negotiate through these steel-based strategies.
Yeah, but to your point, getting those 2 off the board is something, and that would help quite a bit. And now there's just a lot over there. Double Snowfort is brutal against this deck.
Yeah, shout out to the Lorcat, my Lorcast partner Rochelle. She came under fire when she said that Emerald Steel is the deck that's going to usurp the dogs. As now this is looking incredibly problematic from that perspective. I know she came under fire, but again, we all love Rochelle, and I think she said it as an option, and people kind of came at my good friend. I don't appreciate that, Liam.
Well, Rochelle, anything Rochelle says, I know is everybody should take seriously because she knows the game inside and out.
For sure.
And look at this. The Snowfort's doing work here. Let the Storm Rage on coming in, doing 0 damage, just being used to draw a card. There's the Muses, getting them off to let the Storm Rage on. You would have loved to have that earlier to bounce those 2 characters we talked about, but now you'll need to have another song.
He has my heart. Oh, that's a song right there as well. Oh my goodness, that is cool. We're gonna get rid of one of those Snowforts. A little bit of item removal. I don't think I've ever seen that card be resolved to an actual effect of banishing an item. But
nope,
it's so funny. And you also will be able to get
Great
a bounce
card.
on it. How does this work? I think that card would have to resolve completely, and then the Muses now gets a chance to recalibrate with the new stats, and the Daisy Duck will be bounced to that Muses ability.
Yep. You resolve in that order, and there it goes. That's What I did not see that coming. I thought there would be absolutely no answers for that snow fort here, and yet there it is, and paired with the muses to great effect. And now Headless Horseman will challenge in. We won't see a shift because it is going to banish whatever that card was.
Yeah, has set
What
my
was
heart.
that?
Has set my heart. I
Set my
said
heart.
he has my heart. My bad. That's a different song.
Yeah.
has set my heart as Rebecca Quest is slightly off screen regaling us with how that song actually goes.
Actually goes.
It's
Oh
quite
my goodness.
good.
And we are going to get some questing here, but Alex all the way up to 16 still, and 2 lore on the board. So Donald with a commanding board presence here, but getting that Snowfort off the board is incredibly important. And now only resist 1. Now the character is susceptible to muses again. This looks dangerous, and Alex would love to go all the way up here to 18, but there is a double singing Ursula still over there that is a huge problem. He would love to deal with that, and this is a choice here. Does Alex put himself all the way within scratching distance? And that's what he chooses to do.
I think
But leaving that Ursula behind.
I think you got to go for it because if you were to challenge into that Ursula, your resist from your snow fort is not going to be viable on your turn, and you want to get that lore and now put yourself in a position to spam the board just like he did and force Donald into a position when you have to have song after song after song. So you're going to need the greatest hits the ballads ever sang, and I don't know if we can get it done as that one snow fort is going to be protecting that Nala and that Nani as well. Max Goof is his star.
What's he going to bring back? Set my heart.
Has set my heart.
And he's going to sing it. There it goes. Onto the snow fort. We'll get an activation.
And
it'll be the daisy. And now there's just
now you can actually start to challenge a little bit. Did we sing that has set my heart? Did we sing it? We sang that with the Ursula, so that means we have the ability to double sing as well with this Ursula Deceiver. So if you have a strength of a Raging Fire, you might not even have to double sing. You might be able to bounce your Max Goof. It's the I'm still here. I'm still here.
I'm still here.
I'm still here. We're not going to do that. Okay, we're going to. That was my. Sleeper movie. People are sleeping
I can play that on the clarinet.
Can you?
No
I
joke.
don't believe you. I don't believe you.
No joke. I can.
Facts.
Remind me. I'll post a short.
Liam, remind me, would you? Liam, now we got to see Liam. I'm still here on the clarinet. I will ride if we don't get it now.
It's true. I appreciate that. So, I'm still here. We'll draw 2 cards and give resist +4 now.
To whoever you choose, but more importantly, in this position, the muses will be able to trigger twice. So now we have the option to send more glimmers back to the hand. Donald surveying the board, trying to figure out exactly who you want to send, and that Nani has to be vanquished at some point. We got to challenge and banish that Nani, as that 3 willpower is rigid and holding that board together. And it's going to cost you quite a bit to get through that Nani stage manager.
I didn't even see that Finnick hiding up there. I'm not going to lie. I forgot he was there. But Finnick is gone now, nonetheless. And here come those challenges. Getting that Nani off the board is important. And I think, we don't have enough to clear everything, unfortunately. No, we do.
We do. I think we can hit in with that Diablo, who is double resisted, I believe, is why that Glimmer did not take max damage and become banished. But we are going to continue to swing all in, and the board is clear. Donald now has put himself in a position to completely stabilize. Also, I really love the fact that Donald is putting himself in a spot where Go-Go Tamago off the top would not defeat you either. So you're managing your damage counters quite well. You're setting yourself up for a very dynamic race to the finish. You started out slow, but you can propel yourself to the finish line and over for a victory, as now this muses, you are in the Genjutsu. Double Diablo muses. You just got to keep finding a song per turn, and Alex is potentially, and you have the Ursula Deceiver of All in play as well. So this is a conundrum for the Amber and Emerald player.
Yeah, if you're Alex, this is awful. Now, the upside is, again, Donald is low-ish on cards, and so all you need to do is stick 1 2-lore quester and force Donald to have an answer, and Donald has to answer every single character you play. But with the double singer on the board, any song that draws you a card, and we've seen a few of them already, he's going to get a couple cards off of him. He's got plenty of removal options, and the upside, I guess, for Alex is Donald is still fairly low, but it's not going to take him many turns to close this thing out. This is a conundrum.
Yeah, and we do have that Fennec, so we can deploy that Fennec and use the Fennec's unique ability to send that Ursula Deceiver Ball back to hand. I think that's
I
a
think you have
start,
to.
but that is still quite slow, and also potentially setting up another two quest in character. Maybe you got another Daisy Duck in hand, or maybe you can ink for turn and deploy a Lilo. No, we're gonna go after Diablo. We're gonna send the Devoted Herald back to the hand as we do have that two quest in character.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice on the Diablo. I mean, it is evasive, so you can't challenge it at all. But it does leave the Ursula up, unfortunately. And let's see, Prince John back. We saw one
Oh, he's doing
challenging
it. He
earlier.
might be
There's a
doing it.
lot of ink.
Oh no, he didn't do it.
Oh,
I thought he was
we
about to shift
don't
that big boy on him. He didn't do
talk
it.
about Bruno. I know, and now we're going to discard a card that will activate the Prince John. Him playing that first. It's going to be 1, 8, 2, 3, 4. There goes that second card. I think it was an escape artist, if I wasn't mistaken,
Yeah.
which is not terrible. Bouncing that Finnick back to hand, and then Donald will draw a card off of that Prince John because of the discard. So this is the engine clicking on all cylinders here. Everything you want in play in this deck, and it's pretty oppressive.
Oh, this is Emerald Steel deck. It is not going to come out of the gates and sprint to the finish line. It's going to take a slow constriction style approach. And it takes a little bit of time to get it all set up and put all the pieces in play correctly. But when you get it there, you get to these very unwinnable positions for your opposition. And it worked out nicely for Anati Day, who showed maybe Rochelle is right. Emerald Steel is going to put these dogs out to pasture as it may be. Alex got very close to the finish line, but couldn't quite push it over to the victory required. But man, oh man, what a performance from Donald, who obviously he's in tune with the strategy because it looked really nicely.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. So I was saying before when I think the chat couldn't hear me, I gave you a little quiz, and it was, I think to this point, the biggest Infinity event that we've seen, certainly the biggest in this meta, was an 87-person tournament that happened in Europe last weekend. 87 people. And I asked you, how many Emerald Steel decks did you think were in that tournament?
And I said 5, and I was wrong.
You said 5. I answered there was 1, and it finished 1-6. Like bombing out of the main event. And so Emerald Steel, like we keep talking about how it's not favored in this meta, but that's a perfect example of, one person was brave enough to bring it in, and even being the unconventional choice wasn't able to do much. And so this is a incredibly unconventional choice right now for a variety of reasons. But the interesting thing about Anatade is he's somebody who is always, at least in my experience watching him work in some of these CCQs, is somebody who pushes the meta. He won Vegas with Ruby Amethyst when Ruby Amethyst was not in vogue. He kind of said, you know what, I think I've got a brew that can work, and he put it on the map. And after that, these Ruby Amethyst decks made a bit more of a splash in the meta. And so here he's doing the exact same thing, and it's a great storyline, I think.
Oh, wonderful! Absolutely. And that's the indicator. We talked about that throughout the stream. That's one of the through lines of this coverage of this tournament is that these great players will find a way. Okay, people say do this, ban this. The greatness will always. The cream rises to the top. Shout out to Macho Man Randy Savage as we are in the top 4 of the Enchanted Citrus Clash. If you guys are just joining us, welcome to the top 4. We have Donald Anati Day on Emerald Steel versus Alex on Emerald and Amber. This is the top 4. We will have that conclusion of this event at right now. Okay, we're going to have the finals will be played in short order after this, and then maybe we can bring you guys a few rounds of that core constructed event as well. We really want to thank you guys all for being here. If you're locked in to the Quest world, make sure you say what's up out there in the chat. Also, be reminded that if you're on Twitch, we're also simul streaming on YouTube on Rebecca Quest. So I can't see the YouTube, but YouTube out there, I'm sure you guys are rocking and rolling. Make sure you guys are flowing the comments. Let us know who's going to win. Let us know what's happening. Who are you rooting for? What are you hoping for? And make sure you like the YouTube and subscribe to YouTube as well. And if you are on Twitch, throw me a follow. If you got a Prime Dog Nasty sitting around, I won't deny it. I mean, I'll go ahead and take it.
If you're not following JD Quest already, what are you doing? Throw a follow, throw a subscription.
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it, man.
We'll take it.
As we're just gonna keep the production rolling. As you guys, hopefully, you guys are enjoying the stream, and it has been a wonderful, wonderful time. I'm joined by Liam here, and it's always great to share this booth with you, Liam.
I likewise, always a pleasure, and I am loving every single second of this incredible Lorcana, these matches we get to watch, hanging out with a bunch of great people on Twitch. This is a dream, so I appreciate it. And by the way, plus, Chad, if you're watching right now, +1 if you're rooting for Diablo. I'm curious. How many of you are rooting for the bird?
I think you have to, man. I'm gonna put my one out there, and I never would have thought in a million years that we would have um, something more villainous than the Emerald and Steel strategy. But the dogs, I think, might be the bigger villain. I mean, your enemy of your enemy is my friend type beat, So I think Emerald Steel is actually the good guy. Who would have thought
Yeah,
that
it's
that's where we
crazy.
can end up as we real rip that has has my heart. He That's the
Yeah.
whole my heart was taken from a Ursula Seaver. Liam, you've covered a lot of Lorcana. You watched a lot. Has set my heart. Have you ever seen an Ursula Deceiver take and has set my heart in your life?
Nope,
Okay,
never.
that's a first.
First time, and but I think in this scenario, I think you got to. He did forego a sudden chill in order to do that, prioritizing and protecting his items over his hand, and a great sequence there from Donald. Now, one thing earlier, we watched Alex ink a Street Smart Dog, and a lot of people who run Street Smart Dog, especially in the Chernodogs build, would say that's the last card I ever want to ink. But two things happening here. Alex with a bit of an inkable problem, I think, with two Daisy Ducks in his hand that he doesn't want to play to fuel Donald's hand. The other thing is with a Diablo on the board and Diablo is lurking, those tramps are no good,
Yeah.
really. So Alex is choosing to ink it instead of saving it for later as he plays a Finnick here and bounces that Diablo back to board.
Yeah, that Fennec Tiny Terror is probably one of the only outs you have to resolve Diablo if you're not playing a Horseman
Mhm.
Strikes or something like that, or Go Go Tamago. You send one Diablo back, and guess what? I
Yeah.
got two. As we're
My
able to
goodness.
shift Diablo onto the new Steel Diablo, the Stone Servant, as that is a viable shift line as well, as we are going to be able to discard the keep the ancient ways to shift that Diablo. So now you send back one, and now I hit you back with two. What do you think about that, Alex? Says Donna, as we raise the stakes a bit there.
Yeah, it was always fun watching Diablo in Amethyst Emerald because Amethyst brought some other shift targets to bear, so you didn't have to count on that one Obedient Raven. But now with Steel in this new meta, we just got this card like a set ago, and it gives another viable shift target, and we're seeing it in action there. Alex going wide though. There's another card up top. I'm not sure what it is above that Daisy.
Yeah,
Um,
there's a Daisy Duck and there's another car beyond the horizon there, just slightly off screen.
solid.
We're trying our best to keep these Illumineers into the frame, but they just refuse to follow the rule. There we go. Shout out
There
to
we
the
go.
one
That's
guy
another
who's
duck.
going to keep them in there. Double Daisy Duck at the top of the screen with the grandmother Willow as the Ursula Deceiver again on the board. This is the last thing that you want to see that Deceiver fall, as Diablo is getting a quality plus in there.
Yeah, and it's just those daisies are fantastic, but Alex had them in the opening hand and chose not to play them until now. It feels really bad, I think, in this matchup to fuel your opponent's hand with Ursulas and Diablos and other characters. Oh, that feels good though.
That
Get
does.
that out of there, right?
you you would love to see that Strength of Rage and Fire in your hand if you're Donald, sending it to the bottom of the deck. You don't mind sending it to the bottom of the deck, but after the Ursula Deceiver of All has double sing that thing, taking down two characters on Alex's side, this position looks quite formidable for Alex there, as we have that Lady Miss Park Avenue is going to be in play. Great stat line, and also being able to generate you some new cards from your discard pile as well. I believe you played it at full value, so you were able to get some resources there, and we're going to match wits with another Prince John and a Diablo Maleficent Scout of your own. Double sing anyway. We had a streak the whole time.
Boom! We had this. You always have the strength of a raging fire.
That was pretty
Gonna
good.
banish that lady. Something retired. Yeah, and just all the control here. Ursula Deceiver of All showing why she's one of the best cards in the game. The ability to double sing is absolutely incredible, and that board went from pretty wide to pretty anemic very quickly, and it's just. Again, this feels like last game all of a sudden.
Yeah, and the board has. But looking, one good thing you have going for you, one silver lining there for Alex, is that on the opposition side, there's only two strength. Is the average of all the characters. You have two, a bunch of ones. If you can get the snow fort down, you could potentially slowly start to crawl back in. As we get another Ursula who's going to rip that we don't talk about. Bruno is going to find its way into the discard pile. Man, that was going to be a nice follow up with that Prince John following.
Yeah. I mean, he really needed that. Donald down. Not many other draw cards in hand. He has another Prince John, and he's going to miss there with that Daisy Duck. Send I think it was a sudden chill down, which he would have loved to have as well, paired with those Prince Johns. And yeah, the one saving grace here is that Donald doesn't have much in hand, doesn't have a lot of card draw, and at this point, he is definitely winning the race. So that.
I don't know, Liam, but look at that lore total. Alex is sneakily
No, I was saying
Wait,
Alex is winning a
oh
race.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Like, he's sneakily still climbing his ladder, and we're already at 13. And you've been able to manage your resources enough to climb that lore total and keep the pressure on Donald while we're trying to set up that lock again. You are using those Phoenix to their utmost capability, sending those those Diablos back to the hand to keep some of that draw off. So I like the way that Alex is kind of trying to break this thing down, as you're only 7 lore away and putting Donald under the pressure.
Yeah, it's getting rid of that Bruno with that Deceiver was huge. An additional card there, potentially an additional 2 if you wanted to wait and establish the other Prince John, but um, and he does establish the Prince John and the Diablo here, but no cards in hand. So is he going to do some challenging there with the birds and that Ursula, putting her at risk? But at this point, if Alex's characters are challenging, they're not questing, and
Very
that is
true.
just fine with Donald. So this is all about the next top deck for Donald.
And Donald also clearing the board while starting his own questing campaign. I don't hate that either. Just gaining that lore, trying to put the pressure on to the aggro player who now might be forced into a compromise. I have to challenge. I love the way that both of them are trying to navigate this mid game. It is very similar. I hate comparing our game to chess in any capacity, but this does seem quite chess-like as they both are trying to manage each other's initiative. They both are trying to seize any type of tempo that you can get and use your resources while gaining your lore and clearing the board at the same time, playing around your opponent's outs and playing into your own outs, it's just a really cool little back and forth gamesmanship from both of these Illumineers as Alex now is behind the 8-ball. Donald looking quite comfortable with this board that he's created for himself.
Yeah, I do love this puzzle. And the chess analogy is actually pretty close, except you don't have perfect information of what's in your opponent's hand. But I do kind of care for that. What I love about this game, so back in the day, they used to have these magazines, these gaming magazines like InQuest, and they would print these things where it was like, here's your board state. How do you navigate this turn? You're trying to do this thing. How do you do it with the tools at your disposal? And that's what every single game or turn of Disney Lorcana is, where you have a board state, you have your tools, and you are trying to figure out how to crack this nut, how to solve this unique puzzle, and each of these players puzzling through it, taking their time to puzzle through it each turn.
Speaking of puzzling through it, Liam, did you see what happened with that tramp? He had to ink it.
Yeah.
That would have been such a nasty tramp because you would have got a chance to draw with Diablo and double draw with double Prince John.
Yeah, you can't play it, right? You shut it down completely. You cannot tramp in this game. It's absolutely wild.
I guess you could play it and just not draw at all and just have the body out there. But how good is that? What is that doing for you?
Yeah, I mean that's really what tramp is good for, is digging and filtering. Yeah, the double Prince John. How many cards? Like draw 3, discard 3 would have been what, 12 cards for Donald if he tramped in full value there. Absolutely bonkers.
Oh, but it has just seemed like Donald is just actually feeling very comfortable in this spot as the Ursula is going to be double singing on to one of her own counter glimmers. Ursula on Ursula. You hate to see it. You love to see it if you're Donald. You hate to see it if you are Alex, as the board is remaining free and clear. Double exerted Diablo, double Prince John. What are we even talking about as we are questing and drawing and vibing is a naughty day. Alex now off the tizzy. It's the Fennec. Hand goes out, and Alex is going to fall as Donald is going to make it to the finals of another CCQ, already invited to the Disney Lorcana Challenge North American Championship, trying to get back. He's going to go back now. He's doing some charity work and also trying to win his fair portion of the 10K and the fabulous prizes that go along with being the ECC champion. But man, what a match, Liam. What do you think about it?
It's really, really fun. And you watch this Emerald Steel deck in action and you almost ask yourself, like, why have we not been high on this deck? Why did only one person bring it in last weekend? Why did probably only like 1 or 2 people bring it in this weekend? It just has a lot of incredible tools. I do think the answer to that, though, is because Diablo isn't so present, like people aren't teching against him. And Diablo, not only is incredibly powerful, but he shuts down things like dogs and a lot of the strategies that people try to use to stay as part of their game plan. So I think it opens up an avenue for a limited number of Diablo decks because people aren't respecting him at the moment.
And this just in, coming from production, we hear that Lore Gains has won. So we got no Amber and Emerald Amber Steel is going to be alive and well, and Lore Games will, by fact of the pass down scenario that we have, will be going to the national event. So huge shout out to Lore Games and all the work he does for the community as well as a content creator. People know him very well from he's a elite player. Obviously, he went to the national event last year. He has a Rapunzel mat. They don't just hand those out. You got to really get out there and earn those things. But people know him for playing like joke decks and meme decks and just really having a great time, just having fun with the game. That's what a lot of, myself included, that's what I know Lore Games for. But he's here to show you that he knows exactly how to put these cards together and is able to show up and play competitively. And when you get bit by that bug, you're going to make it. And I love his approach to this game, and I'm glad to see that he's going to be in the finals, joining Anati Day there. So it's going to be a wonderful knockdown drag-out brawl for the top.
Yeah, and you know the thing is, you say they're joke decks or meme decks or whatever, but like that they require real skill, because when you're making some sort of like theme deck or something like that, you have to take a look at a lot more limited card pool and figure out how to make those cards work together to do something that you want it to do, and nobody else is doing it. So you're kind of solving a unique puzzle. You don't have a lot of things to reference, and so if you are somebody who plays those kinds of decks, you know, for fun or flavor, or if you're playing Masters of Disaster or like, you know, Color is Law on that show and JD, it only enhances your skill in Core Constructed and Infinity, and Lore Games demonstrating that here. Yeah, it's going to be an exciting finals.
And he never comes with a straight up deck. He's always coming with something cool, something unique. He has his own twist on it. Like even the Amber Steel deck that he's playing, we had the opportunity to see that Illuminator play yesterday, and he has a very, very cool build. So if you like princesses, and if you like Aurora, holding court, and you like Namari, and you like those types of effects, Cinderella Stout Hearted, you're going to be in for a treat, because that is what is going to be coming your way. Also, Naughty Day is going to be facing off against a matchup. I think this is going to be a very good 50-50 ball against two phenomenal players. So I am excited to see how these finals shake out. But we do have another interview with our new finalists. Someone's already going to Nats. We're going to hear from a Naughty Day here very soon when we are ready. We got Garrick and Donald in the interview booth right now. So let's take it away.
Hello. Because no matter what happens in the next round, you are passing that invite down. You've already got a CCQ win, but that was a really interesting match because we talked about it earlier in the day. This is something that you could target, something that you could take down really easily, and we saw in that game number 1, the Muses loop with the max goof, just the never-ending genjutsu that you put your opponent in, just not able to break that. It was really interesting because the Dogs deck is seemingly like the villain right now. It's the very powerful deck. 6 of them were in the top 16. Emerald Steel used to be that way, and now it's become the hero.
We're like the last samurai out there, just trying to recruit all the shogun. But no, I think it's just one of those decks that it interacts really, really well in the early game, and it stifles a lot of what the Dogs decks want to do to set up their big tramp turns and try to like overwhelm the board. And so I think that's where kind of it shines.
Yeah, it was so interesting to see in that deck, or sorry, in that first game, how your opponent was able to get right there on the precipice, and you were just able to deny over and over again. But you're going in the finals here against Lore Games, who is playing the Amber Steel. Of course, you two will trade deck lists and take a closer look at that. But how do you feel about your matchup into a deck like that, Amber Steel, a whole new world?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting matchup. I think because of the variability in what people are playing, all the Amber Steel players have their own little twists and spins and like, you know, what cards they want to play, what tech cards they want to do, how they want to approach the metagame. Like, it's always a little tricky to like know for sure exactly how you're going to approach it. But in general, those matchups always get really grindy. Everyone kind of throws their songs at each other. And then whoever has kind of the last thing on the board standing, you know, usually can snowball from there. But it's always a tricky one, so we'll see.
The last singer standing might be the deck to take this down. But this has been an incredible run thus far, and you said that you saw what you expected to see. I'm curious, what decks did you not want to run into throughout your run here in this tournament? Because a lot of people are seeing the Emerald Steel right now and thinking, maybe this is just the best deck still, like in the Infinity format. I think a lot of people anticipated that Prince John, Muses, Ursula, Deceiver of all of these cards would be really good, but we haven't seen them perform until you brought the deck. So what are some things that you didn't want to see?
I mean, I think in general, the Diablo decks have always struggled with the evasives from the purple side, so the Genies, the Elsas, the Svens, and then the real challenge was the blurple decks were starting to be played, and they were starting to use Demona to kind of start taking down your warded characters, which is usually how you kind of defend yourself, is you hide behind the ward Muses, ward Prince John, and you hope to outvalue with discard over the long game. So that was a little bit of a twist. I didn't want to see Blurple today. I didn't see Blurple yesterday, so I think I'm happy with that. People, think the red-purple matchup is not great, but from everyone that I talked to, everyone who's piloted at a pretty high level, it's pretty reasonable. I don't think it's any worse than 50-50.
Yeah, which is crazy because, I mean, those are old rivals, right? The Ruby Amethyst and the Emerald Steel. And Ruby Amethyst wasn't able to convert today. 0 made it into the top 16. So able to avoid those bad matchups, attack the meta that you expected to see. So it was really well planned, you bringing this deck. And, of course, congratulations on your second CCQ finals here. We'll see if you're able to take down your second CCQ championship. You're going up against Lorgains. It's going to be an incredible match. Can't wait to see what happens. But no matter what happens, you're both leaving happy, and you're both probably going to meet each other at the North American Championship again.
It's been a great event. Like I want to shout out Fran and Cassie and Phil and everyone to run the event. This has been beyond your imagination. So if they do it again next year, everyone should come out. Absolutely blast.
Yeah, I agree. It's been like a mini DLC, and hopefully you all at home have felt that way as well. We're trying to bring you all the great coverage here. And again, we are about to get into the finals where Donald is going to take on Alvin. Lorgains, 2 steel decks making it into the finals. No Snow Fort, despite the fact there were 2 in the top 4 and 6 in the top 16. So congratulations on the run thus far. We'll see if you're able to bring it home. We are going to send it back to JDZ Quest and Liam in the booth to get you ready.
Such a great player. Funny story about Anata Day. After the first event, I naturally wanted to interview him and do a deck tech and ask him about his Ruby Amethyst deck after he won that CCQ in Vegas and be like, hey man, tell me about your stuff. And Anata Day is another dad of a toddler and young kid, and we did an interview and it was kids all over the place, and it was another. So Anata Day can be our third member of Dad Chat here. But it is inspiring because sometimes we this is random, but sometimes we as parents, especially parents of young kids, we aren't able to spend the time that a lot of other people are to devote to any hobby, yet alone TCGs, and you can feel like you're left out if, for example, you're not able to travel to the Citrus Clash because family stuff going on. But when you see people of all walks of life, in all stages of life, whether your kids are out of college or whether you have toddlers or whether you don't have kids or you're 16 years old playing in your first event, able to succeed, it inspires other people who are in that same stage of life. And so I don't know, I just love seeing Anata Day succeed, and he's just a great person. So
yeah.
It's good.
I love it, and being able to pursue your passion, being able to find your community, find your stride, and also being able to demonstrate your capability. I mean, that's an honor as well. So I'm sure he is excited and stoked, over the moon to be at another final table because, again, you want to be great, pursuing greatness. You want to train, you want to study, you want to put in the work, and then make it to that finish line. And I'm excited for. Also, you're setting the tone. You're setting the stage on what this metagame can be. Just like you said, you saw that European event. You had 1 Emerald Steel player there. I was at Inking last week. We saw 2 Emerald Steel players there, and they both did not perform the way that they would have liked. So now you see it is possible. It does have a great place in the metagame. These cards are powerful, and now everything you think you thought you knew, you gotta every time you gotta go back to the lab and redo all that line of thinking and what actually is powerful and playable. So huge shout out to Anata Day, huge shout out to all these players, huge shout out to Lorgains, both 2 incredible members of the community and 2 phenomenal Illumineers. And I want both of them to win, but any one of them can take this thing down, and I'll be proud either way.
Yeah, and but they both won, both going on, to
yeah, they both are going to the national tournament. Yeah, so I guess that is cool.
Pressure's off,
Hey, but the national tournament, that's down the road. We don't care about that. We're talking about the Enchanted Citrus Clash. We're still going to play. We need a champion here. Who's going to come out on top? Who's going to make it to the finish line?
Anata Day could be the only person in the world to qualify for Continentals in 2 different formats if he wins this.
There you go.
You know?
We're talking history, okay? He's also could be the first person in the world to be a two-time, that's right, two-time CCQ winner. Okay, I don't think we have two of those yet. I don't even have two. We have multiple DLC winners. We don't have any two-time Disney Lorcana Challenge CCQ winners yet. Okay, it could very well happen today. So I'm excited to see how this finals is going to place. We're going to have Garrick and Brent on the calls here very soon. So they're kind of getting everything shaken up, doing some things out there. We wish we could give you guys that information, but unfortunately, the limitations of the stream, we are having some problems. We can't show you all the things that we would like to, but it's a building process, and I want to thank you guys for coming on this journey with me and the Quest for. And I will like to take a little bit of time to kind of plug that as well, as I have been on a streak doing as many tournaments as I can.
Sure have.
Another tournament next weekend. Okay, we're going to be in ETB. The Quest World will be making its way to the Great White North. So make sure you guys tune in to that. And I really want to thank you guys for helping propel this program forward. I really want to also give a very special shout out to Bobby McHugh and the Lorebot. The beautiful graphics you see on the game board are all courtesy of the Lorebot and all the work that he does behind the scenes for community as well. He doesn't get a lot for doing that, but he just wants to use his expertise to give back to the community. And I really, really love and appreciate him for that. Without the Bobby McHugh, the Quest World would be worse off. So thank him so much. If you guys see him around this community, you guys know who he is. And shout out to the Lorebot for that, because it wouldn't look nearly as good without him.
You know what's funny about that? Like I did my first ever stream. I did a tournament, the Gantu Gauntlet, which was a lot of fun. It was a fun, quirky tournament. Shout out to Vader Lamar for pulling that together. But I needed, not knowing what I was doing, somebody says, hey, make sure you talk to Bobby, get Lorebot. And I was like, okay, cool. I messaged Bobby. I'm like, hey, Bobby, can I have access to Lorebot? 5 minutes later, he's like, boom, here's your thing, here's your thing, here's your thing, boom, boom. And I'm like, hey, Bobby, that's great. You're amazing. What can I pay you for this? Can I tip you to have a Patreon, whatever? And he said, no, man, I just love watching good Lorcana. And that's it. He's like, I just love watching Lorcana. And I was like, you're my hero, man.
Yeah, be a part of the change, and that's something that I'm a huge proponent of. Like I said, this whole thing, you can attest to this, Liam, and all of us in the broadcast team and everyone who does TO. If you're doing this because you want to make a lot of money and you want to be whatever, this is not that. Okay, you're not here. This is definitely not a for the money kind of thing. Because if you want to make money, I'm sure you can do a ton of other things.
Like anything else.
This is not for that. This is purely for the love of the game. And I think if you have these skills and you're willing to give a little bit of your time and grind to this community, you will be rewarded for it. It won't be financial, but it'll definitely be in love. And I'm telling you, it feels so good to give back to this community and to serve this community and to be a part of this thing and help it be to where you want it to be. Because there are a lot of things, it could go bad. I mean, you can have the best game in the world, and it could end because the community isn't there to love and support it the way that it should be. So I think we all can take it on our hands, grassroots, just like this CCQ, just like all the CCQs. It's all because people say, hey, this is something I like, this is something I want to do, these are skills that I have, and I'm willing to give them to this thing. And it has been an amazing journey so far, and hopefully that continues to build. And we just need great people like Bobby, like yourself, like the rest of the broadcast team, like these TOs, like these phenomenal players, like all of you at home watching all over the Quest universe. Shout out to YouTube, shout out to Twitch, and shout out to everybody who is watching from all over the world, wherever you may be.
Yeah, no, and to take your point a step further, like if you want to do any of this, like if you are inspired, and if you want to organize a tournament, if you want to be a commentator, if you want to hold an event like the Enchanted Citrus Clash, like I'm pretty sure that everybody involved in these things are perfectly open and they want to spread their information and help you succeed in whatever you want to do. So like, send me a note, send us a note. If you want a question about how to be a content creator, how to do YouTube, how to do Twitch, how to get better at Lorcana from one of these pro players, like reach out to people, because there's a lot of us, and I think the preponderance of the community just want to help this game grow, want to build this community. And so I don't want to speak for anybody else in that regard. I want to speak for me, but
it's very true.
But yeah. I think that that's something that's true. So if you're inspired, go for it.
Get out there and do it. And that's what I say all the time. I say it on the Lorecast all the time. I say it on the streams all the time. No one is going to say, hey, we need you to do this, okay? It's going to be something that you have to have passion for, and you have to just do it, and people will connect with that. Passion is very magnetic, okay? And people will see it, and they'll want to do it. So, again, just get out there and do it. You'll start small, and you'll build, and you'll build, and you will build, and eventually we will have something that is so great, it will be undeniable. The love for this game is just so real and so deep, and I cannot thank you guys enough for coming with me on this journey. Oh my God. coming with me on this journey. Shut up, you. All right, but here we go. No, stop, dude, stop.
I
Coming
don't even
with me on this journey. Shut up, Liam. You shut up, okay? You don't cut it, edit.
You're at the Enchanted Citrus class. This is Dad Chat featuring Liam and JDZ Quest, and we're talking about Disney Lorcana, your favorite trading card game.
I was doing so good. The whole day. I was doing so good the whole weekend. And then we were like, hey, man, we're going to have a nice professional stream and everything's going to be godly. Okay, anywho.
You could have just kept moving. Like, I was ready. You just keep moving.
Sorry, it was over. Okay, are we ready? Okay, so, hey, Liam, what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to set up for the finals. So what I want to do is just we're going to throw it to a break. Anything you want to say before we toss this thing to a break?
No, just thank you, all of you, for watching. Thank you all for being here. If you're not watching, like, that gives us no reason to do this, and we're just talking to ourselves. And JDZ has nobody to embarrass himself in front of. So thank you all for being here, and we'll see you after the incredible finals. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be an amazing match.
All right. Are you break?
No.
Oh, no.
Some
production, please.
Welcome back to the Enchanted Citrus Clash. It has been a magical weekend, and it has all led up to this moment right here. We have Donald on the Emerald Steel going up against Alvin Lorganes, local legend, on the Amber Steel. A no dogs finals, no snow fort, no street. Smart dog. It seems that the West Coast, the best coast apparently, has figured out how to take the dogs deck down. And here we have an amazing matchup between two classic decks. We were talking about it yesterday. Amber Steel being like the quintessential Disney Lorcana deck. Disney princesses, songs, everything you could want. And then on the opposite side, the quintessential villain deck, literally and figuratively, within this game of Disney Lorcana. So many villains in this deck, and now you have the Diablo Stone Servant, which tries to protect all those villains. It really is a magical match made in heaven here in the finals. Brent, are you excited?
I'm more than excited, man. I am jazzed for this finals. I mean, we're talking about Lorganes. You know him, you love him, you think, oh, that's that guy that plays those blue-yellow princesses or that red-green, fun discard decks. But no, he's a true gamer. Across from him, a man who's already qualified, he's already there, said, hey, I got a big CCQ tournament in my backyard. Why don't I just drive down there, see what's up? I don't need to, but I want to. Yep. And he has made it back to the finals yet again of another CCQ. The SSG was what he took out in Vegas. So the question is he going to be able to topple the massive biceps of the man called Lorganes? Or is it going to go to the man who says, you think you're gonna? No, a naughty day. That is the day we're going to have today. A matchup of the century, Emerald Steel versus Amber Steel. It really is a tale as old as time, isn't it?
It is, and I'm so excited to see what happens here. If Donald is able to take this down, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe he would be the first ever 2-time CCQ winner, which is a nice notch in your belt. Definitely, he was able to take that down with the Ruby Amethyst deck, which is also pretty fun because I spoke to him just a minute ago about the rivalry between Ruby Amethyst and Emerald Steel, and he said, I play them both, and I get it done with both of these amazing decks as we are getting in to the finals here of the Enchanted Citrus Clash. We have Lorganes over here on the left going up against Donald on the right. This is going to be such an exciting matchup, and I know everybody out there is locked in and laser focused in the Quest world. And if you're out there watching on Rebecca Quest channel, shout out to YouTube as well. Throw a like and subscribe on her channel if you're watching. Follow if you're on JDZ's, and let's get hype for this matchup as the altars have begun and the players are ready to go to decide the champion of the Enchanted Citrus Clash.
That's right. Chat, get active. You tell us in chat who you want to win, who you think is going to win. We got two titans of the game here as Lorganes is going to be going first on the play as Cinderella Ballroom Sensation comes down.
Amazing start for the Amber Steel list here, and nothing on Donald's side. That could be on purpose. Maybe you don't want to put something down that is going to get sung, Let the Storm Rage onto, as that is what Cinderella loves to do. And joining her is Aurora holding court, who can be used to discount the other princesses within this very thematic deck, as we see another princess hit the inkwell. So two princesses in the inkwell, two on the board. Lorganes says that is the name of the game, as Diablo is going to take a look and spy on what we've got in the hand. We've got two songs at least here to take.
We got some removal, and Donald is not going to be happy to see that, because one of the large strengths of Donald's deck is he's going to want to shift out that Diablo, as we saw in the last match, and be able to use that Diablo as a draw engine. Now, when we know that Alvin has not one but two answers in hand, it's not like Donald can play double Ursula next turn.
Yeah.
So you're really pushing Donald off of his initial game plan, which is get down the Diablo turn one. He missed the Diablo turn one. Then shift the Diablo, be able to draw a few additional cards. Hope your opponent doesn't have any answers. But now we know that Alvin for sure has answers, as the Aurora holding court is going to quest for one, making it 1 ink cheaper to play down this Aerial Ethereal Voice.
Aerial Ethereal Voice, one of my favorite cards in the entire game. Of course, there is that iconic variant, but this card has been so special in this post-rotation format. Didn't really have everything that it needed to be one of the best cards in the game early on, but has now cemented itself as that with things like Aurora, Akud Edamudi able to get it out earlier on the board. But we are going to pay the full price for the Let the Storm Rage on here, removing that Cinderella, drawing a card, but notably we're losing a little bit of tempo here. He does not have the shift, or opts not to shift, and we are going to pass it back over to Alvin, who looks like he just drew another aerial, so that might be 3 total that he has access to, as a second is going to come down. We can ink and boost this turn, sing, and gain an additional card.
The question is, do we want to use one of our Strength of a Raging Fires on this Diablo? Because the last thing you want to do is preemptively use the song, and then Donald hits you with the old, hey, now that you did that, now let me take the other Strength of a Raging Fire with an Ursula. There's a lot of mind games going on here. Donald, I think, maybe not a lot of inkable cards in hand, or maybe it was just too dangerous to play down that Ursula Deceiver of All last turn when you know that there's an answer waiting for you in the background here.
Yeah, that's a great point, as we do wait a little bit. We have the bare necessities. Let's see what we can take out of the hand here. We have, and then along came Zeus, as well as that sudden chill sitting in hand for Lorganes. Notably, we do have Ursula Deceiver here waiting in the wings, but we go for that, and then along came Zeus. That can be sung by the muses to remove one of these aerials, but we can also draw 2 cards from our Aerial Ethereal Voices.
Yep, we are going to be, and this is Alvin's primary draw engine. And the problem is now what would have been a turn where we sing with the muses, take out one of these aerials, has turned into both of them getting boosted, and now we're going to be able to draw again, playing another song. You might be wondering why we're not drawing an additional 2. That aerial ethereal voice only triggers off the first one. And Alvin going to ink one of the Strength of a Raging Fires.
Getting down the Spectacular Singer. It's great to see these two cards paired together, the Ethereal Voice with the Spectacular Singer, as we do put an Akud Edamudi into the hand. Akud, one of the best cards introduced in that winter spell set, discounting a card by 2, plus drawing you a card. Ursula Deceiver says, I'd like to take a card, and that's why he inked one. He had 3.
There were 3 cards in hand, and now, I mean, Anadi Day says, don't take that Akud.
Whoa.
It's going to take the Akud Edamudi. Oh, we had the double Ursulas ready. So Donald was waiting for this, but he couldn't have known that we were going to be able to strip away 2 songs. But Alvin still has an abundance of songs here.
We can sing Sudden Chill on this turn, but we would expose our muses. We decide not to. We pass it back over to Lorganes, who can sing and remove one of these Ursulas, draw 2 cards off of his aerials, and keep that hand really healthy. Keep that Sudden Chill, at bay. Really, you don't want to deploy that Sudden Chill until you can get that last 1 or 2 cards out of the hand. So if there's a full hand, it really doesn't feel that tempting to sing Sudden Chill.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we got to be on the lookout for, though, is the muses being able to sing a song and bounce back their own Ursulas to then redeploy down to strip away more songs out of Lorganes' hand. And he knows, as well as all of us, because he just saw the cards, that, oh, we're going to whiff? Is this a whiff-a-roni?
That is a whiff. Double Namari, double Cinderella Stout-Hearted going to the bottom of the deck there. We did decide on what order we wanted to put those cards on the bottom of the deck. We have the option to sing again if we would like, or we can just quest. We are going to go on a quest with our aerial ethereal voices, saving that last song in hand to potentially sing next turn and draw an additional 2 cards. We got double Rapunzel in hand, as well as Sudden Chill is going to come down. Rapunzel is going to be removed, and there you called it. Ursula back to the hand and redeployed to snag that Strength of a Raging Fire.
Ew. Yeah, and if you're Donald, I mean, you kind of are coming back a little bit into this game, but he has no way to combat the willpower and strength of the cards on Lorganes' side here. I mean, Ursula Deceiver of All, not a bad start here. We'll need to find some good songs to sing, but will he be able to do it before Lorganes creeps up? I feel like I blinked and Lorganes is at 12 lore already.
Yeah, the great thing about these aerials is they do quest for 2. Donald was considering challenging into that Aurora, but if you did that, you knew your opponent's last card in hand was a Rapunzel. Ooh. It looks like he got Akud Edamudi off the top, so if he decides to sing here, he'll draw 3 cards.
He's gonna. I mean, do you play? I think you hard cast it, right?
Yeah, you can definitely do that. You can.
If you find a if you find a princess, then you'll be able to discount it for 3 instead of just the 2, and then you can play almost anything at that point. Draw 3 fresh cards here, and ooh.
He finds, and then along came Zeus, which we can sing down onto this Ursula Deceiver of All, which is Donald's way to get back in this game. I think Lorganes is readying it up, and he does.
Yep.
The Thunderbolt comes down and strikes down Ursula, and Donald's seen enough. Let's go to game number 2. Lorganes taking that one. Amber Steel showing it's not done yet here in the Infinity format.
Oh, my God. By the beard of Zeus.
There you go.
By the beard of along came Zeus. We snuck a game away from the CCQ champ Donald. And remind me, Garrick, is this a best of 5?
I believe it is just a best of 3 in this finals here. So if Lorganes takes down this next one, he will be the rightful champion. He will say, I don't need no pass down. I got this thing done all by my lonesome. But Donald's got something to say about that. We've got 2 more games to go here, and the Emerald Steel strategy is extremely powerful. Donald, such a slow start in that game number 1. No 1-drop, finds the Diablo Maleficent Spy on turn number 2. That's not when you want to deploy that card. You'd rather put an Ursula down, take one of those songs, and then shift your Diablo. But that wasn't able to happen for Donald. Let's see if he is able to get off to a better start in this game number 2 of the finals of the Enchanted Citrus Clash.
Yeah, Yeah, and I mean the upside for Donald here is now he's going to be on the play.
Yeah.
If he finds that Diablo, that is going to be the crucial card. But even then, there are so many cards in Lorganes' deck that will be able to dismantle that Diablo Devoted Herald, even if he is able to get the shift line, get it through, sing one of the songs, do the classics right. I mean, Lorganes has a lot of different options. One single Let the Storm Rage On will take out that Diablo. We're not in the Cove meta anymore. There's nothing protecting that 2/2 Fragile Devoted Herald, but let's see if Donald can get the start that he wants.
Yeah, Donald looking for that Diablo early. He can find that Stone Servant, which can kind of help out a little bit. That does have that 3 willpowers. We're going to take a look. We've got Double Strength, Let the Storm Rage On, 2 Ursula Vanessas, Aurora Holding Court, and that Ariel Spectacular Singer, which is a great card in this matchup because she can find you a song, and you can use it before it's ripped out of your hand by Ursula Deceiver.
That's actually really incredible. I thought we were going to see the Aurora come down, but instead Lorganes finds the Cinderella. One of the backbreaking plays here is if Donald can shift, get out his Devoted Herald, and then sing with the Devoted Herald the Let the Storm Rage On to take out this Cinderella. What a turn that would be. Draw an extra card, take out your opponent's singer. Let's see if he has it. It does not appear so as we get another Diablo down here.
He does have
he
shift?
does have the shift. Oh!
And he has
he
2
sings
strengths.
Wow!
Yeah, he had to get the Stone Servant down, so the Strength of a Raging Fire was enough. Had to pitch a Strength, still shifted, still sang. Donald had it all, but now his hand is really low. This Diablo needs to stick onto the board for as long as possible so he can continue to draw up and get that hand healthy again. If he can remove this Ursula Vanessa right now, it will ensure that his Diablo is safe. Let's see what he has, and it is.
It's another song that will give resist +2.
I'm still here.
Yup, and so is Diablo.
Yes.
As we play the Lenny down, now Lenny is going to be able to, it's like another Ursula.
Yeah.
It will be able to look at your opponent's hand and take not a song, but an action card of your choice. A lot of players are electing to play this new Lenny card here, and we're seeing why. It's helping Donald in the matchup immensely.
Yeah, Lenny able to come down onto the board, can also reset himself, so sort of like Ursula Deceiver of all, as Ariel comes down onto the board. Let's see if we can find a song. We do. It's the Bare Necessities. We need to keep in mind that that is an incredibly powerful song in this matchup. We saw in the last game how useful it was. Let's see if we're able to get this Diablo off of the board, or if we want to on this turn and stop that draw engine.
Yeah,
And
I
we
mean, Along
don't.
Came Zeus would have gotten the job done even with the +2 resist, but Lorganes, I guess, saying I'm not going to do it just yet.
And here comes Ursula.
Oh, I forgot I forgot that the oh my gosh, my series going. I forgot that the Along Came Zeus was already dispatched by the Lenny. So Lorgane's in a rock and a hard place. Here's another Diablo Devoted Herald comes down.
Yeah, and Donald is going to be able to draw 2 cards here, shifting by pitching. We don't talk about Bruno right now. Lorganes would love to remove both of these Diablos. Donald probably knows that one of them is going to be removed this turn. Did we find the second song that we need to take out the second Diablo? And it is another Ursula in hand, so we got to get rid of these songs quickly, or
just play down the Pete.
Play down the Pete. It's going to stop any songs from coming off the top of the deck from Donald. So right now, I believe that we have used all of the songs in hand, so the Ursula not super threatening right now. But what Lorganes needs to do is find something that can draw him some cards, because he is now top decking, and Donald is going to draw for turn. We know he has Ursula. Let's see what else he's able to find here.
And this is the difference between going first and going second, as well as finding the Diablo on the first turn. I mean, Donald now in a commanding position here, as the Diablo is going to quest here. Again, Emerald Steel, there's just so many one questers that it's like a slow loss. You just get to watch yourself lose in slow motion sometimes with these Emerald Steel decks, as Donald once again draws off of Lorgane's draw. We're going to see what happens. It looks like it might be a song. Is it Strength of a Raging Fire? Is it a Cood at a Moody?
If we can remove this Diablo Devoted Herald, that can slow down the draw engine, but we don't have anything. We put the Cinderella Ballroom Sensation into the Inkwell. There are cards in Lorgane's deck that do cost 5 ink, so want to get up to that threshold while we're top decking. A 1-2 Singer 3 isn't super helpful on the board right now. You have 3 great Singers that can help you out here. We'll see what Donald has, and this is the exact vice grip that the Emerald Steel deck is used to putting onto players as we quest with the Lenny. And we can ready him if we play a song this turn, and Max is going to ensure that that happens as we get Strength of a Raging Fire back from the discard.
Yeah, typically when you do things like discard to activate the Diablo trigger, you go, ah, man, well, I guess I got to give up one of my Strength of a Raging Fires here, and then 2 of them entered the discard really early. That Max goof says, don't worry about any songs in your discard. You just go ahead and pay 4, and I will not only put a 2-2 body down, but I'll give you a song back. So those crucial – wow!
There's the Namari.
There's the Namari. And if Lorganes had not had the heads up, play of seeing that he needed to ink that Cinderella, we wouldn't have been able to play that Namari.
Yeah, great heads-up play by Lorganes there. We do challenge with the Pete into the Stone Servant, which was a 3-3 thanks to the Ursula being on the board. That is a villain, which turned the Stone Servant into that 3-3. Could not challenge into the Ursula because while that character is exerted and there's a villain on board, you cannot challenge into said villains.
Wow. I mean, both of these players really smart in the construction of the builds of their decks. It looks like Donald teched in to beat not only dogs but Amber Steel with the inclusions of things like the Lenny and the Ursulas. This is going to be an uphill battle for Lorganes. Even if he is on the play next game, if Donald takes this away, which it very much so kind of looks like it is going to be Donald's game. We will be going to a decisive game 3 if that happens, but Lorganes does find a little bit of hope here. This Namari will be able to challenge in. We will be able to get a little bit of a 2-for-1 here off of that Headless Horseman.
Considering a challenge here, can go into Lenny, put a damage on him, and then challenge again next turn, or the Max. The Max is a good target. We saw how he was able to loop that card in the last match, which was absolute insanity.
Yeah, feels bad, though. Feels real bad. Alvin miscalculating, maybe thinking he had a Troubadour instead of an Ursula there. Oh, no, I hate seeing my opponent play down. Just exerting all their ink immediately.
Yeah,
That's just
like,
never a great sign. Here we go. Prince John and the Ursula, Deceiver of All here. We're going to be able to draw extra cards off of the Diablo. We're going to be able to sing twice. And anytime that Alvin discards, it's going to be Bad News Bears. And Lorganes agrees. He says, let's scoop it up. Let's go to the decisive Game 3. Garrick, what does Lorganes have to do to turn this around here?
Lorganes needs to get off to that early start. We need to find that Cinderella Ballroom sensation as we did do in game number 1 and game number 2, but she needs something to sing to remove the 1-drop or that Devoted Herald that comes down later in the game for Donald if he is able to find that shift line. But it's really important for Donald to be able to protect that character off the back of the Ursula Deceiver, which is able to rip songs out of the hand. And Maleficent Spy is so good. That combination has been such a classic combo in this game of Disney Lorcana because the Maleficent Spy can look at the hand, spy at the hand, and see if there is a song or an action in there that will threaten the Devoted Herald. And if there is, then I just don't have to shift right now. I can hold him back a little bit, go for Ursula Deceiver, take that out, and then shift him later.
That was so eloquent. I got nothing to add to that, man. I got 0 to add. Let's shout out real quick. We got Donald, a naughty day, in the Red Saber Games T-shirt here. Alvin with the crew, his crew that he formed, Emperor's New Crew, sporting a name tag that upside down says, "You got this." I love it. And let's talk about what these players are playing for here, Garrick. Like what's up at the top, what's at stake here. I guess because a Naughty Day has already won a CCQ.
Yeah.
There's that is already foregone. Alvin is going to be getting an invite to the North American Championships, but the trophy prize
we're
money.
playing for the trophy. There it is. We can kind of see it there at the bottom. That's what's peeking out there, a little bit of that trophy. And, of course, they're playing for the pride. They're playing for some bragging rights. You want to be one of those CCQ winners. There aren't a whole bunch of them out there, and this was a huge stacked tournament. If you can add that to your resume, I think that would be really, really nice. Donald would love to become the first ever 2-time CCQ winner, which would be an absolute insane feat on his end as well. 2 different decks, 2 different formats, but in the same season. That would be crazy to see. Lorgains just trying to bring it home for his Emperor's new crew. But yeah, we're playing for the trophy, we're playing for the prize money, and we're playing for the right to call ourselves the Enchanted Citrus Clash champion.
Let's not forget about the money. It's a 10K.
Oh, yeah.
Their portion of a 10K, and I don't know the exact amounts, but I do know first place probably going to get more than second place.
Yeah,
Come on now.
That's for sure. As Cinderella Ballroom Sensation comes down, and there is the Devoted Herald. We got at least 2 Let the Storm Rage on. I'm not sure what that is at the top. I think
that's a
3.
third.
So that is really nice for him. We can remove any Diablos that are coming down on the opposite side of the board. And right now, let's just get to singing goodbye, Diablo, as we find another Cinderella Ballroom Sensation. We've already inked 1. We could ink 2 here, find Ursula Vanessa hitting the board, and she does. Passing back over to Donald. We might want to get an Ursula down and take one of those 2 storms that we know are left, and we do.
You called it. You're already in the future here, Garrick,
I'm
as
seeing it all.
Lorgain shows, and also shows the Rapunzel that he just drew. Ooh, a nice sneaky little card here.
We can do that right now if we want to.
Yeah, we could sing it. Wow, that would actually be
turn
crazy.
3 beyond the horizon.
Turn 3 beyond the horizon. Ink the Aurora. I think that's what Lorgain's. He's thinking about it. Look at the way his head is tilting.
He just asked the cards in Donald's hand. Oh, he's not going to.
He's not going to do it.
No. He can do it.
He
will
do it. He still plays it out. Wow, and we're going to draw 3 fresh new cards. Donald is going to throw away most of his hand.
That's back-breaking.
His entire hand, draw 3 cards. Wow, wowie, wow. Lorcain's smiling, he's laughing. Look at these guys. They're playing like it's recess time.
Yeah.
Like these guys are 2 great players, and as somebody who's had experience with both, 2 great guys, there are no losers here today. I cannot wait to see how this goes, but Donald is now in a world of hurt as we are losing on board. We are losing in hand size. Well, not hand size yet, but I mean, Donald just had to throw away most of his best cards.
I know you alter your hand for a reason to sculpt a hand that you like to play over the first 4 or 5 turns of the game, and now all of that is gone. We're throwing it away. Here is the Stone Servant coming down onto the board. Do we have any songs to remove these? If you're able to, if you're Lorgains, that would be such a tempo swing. And we're going to take a look here at what we got rid of. Double Strength, 2 Ursulas, one of them being the Deceiver of All, and a Sudden Chill. A really strong hand for Donald. Imagine he gets that Ursula Deceiver of All down, singing Double Strength twice. Would be back-breaking, but that Beyond the Horizon was so good as Ariel, Spectacular Singer, is going to look for something else to sing.
And we're going to win!
This is again.
Wow, okay, so this is a little bit of light peeking through in the window for the win of Donald here, because if that Ariel is able to find, let's just say, another Beyond the Horizon, something else, I mean, we're taking out the Devoted Herald, the Stone Servant. It's not looking great.
It's looking pretty bad on Donald's side. And Ursula versus the world. We are exerting 3. We're unexerting 3. Potentially could put a Pete down onto the board on this turn. A Prince John maybe. Could sing Sudden Chill with Ursula. That'd be a nice little way to get yourself back into this game if you have it.
What do you do if you're Donald? What are you even looking for? I'm looking through the list here, and I'm trying to think what card is even the card that helps you. I mean, Lenny might strip away a song, but that's not going to do it. We got so many cards, so many singers on the side of Alvin, and then we have to boot this Aurora who's going to keep on gaining lore, as well as giving a discount to play things like Namari. What are we even doing here, Ken?
Yeah, that Namari is huge too, thanks to that Beyond the Horizon. That's going to be a difficult card to remove. We do find a Sudden Chill, but it's too late. If we found that last turn, Donald would be so back into this game because Ursula could have sang it. But right now, the Namari out there, super threatening. Donald thinking about, what do what can I possibly do here? And there isn't a whole lot that you can do. Is we're going to ink the Sudden Chill, going to go for 4. Do we have the Headless Horseman here? That'd be nice to battle back with the board a little bit.
A little bit, but I mean, as the bodyguard, you're not going to exert it. You don't want to give Alvin any way to take it out with this Namari. Fortunately, that Prince John is down on the side of Donald, so that Namari trigger is probably not going to be activated as you normally would, where you draw an extra card, you are able to discard a card at the start of your turn, because that one discard will give Donald extra cards. So, with that said, I mean, there's a little bit of hope. There's a little bit of hope.
Can he shift the Headless Horseman down? That would bring him back into this game, I think, in a big way.
Do you really think that would bring him back?
I think a little bit.
It's still tough.
He'd
It's still
draw
tough.
a bunch of cards off of the Prince John, triggering from the Headless Horseman ability.
True.
I think that might be the only light in the tunnel, as he is going to put a Rapunzel down here.
He's gonna
we're gonna discount it
quest.
first.
We're gonna and then maybe
Draw one.
yeah. You can't challenge in to gain an extra. I remember because Aurora only has 2.
Yeah.
Aurora only has 2, but I mean, the board of Alvin is just getting so wide here. Alvin already at 9. We're going to be at 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 lore. And I mean, that's a lot of gains. And that's a lot of lore. I don't know if Donald has a way back into this. Let's see what he draws. Lore gains smartly inking because he does not want to give Donald a way to draw off of that Prince John. Sudden Chill is hitting the inkwell.
He does have it.
You called it, Garrick. The Cursed Rider rides on in.
One action on that side. 1, 2, 3 for lore gains.
But you can only choose one character, can't you?
I know.
You
Imagine
can
if
only
you could
choose. Yeah, I
target
know.
More.
We're about to deal 8 damage to one character, and Lorgains is going to have to discard 3 cards here. Donald will be able to draw a fresh 3 cards, but what can you do?
I think we have to hit this Namari here.
You got to hit Namari.
That way you can challenge in with the Horseman into the Ursula or the Ariel here. You can double challenge into Aurora, get her removed off the board, and then that is 1, 2...
But there's a
5.
Rapunzel
There's
sneaking
still
up at the
5,
top
yeah.
there, Garrick. That's what I'm talking about. If you could spread around this damage however you wished, then we'd really be cooking here.
Yeah.
But Donald stuck between a rock and a hard place because I think no matter how you do the math, Lorgains is going to get there. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Lore represented on Alvin's side. He only needs 5 of it. So even if we are able to take away the Rapunzel and take away the Namari, well, you've still got a whole lot more characters with decently high willpower here that will be able to quest out still. So we might find, let's say, okay, so let's do the math here.
Could have a Strength of a Raging Fire maybe off the top, but I think you have to hit Rapunzel there potentially. No. You don't need to.
So we challenge into let's say Ariel Spectacular Singer, right?
Yeah.
Once that happens with the Horseman, we can sing something with the Prince John, the Strength of a Raging Fire.
I think you had to hit Rapunzel. If you hit Rapunzel there, you challenge him with a Horseman for Namari. That removes 4 off the board. You double challenge into Aurora, and then there's only 4 lore left on the opposite side of the board. Of course, you would lose your Headless Horseman in that challenge, but I think that was the only way.
And it's done! And just like that, the game is over. Alvin Lord Gaines is your champion. He reaches over. He takes the trophy. He shows it off to the camera. This is your moment. Shout out Alvin. Shout out Desi. Shout out Emperor's New Crew. We're talking about Fire and Dice. We're on one arm. We're talking about Bear Cave on the other. If you're in the SoCal area, you want to see some top-notch Lorcana being played. Emperor's New Crew has exactly what you're looking for. What a match. Garrick, what did you think of that?
That was so exciting, and it was amazing to see that the Snow Fort decks were taken down by each one of these decks. There are avenues to fight back in this Infinity format. I think it's wide open. It's not anywhere close to solved, and if you're going to one of the DLCs, take a deep look at the ink decks after all of these are posted, and you will see so many different options, so many different decks to play. And we saw Amber Steel's song, Know a Whole New World, but what did he have? He had Beyond the Horizon, which won the game on the spot, basically.
That disrupted the hand of Donald enough for Alvin to take it. My goodness, what an electrifying match. Game 1 looked like Alvin was unstoppable with his deck. Game 2 looked like Donald was unstoppable with his deck. And now, at the decisive hour, Alvin was able to find the answer where? Beyond the Horizon, play it down, draw the cards he needed, make his opponent discard, and get all of the value you were looking for. I hope you enjoyed that finals, everyone. We are about to cut to our champion of the Enchanted Citrus Clash, CCQ, the first ever North American Infinity CCQ winner, Alvin Hernandez, Lore Gaines himself. Shout out the Gaines gang. Let's throw it to the interview.
Greetings and salutations again, my fellow Illuminaires. I am here with the incredible Alvin, clinching his North American Continental Championship invitation by way of the Enchanted Citrus Clash, doing it in a way that no one has done before with the Amber and Steel strategy. You're playing the princesses too. So first, really quick, how do you feel that you're now going back to the national tournament?
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm glad it was here in San Diego. I'm glad my wife got to come with me too, so. Special moment, for sure. Special moment.
What was some of the highlights, man? Let's talk about your run. You're playing a deck.
That last match. Oh, my God. The Horizon. Yeah. Hands down, 100%. That Horizon top deck, oh, my God. I was like, there's no better top deck.
Listen, when you pulled that off, and we saw the engine firing, we saw the facial expression. He's gonna do this. You had the singer set up. You were able to refresh after all that discarded.
Yeah, I was like, don't screw it up. Don't screw it up. What do I ink? What do I have to do here? And then just slapped it down. And I just happened to have the two singers, exactly 7. Crazy. That was crazy. That was wild.
That was an incredible matchup, man. All the way through, there was some ebbs and flows, some swings, some this and that. We had Emerald Steel versus Amber Steel in the finals. 2 decks that have not been performing as well as you would think in this current Infinity metagame. But you elected to bring this Amber Steel strategy. You talked about it earlier. For those who missed, can you just kind of go over that deck again? Why are you playing Amber Steel in the way that you're playing it? We got a lot of princesses in there. We have the Aurora Holding Court. A lot of people put that back into Core Constructed. We got the Namari is in there as well. Because just talk about the building of that deck, and why did you compose it the way that you did?
So I previously mentioned that I love the princess strategy. I think it's really cool. I've played it and constructed too. Like it's a thing that I've already played before, and I thought, why not just bring it to Infinity? And the fact that we run Aurora ramp, so not only do we run a Kud, but like you can ramp out to your Namari, which has been the MVP. Namari has been the MVP against dogs. Like, it doesn't matter if they have Snowfort, Namari's going to get over a 6 willpower trap. So Namari has been the MVP, of course, Beast. Just getting characters out early is absolutely broken. You know, you have Aurora as a 1-drop, get your princesses out early, and you have a Kud, which you can sing early too with your Cinderellas, get out another princess. As you guys saw in the last match, I was able to play out my, what was it, the Aerials, the 4-cost Aerials, you know, for cheaper, and then conserve my hand. And then when I wanted to go for the swing, sing, and then draw a bunch of cards, you know, just steamrolls after that. So ramping with songs, you have removal, draw, everything just meshes so well together.
And Rebecca Quest and I were actually talking about that during your gameplay. You have that Cinderella Stout Harder in your strategy. So Kuda Moody with Aurora Holding Court, you'll be able to shift that Cinderella in quite soon if you have that 1 cost available. Yeah. So that is a very, very powerful move that you can make with this deck. And I thought it was incredible seeing you come out and bring this deck. We were talking about it on the stream as well, your contributions to the community. You know, you do a lot of content, you do a lot of streams, and everyone knows you as a person who's going to play some meme decks, play some for fun decks just to engage with your community and have a good time. But here you are being a competitive player, going back to one of those competitive events.
Crushing it out
Can you
here.
just talk about that as well? How do you blend that line? How do you find time to do both? And what are some of your words of encouragement to those Lumineers who are wanting to be maybe more competitive or maybe more casual? Because you're like right in the middle, like right where you want to be. You can be very competitive, obviously. You're the champ. You're going to Nats. But you also can have a lot of fun with the game, too. So can you just talk about that balance and how can you find it?
That's always been a big thing for me. Ever since I started content creation, people love to see the spicy stuff, and I love to play it. Ever since, I don't know if you remember Steel Mufasa?
Yeah.
Top
yeah.
16.
That's you. That's what I'm
That
saying.
was the most serious spice ever.
Yeah.
And I don't know how I made it. And it was just me believing in my deck, loving my deck, and just running what I enjoy. And I've been doing that for a really long time. I've never really, stuck to, the meta or maybe like taking a deck list and worked off, like played the deck list as it is. I like to brew my own stuff, and I feel really proud of what I brew. So, word of advice, yeah, that's it right there.
All right, word of advice, keep cooking, keep having fun, finding your passion and pursue it vigorously, and you can punch your ticket to the North American Championship. But Alvin, I'm telling you right now that both chats out there in the Quest universe, we're live on YouTube too, Rebecca Quest YouTube, we're live on JDZ Quest on Twitch, both Quests combined, everyone was rooting for you and cheering you on. All the girly pops out there were really digging those princesses out of their bulk bin. Everyone was lit to see you come out and perform with this strategy and have great success. And you are now setting the tone on what this metagame can be and what Amber Steel can look like going forward in the future. So any thoughts on that?
Yeah. No, not really.
No, he's a he's a humble champion.
I'm still buzzing. I'm still buzzing off that Beyond the Horizon.
For sure.
Like,
You're so
what, bro?
You're so happy. You're
Like,
so
how does
stoked.
that happen? No, but I don't know. I'm just really happy. Really happy to be here.
Absolutely.
Really happy how everything turned out from round one until now, and all the people that I chatted with along the way, and of course my beautiful wife.
Give
my
me one more time,
one,
wife. If she
my
can,
number
if
one.
you want to stay there, you can stay.
You
She
wanna-
wants to say, okay,
You're
okay.
good? You're good? You're good?
Okay,
she's
okay,
good. She's good.
okay, she's good. She's good. Well, support system is here, and
Yeah.
that is really awesome, man. No one does it alone. Everyone has to have someone holding their six and holding their back and making sure they can get to where they need to be. So, with that, any other special shout outs you want to give? Who helped you get to this this mountaintop that you've ascended?
Everybody that supports me, everybody on YouTube, everyone on there, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for tuning into my live streams, chatting with me, hanging out, helping me with decks. We brew together, we play the decks together. Big shout out to my wife, absolutely my wife. My team, Emperor's new crew, let's freaking go.
Let's go.
And shout out to Fire and Dice and Bear for giving us these amazing jerseys, and all you guys.
For
bringing
sure,
us together
man,
and
for
just
sure.
bringing that fire.
Much love
Bring
to
that
you,
fire
man.
this
So again, real quick, just while we got the time, go ahead and shout out your Twitch or your YouTube so people know where they can find you. Because I watch Lord Games on Twitch almost every day, and you guys can do it too because he's having great fun and it's just an amazing content. So where can we find you?
Find me on all socials, but YouTube, Twitch, that's where I stream. That's where you can come and hang out. And they're all under Lore Games. Name's right back here. Boom.
Let's go. Let's get it. All right. With that, Lord Games, again, one more time, I want to be the first to say huge congratulations to you for getting to the national tournament, man. You had an incredible run, and your deck was remarkable, man. So with that, we're going to kick it back to the booth, and we're going to get over there and get active. Actually, we're going to just...
You grab the mic.
I'm going to mic this up so we all can come in together. Oh, yeah. And I'll bring Liam in. It's going to be a whole thing. So
Incredible.
It's going to be a whole thing. We're going to do it. Hey, Brent.
Hello, Rebecca.
What a weekend.
What a weekend indeed.
Oh, my gosh. Amber Steel, man.
What
was it? Turn 3 Beyond the Horizon?
Beyond the Horizon. That's where you find the answers. Everybody said, where's the answer? How do you beat the dogs? I'll tell you where it is.
Beyond the Horizon.
That's all we had to do.
All we had to do this whole time.
In a whole week leading up to this very moment, painted by the fear
of one single card
was Tramp Street Smart Dog going to be able to take down yet another CCQ? The question loomed large. The shadow of this dog was humongous.
And then the shadow of Liam appeared on the stream, joining us.
Tiny Liam.
Tiny Liam is back in the house. Hello.
Hey, Liam.
Hi, Liam.
Hey, little guy.
We're so good. We're so glad to have you.
I can't see. I can't see the
arm won't
stream,
go down that low.
so I don't know where I am.
I can't hear Liam. JDZ, can Chad hear Liam? I don't know if they can. But with all of that being said, with all of the calls for bans
Hello.
of Tramp, Street Smart Dog, hello, Liam,
Can you hear me?
we have the
Yes, we can now.
princesses putting them back in the doghouse as Alvin Lorganes stands up and flexes his massive biceps and says, "No more dogs, not
Just like
today."
that. Just like that. It was
Just like
just
that.
like that.
But with much bigger biceps. I'm sorry, Garrick. You're very ripped. But he's called Lorganes for a reason.
For a reason. Liam, what do you think about that finals? Were you watching?
I was. I mean, I can't say it any better than those on the call. It was an amazing game. Fun watching both these players bring in different decks, probably fairly unique in the room. And that's exactly what we want in an event like this, seeing them take it down and the Beyond the Horizon. Like, we want moments like that, right?
Oh.
Like, that top deck of Beyond the Horizon will go down in history, kind of like Brent's top deck of the Be Prepared in Vegas DLC. But I loved every second of it. I loved every second of it.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I loved having a no dogs finals, honestly. Yeah, Emerald Steel doing the thing, Amber Steel doing the thing. You might have some things to answer for.
I think so. I think I'm going to get cooked on multiple ends, okay?
Yes.
I don't know if you guys can hear me. Make sure they can hear it out in the chat because I have this mic going now, so it should be good. I'm going to get cooked by Rochelle, okay? That's number one. I'm getting cooked by this gentleman here because he was absolutely frying me. I was so very wrong. I'm tired of being wrong. I just want to be right one time.
I called it last 2 weeks. Last week I called it Amber Emerald. This week I said Amber Steel is winning. Go back and watch the tape.
Didn't I say Amber Steel too?
You did.
Both of us did. Garrett can vouch for it. We both said Amber Steel could do it this weekend, and Amber Steel did it.
Elders, get out of here. Amber
Ouch.
Steel is back. The songs are back. Get them, sing them, have a lot of fun. Play your favorite decks. They can work in Infinity. Your favorite color combination can work in Infinity. We saw Ruby Steel with Omnidroid.
We did.
For goodness sake, in round number 1.
What a match that was. You could tell me that was 2 weeks ago, and I would believe you.
I know.
Feels forever.
That's how incredible this weekend has been. Shout out quick. One last shout out to our sponsors. I do want to say we got Nikoshi in the building, 4 Terabytes, Tria Arts, Mando's Bounty, Marcus, Kraken Dice, Lorcana Luke, Lorcana Fran, Salty Ducks, Trader Sam, Secret Stash of Cards, Infinity Cards, Lorcana Goons, Tier 1 Gaming, and our premier partner choice, of course, Top Choice Gaming. You know them, you love them. Come out and visit all of these folks. Come out to the West Coast side.
Yeah.
How did you? I mean, what are we feeling, gang? How are we feeling about this?
Man, I'm feeling so good. What an incredibly magical weekend. It was just so much fun to be here at the Enchanted Citrus Clash. This was a CCQ like none other, and I'm glad that these are some of the things that we can continue to build upon. It was just a incredible time, incredible show. The gameplay was phenomenal. The deck building was great, and I cannot thank you guys enough for coming through and being a part of this as well. This has been just a tremendous experience, man. So hopefully this is just Enchanted Citrus Clash Part 1. Hopefully there are going to be more.
First one. I hope so.
Of 100.
Of a million. Eternal Enchanted Citrus Clash. But as we start to prepare to close down the show, I think this is the saddest moment when we have to say goodbye to everyone. I would like to take a little bit of time to kind of go around and everyone just really quickly talk about some of their favorite parts of the weekend, and then we can talk about where we can find you, what you got coming up next. So since Liam, you are the apparition, and Garrick and I can't hear you, so we're going to start with you. And we're going to try to
relay back what it is that Liam says.
Word for word, as he goes along.
All right, Liam, how are you feeling, buddy?
I'm just absolutely elated. Once again, thank you all for taking the time to spirit me in here. I know it adds some extra logistics and some tech challenges, but really sad I couldn't be there. But of course, we have a little one on the way next weekend, and so it was a bad time for me to leave. You might have seen me sprint out of the venue to try to grab a plane at the last minute to make it back here. But no, thank you all. It's a pleasure and an honor hanging out with all of you this weekend, and all of you who are watching and getting to watch these players bring art to life, really. Every single one of these players worked tirelessly coming into this event, hours of prep, crafting their decks, trying to do a thing, trying to reach for, that trophy, and getting to see them put everything on the line. And with all the hard work that goes into it, it truly is an honor to get to see them work and give us some of their art. So thank you all for that. I appreciate everything, and thanks to the viewers, and thanks to Ravensburger for this season trying so hard to bring CCQs to us all over the United States and working with these tournament organizers. Don't take this for granted. I really appreciate the team behind competitive play for helping to make this happen.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're glad to have you in part of it, Liam.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, in bite size. Right?
Yeah.
Clip this. Get the
I'm travel
clip
fast.
this.
Your
Screenshot
convenience.
it.
Oh my goodness. All right.
You never gave me giant Liam. All I wanted was one giant Liam.
I'm sorry,
one time.
Kaiju Liam didn't
Next
have it.
time,
Next
Liam.
We'll have it next time. We'll have it next time. Brent, but where can we find you, Brent? What do you got coming up next? Oh, sorry. Liam, yes, please.
Liam, where can people find you? I mean, y'all should be following the Illuminateers already, but if anybody's watching and they don't know where you are, tell the people where they can find the Illuminateers.
I appreciate you asking, Rebecca. So you can follow us at Illuminateers on Twitch or YouTube. YouTube's our primary channel, but also on Instagram at The Illuminateers, because somebody else is parking on that name, which I will figure out at some point in the future. And you can catch me tomorrow night. I'll be on the show. My usual partner on my channel will not be there. Logan is spending some time off in Florida. So Katie from Lore Keepers Inn will be co-hosting with me tomorrow night at 8 o'clock Central Time. We'll be talking all about this tournament. And we might have some guests from the tournament on the stream. So hope to see some of you there.
Yeah, they're live every Monday night. Let's Talk Lorcana on their YouTube channel. So definitely tune in.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Yes.
All right, okay, we're doing a little bouncing,
Round robin.
a bouncing round robin. We'll start with Mr. Mukai. How was your weekend? Highlights, and where can we get to more Mukai if we can?
I'm just happy to be here. When Lorcana Fran reached out and Cassie reached out, shout out the tournament organizers, by the way, everybody who's been here. This has been an incredible time, and I am so blessed to be in the booth with you all. My name is Brent Mukai. You can find me across all social medias, BRENTMUKAI, but that's the least important part. The most important is that this weekend was incredible. The West Coast, SoCal scene, NorCal scene, all of the different West Coast scenes came out, showed up in numbers, the first North American CCQ, and I feel a lot of pride for being a part of the West Coast, baby. So let's go. Alvin bringing it home for us, man. Shout out Emperor's New Crew, Fire and Dice, Bear Cave, y'all know, and we love y'all.
Right on.
Give me a fist bump, Brent.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Virtual.
It's
Give me some
hard.
skin. Oh no! I'm giving you all of the skin.
All right, we're gonna go. You wanna go?
I'll go.
Let's do it. Pass the mic.
Yo, what's up, everybody? It's Garrick. You can find me at Pocket. No, I'm joking. No, this has been an incredible weekend. I had so much fun hanging in the booth with all of you and behind the scenes and hanging out with all the players and seeing the incredible passion that the West Coast has for Disney Lorcana. I'm so appreciative that I was invited out here. I'm the only guy from the East Coast. Boo, I know. Yeah, terrible. I had to come out here and see it for myself, and the West Coast, is legit. That's true. East Coast, Beast Coast. But shout out to all the players that were out here. Shout out to the tournament organizers who made an incredible event. I think we all want to see the Enchanted Citrus Clash 1, 2, 3, 4, 99, 100, all the way through. And if there is going to be another one, I would love to come back either as a commentator, a player, whatever. I just got to get back out to San Diego and enjoy the Enchanted Citrus Clash. So this has been an amazing weekend. Got to see so many cool decks on stream, so many amazing players that I hadn't met in person just because of the divide that we have between the country. Literally, the size of the country is huge, and it's hard to get out here. But yeah, if you want to find me, you can find me on Podcana, Garrick's Lorcana Lair. I'm also the Questcast with Brent Mukai. I'm on. This is not a podcast with JDZ Quest, and me, Liam, and Rebecca. We're working on something. Trust us. There's gonna be some other podcast that I'll join. It'll be great. But no, this has been an incredible weekend. I'm so happy and grateful for the opportunity and had an awesome time casting with all of you. Liam, Rebecca, Brent, JDZ. Love you guys. This has been great. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, man. You guys are complete rock stars, man.
JDZ,
and
talk to us.
Talk to him. I'll go, because this guy needs to close it.
You're right. We got to set the rate up. We got to set the rate up. But please, Rebecca, please. We got to get that rate up.
If you're not live, go live now.
Get the rate up. Get the rate up. But seriously, Rebecca, please.
Yeah, this weekend has been incredible. You know, we had the Glimmer Games a few months ago, and that was incredible. And then seeing this event down here in SoCal and the community that showed up. We had the artists, we had the vendors, we had the junior tournament. Literally, I was almost in tears at the junior tournament over there happening and talking with some of the parents. That was incredible, and I just love this community so much. And then this right here, working with you all, is just a dream. And so shout out to JDZ for everything that you do. Production, shout out to production.
MVP.
over here behind the scenes, making it all happen and bringing you guys the magic on screen. It is a joy and a pleasure to be a part of it, and I'm so grateful for all the opportunities that I get. And so thanks to Fran and Cassie for asking me to be a part of it. And it was so much fun seeing all the different decks. Like honestly, the variety of decks that we were able to bring this weekend to y'all on stream was incredible. I love that almost every round it was something different. And then Amber Steel taking it down. Garrick and I know what's up. We know what's up. And yeah,
Shambles.
so Infinity is where it's at right now, and I can't wait for more Infinity. We have more CCQs coming up. We have the DLCs coming up for Infinity, and I think that we're in for quite a treat. And if you do want to follow along with me, I am Rebecca Quests everywhere, mostly over on Instagram. I'm starting to do more YouTube.
You're on YouTube right now. Hey, if you are on if you haven't hit that like button, figure it out. Okay, it's right there. Push it. If you're on YouTube right now, if you're on Twitch, get over to YouTube and do that and support.
Smash that
subscribe button.
button.
Wherever it is, find those and hook up Rebecca as she is now on a new quest to conquer YouTube and bring you guys some great content in only the way that she can. So huge shout out to her and thank you so much for being here. You guys' expertise not only in the booth but behind the scenes. I'm trying to tell you what, you guys are absolute rock stars, and I could not have done this without all of you and your efforts. So I want to thank you all for that, and it was just an incredible weekend. So I loved everything about it. Huge shout out to the judges as well, the judges and staff, the lore guides. Again, I'm gonna do some more push-ups. The lore guys were moving and grooving this tournament all the way through. Huge shout out to them. Cassie, also big shout out to Alex over there who has helped with the production tremendously. We barely had any issues with the stream today that I've noticed. So we are trying to build every single time. If you guys know, I do all this with my own equipment. I drag it all over the country for the love of the game. We're going to be in Canada next week. So if you like this stream, you'll probably like that one too at ETB. It will be another Infinity CCQ. So I hope to see you all there. So you guys know who I am. I'm JDZ. I'm on a quest. Please, if you're on Twitch, hit the follow button. I'm also on YouTube as well. I'm going to start doing more YouTube myself as JDZ Quest on YouTube. And we're going to be on X and on Instagram. We're just trying to connect as much as we can to the realm of Lorcana in any way that we see possible. So please, if you want to be on this journey, join us as we are getting there to the crux of it. But I got to tell you, you got to lock in, stay focused, get active, move around, and let's get loose, huh? Until we can get there. We'll find a way. There's so many tournaments coming up. If you have a tournament and you want some Quest production in there, make sure you hit me up on Discord or on jdquest@gmail, and I will potentially make it happen for you. It doesn't, this is my passion. This is what I want to do, and hopefully I can share it with you. But Quest with an S on the email, okay? JDZ Quest with an S. Shout out to production there. So sorry, Rebecca. This is the Quest universe. This was the first ever Quest. This is the Questiverse. This is the Questiverse. We're on YouTube on Rebecca Quest. We're on Twitch on JDZ Quest, and it's still. Listen, seriously, this was a really remarkable weekend, and I will cherish this for the rest of my days. But with that, I think it is time to wrap this thing up as we all will say goodbye to you all on YouTube. You're done. But on Twitch, we got to stream. We got to rate. So I'm going to set the rate up. You guys
that is absolutely right. From all of us here at the Enchanted Citrus Clash, stay classy, San Diego.
Thanks,
Aren't you glad you all tuned in?
Oh, wow, you were saving that one.
I'm going to kiss Liam on the head.
This whole time I've been like trying to calculate exactly where my face needs to go to make it look like a
You nailed it.
I nailed that.
You nailed it.
One more. You're such a good guy.
That's amazing.
You see the content, folks. You don't go anywhere. Except we're going somewhere, so I guess you can leave.
Ray Dog coming in. Make sure you guys let them know where you've been. Let them know where you came from. Until then, I'm JDZB.
Let's go.
Infinity and beyond.
All right. And